here to talk about, you're here on Common Stack, right?
Yes, I have too many projects, unfortunately, but this time it's Common Stack. Oh, but
right.
I might mention this guy too.
That's right. The Giveth.io. Yep. And that's a donation thing on XDAI, right?
Yes, well, it's XDAI, Mainnet, and Rinkeby. We hang out on a lot of chains.
I'll give you all kinds of Rinkeby donations. I'm Rinkeby rich.
Yeah. Well, we built Giveth many years ago, and before there were side chains. I mean, Giveth also helped start XDAI. So, but there weren't even block explorers back then, so we had no choice. But for our own scaling, we had to use Rinkeby. So
I got you.
We do a lot of transactions on Rinkeby, but with mainnet money.
I think I experienced a little bit of that.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, you ready to get going? I'm sure that you have a ton to talk about.
Oh my gosh, do I?
Yep. I loved this of the collective psychosis around public goods. I was just like, I can't wait for this talk.
Yeah, because the battle that I have. So it's just like a little intro on me. Do you mind if I just dive into it, Metaverde?
Dive into it. Go for it.
Thanks. So I've been fighting this battle for so many years now. Really about since 2014, I've been 100% like 80-hour weeks in crypto nonstop because I just can't get over this idea that the people who provide value for society are being exploited. They're not rewarded for the value they're creating, and that's just got to end. Nonprofits create a lot of value, and I feel like I finally have found a way to communicate this to people, and by explaining that we actually have a collective psychosis around public goods, and it's got to stop. So I'll start my story in a nonprofit boardroom, right? And in every nonprofit group, there is an elephant in the room. There's something that they all know in the back of their heads when they're talking about their plans on advancing the goals that they're trying to make, the societal change that they want to contribute to the world. There's this elephant in the room that they know, but they don't talk about. But before I talk about the elephant in the room, I want to just give an overview of nonprofits. There are lots of types of nonprofits, and all of them create value. Feeding the homeless, taking care of the less fortunate in society provides an abundance of value to the society at large. It's really important. And also taking care of the environment, right? Maintaining biodiversity, maintaining clean oceans. These things add value to society. And we all know this. We all know that they have value. Right? We believe the environment has value. The other types of nonprofits that we often forget are museums, or displaying art to the public, providing a place to record cultural heritage and make sure that we are always like remembering the past so that we can make a better future. This adds value to society. Preserving cultural heritage is really important. But the one that's really obvious for everyone in this space is the value of open source. If you just look at that penguin picture, these are all different Linux distributions, and each one provides its own special flavor of Linux, and this diversity adds value, right? Open source tooling is immensely valuable. It makes everything we do work. But unfortunately, because open source and all of these societal changes, the nonprofits that are working really hard to make a better world, they produce non-excludable value. And non-excludable goods, I just generally am calling them public goods, just as a generalization. But the more technical term is non-excludable economic goods. These are things that have value, but they're also an example of a market failure. So fish stocks, timber, resources in the ground, right? Radio waves, safety, public health. These are examples of things that have value, but they're non-excludable. If you provide this value, you can't create a business model, because you can't create a customer. You're subject to free rider issues. The free market is incredible. I have a cell phone that, God, who knows how many people contributed to the creation of this amazing cell phone, right? And it was all coordinated in a very efficient way. And the market economy is incredible at providing excludable goods, but it fails miserably at non-excludable goods. And this is where the elephant in the room comes in. To provide value for non-excludable goods in our society today, we rely on sacrifice. Every nonprofit asks their donors to donate. Every nonprofit takes those donations and underpays really incredible, valuable, intrinsically motivated people to do good work. And they underpay them. When you are in the nonprofit space, there is an abundance of sacrifice. And that is not a properly aligned incentive mechanism. This is a broken system, and we need to do better. This is our collective psychosis. We, as a society, do not value public goods. We know that it's valuable. On one hand, we know the environment has value. We know that taking care of the less fortunate in society pays off in the long run. But we don't create systems that actually appreciate that value, the value creation itself. In fact, we create systems that exploit the altruists. When you really take this to the next level and you extrapolate this through, the people who are providing value to society are either they have to donate to create that value in the first place, or they're underpaid. And the altruists are carrying society's weight. Society is effectively exploiting the altruists. And my personal mission is to end this. This needs to stop. Now, it would be amiss for me to not mention governments in the equation, because in the end, nonprofits only step up when the government has failed. Governments are generally the accepted solution towards providing non-excludable goods, to providing public goods. They do an okay job, right? Like, in the States, we have clean water. In Venezuela, they don't have clean water. So nonprofits jump in, and the clean water nonprofits are huge in Venezuela, whereas we don't need them in the States, because unless you're in Flint, Michigan or something, you generally have good clean water, clean-ish water coming out of that faucet. And this environment, unfortunately, has created a monopolization of public goods. The governments in every nation generally have a monopoly on every public goods vertical. So, public health, public safety, taking care of the less fortunate in society, these are all things that environmental regulations, the government controls all of these things. One organization controls all of these things. And that is not necessarily the best scenario, especially when the incentive mechanisms are still misaligned. The good thing that the government can do is they have a reliable source of funds. They say, hey, if you don't give us taxes every year, we're going to take your house, right? They coordinate through violence. Surprisingly, that's a more effective method than coordinating through sacrifice. And that's why governments usually dominate the public goods arena over nonprofits. However, it's still a misaligned incentives, because when a bureaucrat makes a good decision, they collect their salary. When a bureaucrat makes a bad decision, they collect their salary. There's no alignment of incentives for good decisions, so other incentive mechanisms generally come into play. This is sad. This is a sad thing, but there's a reason for it, right? There's method to this madness. Basically, it's this common scenario that you see, right? Where quality versus profit maximization. So if you're in a scarce, if you just look at any system that's trying to take money in and produce value out, there is generally this weird thing where profits are anti-correlated to quality. So if you want to provide a higher quality result, then you usually need more money to do it, so the profits go down. And this is a challenging scenario, but this is the scenario that is there for taxes, it's there for nonprofits, and it's there for small businesses as well. It's hard to find the right point where you create enough profits for yourself, but you also provide an accessible value creation. Like, you don't charge your customers, or you don't charge people. So you reduce the quality to a certain point, and you have to choose where you want to be on this quality spectrum versus profit spectrum. And this is kind of another area of this collective psychosis, right? Like, why do we have to choose profits over quality? And the free market actually found a way to overcome this, and I'll talk about that in a second. But the thing is, in the nonprofit space, if we just keep trying to do what we have been doing before, it will never work. If we want to advance human coordination around public goods, we need a new way to think about these things. We really, Einstein said it best. This is actually a quote from after creating the atomic bomb. He was actually raising money when he made this quote. It's kind of funny. He's really saying, hey, give me a bunch of money so we can, like, make sure nuclear weapons don't cause more problems than solutions. But I really agree, and I think it's applicable here. A new type of thinking is essential if mankind is to survive and move towards higher levels. And you should check out our simulator game, sim.commonstack.org, and you'll know what we're talking about, because it's really about how do we convince people that public goods have value. Let's not destroy the earth while we're trying to make profits. And this future value of society, this future value of societal goods, of public goods, of non-excludable goods. This future value needs to be recognized. The work that nonprofits are putting in, this needs to be the value that they're creating for the future needs to be put into the equation. And that's what the Common Stack is trying to do. A lot of our methods are a little complicated, but at a high level, we just want to build a third way of providing value for society. And we want to make sure that the future value that organizations are applying, that are creating, is appreciated. Because when we appreciate these heroes, these societal heroes, we will advance as a community, as a society. The people in nonprofits are heroes. We should not be exploiting them. We should be rewarding them. We should be appreciating them. And that doesn't mean just like, oh, hey, good job. Dish praise to this person for saving the world. No, like, that's not enough. We need to reward them on every dimension, including the economic dimension. We can't do that with business models because of this issue. We still have this real issue that if we just look at it here, like, think of an orphanage. An orphanage could support more orphans if they have the orphans rotate beds every night, right? And so, like, some orphans sleep during the day, some orphans sleep at night. Oh man, we can help more orphans. No, this is not the way. We can't use business models. We can't use the same thinking. We need to provide quality value around public goods. We need to do it well. And businesses have overcome this. This is the thing. If you look at the stock market, the largest American corporation, according to market cap, is Apple. They provide quality products. Tesla has a market cap larger than all other car companies combined because they provide quality products. And they were able to overcome this natural issue where quality versus profits, where are you on this line? They're able to overcome this with a very simple solution: corporate stock. Corporate stock looks at the future value that this organization can create. It's a speculative market that enables companies like this to actually fight over customers. Sorry about the birds in the background. What are you going to do? Ecuador, it's beautiful here. This corporate stock creates a future incentive. And so Tesla and Apple can sit there and coordinate around creating quality and make profits for themselves. And this is actually what the Common Stack mission is. At the highest levels, we want to make sure that a similar system, not the same, we're not creating stock for nonprofits, but we are creating economies that can appreciate the future value that will be created by these organizations, or really communities. Our mission is to enable communities to easily develop innovative economies that are built to reward the continuous creation of public goods. The way to do that is not for us to come in with this technocracy and say, hey guys, we'll build it all for you. Just come onto our platform, right? This is not the Common Stack mission is not to build a platform that everyone has to use. It's to create a foundation of tooling and documentation so that the designs that we're playing with can improve iteratively, and that we can have variations of economies that fit local needs. We want to make it so that communities can design their own economies. That's really our mission, because and we're built on the shoulder of giants. Eleanor Ostrom really explains this idea well. The people on the ground need to be the ones proposing the solutions. I love this quote. There is no reason to believe that bureaucrats and politicians, no matter how well-meaning, are better at solving problems than the people on the spot, who have the strongest incentive to get the solution right. We need to empower the people on the ground. They know what's up. They know the real solutions. It's sitting there for them. We need to the goal of the Common Stack is to empower these communities to create their own economies that appreciate the value that they're creating. Another major influences for us is, of course, the blockchain ecosystem, right? Bitcoin, Namecoin, all of these early cryptocurrencies were the first to really create aligned incentives for public goods. Bitcoin is effectively a global payment system that anyone can participate in. Zcash is another great example, because they just straight up use their block reward to fund open source cryptographic research that everyone can have access to. These are incredible. Primecoin is this is a very old currency that still exists today and is still incentivizing the discovery of new prime numbers. If we can create aligned incentives for finding more prime numbers every day, I think that we can figure out how to help the less fortunate in our society, because it provides a lot more value. The other thing that is an interesting concept is the fact that governance over public goods has value. Biden and Trump spent $6 billion to get to compete for a $400,000 a year job. Governance over public goods has value. This is obvious when you look at it, but our collective psychosis doesn't recognize it, even though all the evidence is there. And this has been proven by all of these governance tokens: Tornado Cash, Uniswap, Panvala, OneHive. These groups, they are not necessarily, there's no dividends here. What they're saying is, hey, if you participate in our economy, you get decision-making power over how our economy evolves. And these economies are public goods focused economies. They provide non-excludable value. Our goal is not to make the next Uniswap or the next, even OneHive. These are really large organizations that are providing a lot of immense value on a large platform. Our goal is to keep things small. We believe with David Bollier here, we're very aligned with his thinking as well, that the next big thing will be a lot of small things, lots of small microeconomies that can all coordinate value against each other, even compete. Imagine if we had competitive economies, small startups, basically, that could compete to provide public services. This is where we want to go. And it's important to recognize that a commons, like a DAO, is not just the smart contracts, right? Or it's not just the people, and it's not just the mission and the value that this DAO or commons is trying to create. This is a David Bollier quote: "A commons is neither the resource, the community that gathers around it, nor the protocols for its stewardship. A commons is the dynamic interaction between all of these elements." It's so critical that we understand that humans are messy. You know, like we might be able to audit smart contracts and even like do design validation on our protocols, but how we interact as a community is also a critical piece. And this is something that I feel the Token Engineering Commons, which I'll talk about later, is really focusing on. But back to the common stack. Our goal is huge, right? We want to create physical world applications that are actually affecting the real world. We are not building DeFi casinos. This is not something that is just going to end up on Binance Smart Chain. We can just launch and, hey, enjoy the Ponzi. Let's see how it goes. No, man, we're really trying to take care of rivers. We're trying to take care of the less fortunate in society. We want to take care of real issues. We want to coordinate value creation through roads, right? I'm in this small town where the roads just suck because Ecuador, what do you know, it doesn't have the best infrastructure. It doesn't provide as much value as some other Western nations. So the problem is that because we're not just a DeFi casino, we actually have to appreciate that these open blockchain-based economies, much like bridges, are public infrastructure that are hard to change. So we have to take care. We can't just write a white paper and launch these things because they can cause real problems. You know, a lot of Bitcoin maximalists love to say, oh, the energy use isn't that bad. Dude, it would be better if it wasn't as much, okay? It would be better if Bitcoin wasn't using, you know, as much energy as effectively the 30th largest country in the world. You know, I mean, Bitcoin uses more energy than every nation in the world except for about 30. That's insane. Wouldn't it be nice if it used less? If we could have done a little bit more design validation and maybe make it a curve, you know, as opposed to a linear growth for electrical usage. So this is something that is actually slowing down the common stack. I'm not going to lie. But it's also why we're focused on improving token engineering and improving the science. So when you build bridges, you do a simulation. You create a simulation and that will actually validate the design. This is the Tacoma Narrows Bridge in the state of Washington, United States, and it did not account for this wind fluttering. When the wind flew through it, it created a fluttering effect that then eventually destroyed the bridge. But because there were simulations, every bridge after it was designed to avoid this issue. And this is why the Common Stack is so excited to partner with the Token Engineering Commons. Hey, Shebnem. Shebnem's a very important member of the Token Engineering Commons too. I'm honored to be speaking before her. But yeah, so this is why the Common Stack is so excited to partner with the Token Engineering Commons and actually improve the space, create a token engineering public goods economy where people can actually do design work before launching their economies and actually appreciate that this is public infrastructure that needs design validation. The other thing with the Token Engineering Commons is because we're so focused on enabling communities to design their own economy, and it's the Token Engineering Commons, we have this opportunity to really challenge the crypto technocracy. Every economy in the crypto space up until this point has been designed by the technocracy, designed by the developers. And we don't need to do that. We're very privileged because this is the Token Engineering Commons. So our community is a whole bunch of people who design economies. I don't think this is like something that is, I don't want to shame people for not taking this approach. I think it's something that we just have the opportunity, a unique opportunity to do, where we can let the community actually decide the economy. So we're creating this dashboard where people can decide exactly, oh, well, what should be this? What should make for a passing vote? The community will actually be able to vote on what the quorum will be, what the vesting requirements will be, how the bonding curve will be shaped. And so it's a really cool project. And if you guys have the chance to join the TE Commons, you'll be able to create your own economy with us. It's the idea is your economy, your choice. Maybe just to finish my talk, I want to talk about something that's also a little bit challenging for me. It's this idea of general magic. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of this. There's a great documentary called General Magic, and this organization created the smartphone in 1995. They created emojis, apps. It was the first touchscreen that could fit in your pocket, and it was an incredible device, very forward thinking. And the company failed completely. They went bankrupt. They only sold maybe somewhere around. They sold less than 5,000 copies of this amazing device because it was 1995, and they didn't meet the people where they were. So the Common Stack, I'll be honest, has the same issue. We are talking about crazy stuff. Okay, we're saying, hey, end the collective psychosis. Right? You guys are crazy. Do this instead. That doesn't work. Okay. Token engineers, it works for token engineers. We know this. Like, they get it. But normal people, it's going to take a while. We have some time. So let's start with public goods focused economies for token engineers. And maybe we can move into the open source world where people can understand the technical things. But I want to meet people where they are. And I'm wearing my Giveth shirt today because Giveth is focused on just crypto donations, right? Hey, you do donations? You like to give donations to projects? Well, give donations to projects with crypto. And how about we give you the same scenario where you get rewarded for giving donations? Unlike Gitcoin, where the projects get rewarded and you're moving things, we want to reward the people who are sacrificing. I mean, obviously projects are sacrificing too, but donors are as well, and we want to appreciate the donors. So our goal is to start with the donors on the Giveth side and actually reward them for participating, but while also bringing in the nerds of the nerds on the final solution, which is an economy that appreciates the value that non-excludable goods and the people who are creating them are providing. So Common Stack for the nerds of the nerds, Giveth for normal nonprofits, and eventually we can meet in the middle. And this is the dream of how we can create a new future for our societies and actually coordinate value production in the non-excludable space. Just really quick, I think I have, how much time do I have, MetaVerde?
Well, you're a minute over, but you go ahead.
Okay, I'll keep it quick. Thank you, MetaVerde. I just want to say that another thing with the Token Engineering Commons is that we're really focused on scaling horizontally. We have a lot of independent groups that are doing really cool work, and if you're interested in being part of this crazy future that I propose, where people who create value are rewarded, there's an opportunity to really jump into any topic that you'd like. It's amazing what YGG is doing every Friday. If you want to learn Python and learn how to simulate economies, this is he has the TEC Labs. We also have Graviton training. If you want to be a force of gravity, if you in your community and improve the relationships, you really want to, well, actually Graviton training just ended, but it's really another important focus for us, conflict transformation. Conflicts are natural, and we need to use them as an opportunity to improve. So we also have a transparency working group who does transparency audits on all of our working groups to make sure that there's as much transparency as possible in our community. We have the communications working group. Of course, we got to amplify our signal. We have a SoftGov working group. This is such a critical piece. There's the protocols, the smart contract protocols, but there's also a lot of softer governance protocols, cultural norms, and how decisions are actually made. Usually it's not on chain. So it's important to give focus and appreciation to that. Of course, how do we get people involved into the hatch? We have the community stewards, which is how we scale horizontally, is through nested organizations. This is from Eleanor Ostrom's. So all of these other groups have a delegate that all coordinate together in the community stewards working group. And then we have Working Group Omega, which Shubnam leads, and is a very important thing around bringing the ethical side of it. What do token engineers actually need and doing this discovery process? And I'll let Shubnam talk about that if she wants. We also have the legal working group. We cannot ignore the legal. We have a very cool legal strategy, kind of the middle way, where you can become a member of the Trusted Seed, which is a Swiss association. We just launched the membership DApp. And so you can become a legal member of a Swiss association through our DApp, and that will protect you in case there is any kind of weird legal situations that arise by being part of a DAO. And we also have community calls every Thursday. Time zones suck right now, so I'm sorry, I don't know what time it is, okay? But we have a great token engineering calendar, and it has all these calls. We also praise everyone who comes in. We have a really cool culture of praise and words of affirmation within our community. We love praising. We love celebrating birthdays and singing very embarrassingly over group calls and celebrating holidays. It's really just a lovey-dovey community, has a lot of fun. So if you get the chance, please join us and be part of this wild future that we're creating. Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Griff. That was a wild ride. There's so much to cover. You managed to get it into like a format. I admire that. It was a challenge.
Yeah, I always have too much to say. I wish I had.
I don't think that's what it is. I don't think you have too much to say. I think the days are too short. So is Shebnam up? Is that what we're doing? Are you next? Oh, now I lost her.
Oh, she just went to share screen, I think.
Okay. We'll see what comes up.
Hey, I'm here. Let me see. All good. Okay.
Oh, there you are. Excellent.
Griff, that was perfect.
So it's nice to meet you, Shebnam.
Thank you. Nice meeting you again. I think we met in a couple
did we? In a meeting, maybe?
Yeah, okay. But only in one of those bigger calls. So I will just get us some time, and if you give me a 5-minute warning, then I will make up the time that Griff really needed.
Oh no, that's fine, because I think I'm following you, and I'm willing to let you take 5 minutes, and I'll cut mine by 5.
Okay. We're all flexible, it seems, and anyways, like as you see, it's super exciting. It all seems to come together, really, and token engineering is what I'm going to talk about now, and also speak to actually every aspect that Griff also mentioned, like token engineering nurtured by TE Commons, such that we can create token engineering as a public good that can be shared and make use of by anyone who is responsible for creating a stable, safe token economy. So there is really a mind shift happening, and you have to have that mind shift. But I think we'll get there. And I said token engineering commons and token engineering as the first field trial of common stack that also came together really nicely. So there is a token engineering commons, and there's a community of token engineers who are just finding each other. So what is the token engineering commons? Griff explained a lot about what the commons is and mentioned a few things. For token engineering commons in detail, it's really the first field trial of common stack. And it's going to be launched by this Trusted Seed he mentioned, and that is a critical mass of token engineers, people deeply involved and practicing decentralized governance and commons management experts. And the TE Commons mission is to gather and steward the efficient distribution of funds to projects in this emerging field of token engineering to encourage the robust and ethical design of tokenized infrastructures, because this is, you don't want to be on that wobbly bridge, right? You want to have these infrastructures, if you believe, like every one of us, that these are the future infrastructures of our digitalized global societies. You want them to be safe and stable. So, and then one quote I'm just going to reiterate because that was new to me. That what is the commons? I'm a techie, computer scientist, worked for profits the majority of her life. So a lot of this experience is really new to me. And the commons, what I really liked about this definition, and it shows also in the value flow diagram shown on the other side, is neither the resources nor the community gathered around it, nor the protocols for its stewardship, but the dynamic interactions of all three. So that is a depiction of a value flow diagram that shows the dynamics. That's something you get to learn if you join the Token Engineering Academy, for example. And it shows the value stocks of this commons. It's both these public goods that we're going to create and the fund that we're going to gather and steward around the creation of those public goods. And if you want to build token economies with this shared knowledge, you want to support the Token Engineering Commons. So there are links how to join, how to contribute and earn tech tokens, be part of the community if you have anything to do with tokens. Even if you just hold tokens, you want them to be stable. So this basically is the gist. And what is the token engineering community? A short story or short history, because I really like it. How did it all start? Most of 2017, the ICOs, it was like, you get a token and everyone gets a token. And during that craziness, basically Trent started talking about token engineering, and he reached to Zargam and others. And I was also one of the first where he mentioned that resonated with a lot of people. And if it wasn't for them, I would have left the crazy town, because it was really, I didn't see where it could lead to. I saw the promise, but I didn't see the viable path. And token engineering provided that for me, and I'm in it for good now. And there are a lot of people who feel and act the same way. People who could be working for NASA from systems engineering actually come and see how they can be part of this community. And funny thing is, software engineering back in the day, when they were just building things that crashed all the time in the 60s, 70s, they also lost a lot of money and even lives based on this hacky software. They started calling literally it software engineering to give it legitimacy, and then started thinking about processes, engineering design principles from engineering, bringing it to software. And been there, done that, and putting that engineering thinking into token engineering was and is super easy, actually. And this is where we're really, really good at. We build community, and it's really, working with the polymaths with such a diverse background, people bringing in their lens and looking at the same thing and exchanging those views on crypto economics is really what draws, I think, every one of us, and why we stick around. And yeah, while basically most of 2020 was, a battlefield of DeFi, and poor Andre, running and having to build and test and prod, actually, a lot of the token engineering community members went on to create Token Engineering Academy. How we can actually bring in and curate this knowledge and make it such that people who come in actually know their way around, how they can contribute their knowledge, and how we can create a common language about token economy. What is it that we're doing, and actually bring about this engineering mindset. And yeah, so token engineering is this new transdisciplinary, I call it art of doing science and engineering, because there is such a thing. And we have the Crypto Economics Foundations paper from Sherman and Zargam, which really brings it on point. I would call it the seminal paper. And this beautiful crypto economics flower made even more beautiful by Jeff by sprinkling some color on it, is actually what brings token engineering, what it is, into really one very precise image. We will take this apart in a few moments, but what I want to emphasize is the importance of this transdisciplinarity. We need all of these fields looking with the same background, with the different background, looking at the same problem, and this is what we call cryptoeconomics. And we need incentives for collaboration, and that's why Token Engineering Commons is so important, because typical institutions where you cultivate knowledge have actually absolutely distorted incentives. This is why you have silos in academia, because there are no incentives for cross-pollination, collaboration. Something like cryptoeconomics cannot become what it is in the current universities. And I like this quote also very much. The real problem of humanity is the following. We have Paleolithic emotions, medieval institutions, and godlike technology. And guess what? The technology side even got crazier and more godlike, and you really need to catch up. And Common Stack Token Engineering Commons is the way to do this with the specific knowledge creation and knowledge commons. That is token engineering. So what does it mean, the transdisciplinary art? All of these different disciplines that we draw from for cryptoeconomics actually have a commonality. They all have one strand where they focus on coordination and resource allocation. Be it AI optimization control theory, industrial systems, systems engineering, or operations research. When we started off, it was only economics game theory and cryptography and computer science. But then it became quite clear that we need the other, or we can draw from other disciplines as well, which are quite engineering heavy. But as you see, and this is where I come from, and the other petals on the other side of the cryptoeconomics flower is what was really new to me, and it's really opened up just in October, around September, October in 2020. And that's why I'm super vocal about those new areas, actually, even more than I'm vocal about engineering heavy areas. And what we need is this unity of knowledge. Again, a Wilson quote, that we're drowning in this information while starving for wisdom, and that the world henceforth will be run by synthesizers. And we need to become those synthesizers. Why? Because there's also in these knowledge sharing areas and knowledge creation areas, there are distortions. Like if you look at economic models and what they become really good at, game theory, by using more mechanistic, more engineering style, they created things like financial engineering, which has become a huge bubble. They do social engineering, like literally profiling millions of people through social networks and basically manipulating them at scale. And if you want to be nice about that, you could call it nudging and behavioral economics, and that could be used for good. But that's exactly the problem. When we add then tokenized incentive mechanisms into it, it becomes literally that atom bomb, right? So we really need we need to think about how we generate knowledge and where we're coming from, and whether we have, something to, like an antidote, that we know also legal engineering and ethical engineering side of things. And, I come from software engineering, and trust me, there is no word of ethics in software engineering. That's why we have problems with ethical AI. So these are things we need to fix, and we are building on broken systems and anywhere we're standing. Yeah, so basically the other parts that are needed, all of this, what I used to call humanist stuff, and what I thought that's going to be, automated away, tokenized, all the things, humanist stuff will go away. No, it will stay always. And what we're currently, our opportunity now is really to bring those two sides together, the engineering heavy fields and the humanities, and actually when we are doing token engineering, that we are aware token engineers come from all petals of the crypto economics flower, and we really need to create that unity of knowledge, because we have this new power. Okay, you could consider, the technocrats as algorithmic policymakers, and that is actually too powerful if we don't make that accessible to everyone who participates in this token economies. So everyone should be capable of dealing and making and creating and changing those algorithmic policies, as Groove mentioned so nicely, in their token economy. And this is one area where, I'm becoming more and more vocal because it was so new to me. And I'd like to really help bunch of token engineers and aspiring token engineers to fast forward. Is it new? This commonality coordination and resource allocation is actually the art of steering, and that is cybernetics, and that is as old as the 40s. And that is basically, you could look at this and say, yeah, it's the same game, cybernetics, just with better tools, more computing, more data. That's how you could go about it. But really, it pays off to study history in this sense, because I don't know if you see it, but this whole psychology, decision science, when you are basically looking at those systems that, human and non-human systems that can be, interlocked and programmed in such a way to create an outcome. That's the game. But there's also the metagame. The metagame, second order cybernetics, basically, it's not about that observed system, but it's the cybernetics of observing, But it's literally one level up where you then see how this game's rules can be played. And that's basically when you're up there, you get a choice. You can become the master manipulator, or you can start, working on your inner game. And this is literally the cybernetics and the ethics and second order cybernetic to ask yourself, am I legitimate? Or since I literally, if you see that as incentive mechanisms are a superpower, we hear that trend saying all the time or often. If you have that superpower, basically, what is it that you're going to do with that? Where are you coming from? What's your inner game? This is for me quite new, I said, but we have in the token engineering community, literally right when we needed them, all of these wise people dropped into our Discord servers, and we started exchanging on those topics. We have a TE philosophy channel where a lot of this type of, cybernetics of observing and the inner game of the observer is coming along. Good. Again, like, the game is actually super cool and handleable. And at first, I only had eyes for that because I'm a techie. And basically, it's about, using this computer-aided design tools in the context of crypto economics. And crypto economics, as I said, is this, unified knowledge of many disciplines with the focal point of coordination. And all of these disciplines have models about, coordination, optimization, resource allocation. And the one superpower arises from our ability now to have these ensemble models, if you want, right? And we have the computing power, we have data from deployed systems. I mean, what Andre and the others who test in prod really do good for public is they're doing, testing on live systems, and we get so much data. This is amazing to be able to design a not just model-driven way, but model and data-driven way. Blockchains and fearless, pioneers in the battlefields of DeFi actually allow us to create this or to play this game at a very, very high level. Niveau, basically. And we have these systems that, we don't have to reason about in Excel files or just in our head, but really can create computer-aided design models that capture the system dynamics, that capture, the macro, that capture the micro levels of through agent-based modeling, that we really have this complex adaptive systems at the very least captured from many, many, many views. And the other thing that we have accessible to us now is actually being able to connect those models to the live systems and replace our model and maybe export assumptions from what is actually happening in reality out there. So our goal as token engineers or in this game is not to win, but actually to stay in the game, to be less wrong over time. And that's more than enough to actually create these new systems we're striving, we're very thirsty for. But, that's not it. We have this context, we have these models, we have the tools, when we have these models and the data, the problem arises then as a token engineer, because you have the choice how to use those tools. And this is basically where your inner game starts. And this is where we can say you have to, or you have a choice to start from first principles. You could stay at the top of the iceberg and say, I'm going to make number go up, and use all of the black magic tools like financial engineering and nudging, or really manipulating the participants of your economy. Yes. Or you can really step up to this game by focusing on your on that which I call inner game, and really start thinking how you're going to use these first principles, or how are you going to even arrive at those, and how are you going to use these tools in the crypto economics context applied in a domain, and ask yourself, do I know enough of this domain and of its participants? And even if I know enough, I shouldn't be the only one designing this thing, because it should become a participatory, equitable economy, right? So this is basically will be much more about learning, and also about transferring that learning to any participant. So, and that's what we tried, is that in the second cohort of the Ecosystem iFlows course already, we had this wonderful gift. Fabian dropped in our Discord servers and started talking about what we then called an interface to moral philosophy for token engineering. And this is really cool, because it focuses on first principles and things or a type of thinking we're used to from physics, right? Where things are quantifiable and all nice, but it actually applies to thinking, to modes of reasoning in general. And it's not only when things are quantifiable, but you can use it really holistically, including intangible intrinsic values when you reason from first principles. And we need that for the decision making on qualitative and dynamical processes, which is this intersubjective area, which was absolutely not new to me. And these are the socioeconomic interactions in these decentralized systems that we're creating. You know, token economies, DAOs. I don't know if you're going to call them that in the future, or if it's just going to be our future society. And for that, we need to become fluent, first of all, aware of that there is this existence of many, many worldviews. Anyone who is interacting possibly has a different worldview because of their surrounding and of their past and of their models that have been trained. And to build global systems that are stable, that can basically function across worldviews, we need to become fluent and consistent in our token model designs across those worldviews. This is the resilience or the anti-fragility that we're talking about. And it really helps to actually know these modes of reasoning and apply ethical reasoning and identify and correct when such a mode is misapplied or hijacked. And basically this was an attempt to try and figure out how can we, in a dialogue, in groups, actually learn to bring about those common languages, those common principles that we need for communication, collaboration, coordination, change, and conflict management in economies that are going to be bootstrapped global first. So this is the crazy times we're in. And this is the Omega working group. We meet every other Wednesday. The next one is 31st. Please just drop into the tech Discord channel, because we basically, this is a co-learning, right? The ethics and the ethos of token engineering is what we want to uncover. And the number one thing we want to do to get there, the first step is basically this community survey. Please participate in it if you, if you're in any way involved in a token network, in a token project, and we make sure to share. We will get insights from you, but we will make sure to share it with you. And I really, really hope that this community survey will be a link between us, that we find each other. I know, people out there exist who might, just a year ago, I would say I was, philosophically bankrupt, as Yuval Harari puts. And there is a way, and for me, literally, token engineering was this fast forward way to come to a place where you start from first principles, and that literally is a life-changing and life quality increasing good that I got from all of this, and would definitely want to share it with you. And that's why we have these working group Omega initiatives. So these are the two people, for example, and there are many more right now, but these are the two people who, as I mentioned, came into the Discord service right when we needed them, because this whole ethical engineering is easier said than actually elaborated and made practical. And I believe when we work together with these two initiatives that we have, we will have at least a new framework to go about it. So ethical engineering, the ethos of token engineering, but also, nurturing the diversity in token engineering, and then protecting that we have these diverse backgrounds and worldviews. So Durgadas is this decolonizer. He really brings together and is a super interesting person. Like almost everyone I came in contact with in token engineering, it's really brings you to a mindset that maybe you already have, like, am I legit to just bring in policies into some communities? Am I in the community at all, or how do I go about it if I'm the token engineer, but the community in and on itself need to be, you know, onboarded, or do you need to be onboarded into the community? So before we, rock on with being algorithmic policymakers, there are really things that we need to become aware of. Otherwise, we risk just continuing this colonization at digital space, at digital pace and scale. And the other thing, as I mentioned, is this ability to think from first principles, or to come from first principles. And there, Fabian put together from many, many sources a pretty accessible framework. I wouldn't just call it yet practical, but that's what we want to do together with you through these exchanges in the working group Omega. This is basically a framework, or a frame of reference for now, that can help anyone in this, philosophy generating ethical modes of reasoning. And it's really very compact, 4 fundamental assumptions across 8 worldviews that correlate. Is something we started working with, trying out, and I said, I hope the community survey that is going to be out maybe next week or the week after, that you partake and you share your insights with us, and basically the community or the Omega working group will make its best to create those initiatives where you can actually take those insights and make them yours and add to it as well. So that's it. I also took 5 minutes.
No, you're then you went exactly half hour, and not to put you on the spot or to run over time too much, but I think what really excited me about Token Engineering Commons was the idea, and I may be completely misconstruing this, but I think that there's the idea that by so through the currency, I know OneHive does this, like you're generating value through the currency, right? Like compensation through the currency to compensate the value that you're generating, doing the work for the community. So we're finding ways to pay ourselves so that we're not getting bogged down in like the system, right? So we're able to build our own like parallel system. Could you riff on that a little bit? Like on the I know that it's really hard to do in like 3 to 5 minutes, but just on the challenges in creating your own value so that you can afford it.
Exactly. So one typical challenge we all have is, if you are somewhat or any proficient in any of those disciplines and you can apply it and make that useful for a project, the market takes you off. You're off the table, you're off the community, and you have almost no time. And basically, that's the bootstrapping problem that we have. That there is this knowledge, but it is only concentrated in the heads of a few. But for the token economies at large to become, really the change that we try to bring about, for those token economies to become safe and engineered in a safe way, we actually need that knowledge accessible to everyone. So I think maybe just one, I wouldn't call it a difference. I think every community and every commons has that. And in Token Engineering Commons and community, we have this public good that is knowledge. And as I mentioned, it has to be interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary. So we need to set the incentives right for collaboration. We have to incentivize proposals that are collaborative. We have to incentivize proposals that make tucked away knowledge in projects, actually accessible, useful in an open source manner. So that type of incentivization, and it already works. It's really good. It just feels good that it really works out, as that there are these projects that actually get token engineers who come, let's say, out of Token Engineering Academy, and basically they have them in their project, and all of a sudden they realize what a relief that is to have such people on board, and they realize, oh, we could actually use, it would be really, really useful if we had, two more of these people with those capabilities, etc. So I think this whole, you contribute funds to fund this common resource that is going to be, if it is public, and if it is, for example, in our case, collaborative, create the value that you need to build upon. If you have that coupled with a currency, that coupling is what makes the difference. I don't think that just printing money, everyone can mint money backed by anything. But if that anything is actually something you need as a fundament to build value upon, then this whole commons and the common stack toolkit is exactly what you need, and what we're going to be showcasing through the Token Engineering Commons, because that is currently, and this public good is very rare. The people who are active, like Zargam, Trent, Sherman, they make a point in sharing what they create publicly, make it accessible, because they know this is the only way where we can basically create, as Justin from Boson Protocol says, create this escape velocity, right? To see these tokenized infrastructures become real.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for doing the little extra bit of time too. I appreciate it. Yeah, there's we have a lot of challenges with generating our value and making it pay off and being sustainable. Thank you, Sebna. I appreciate you.
Take good care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right. Hello. So I'm going to talk a little bit about OneHive, and let me see if I can operate my machine here. I might need some help here. Brave tab, Community Covenant. And I share. There we go.
Those were an amazing set of talks from the Token Commons group.
It really was. And I was happy that I think when I put on my camera, then it gets rid of the pop-ups for some reason. See, it's going to go like that, and then it comes back up.
That's okay. I see. Yeah, go ahead. You don't need your camera. We'll see you all day, and thank you very much for leading us through. I'll let you take it away for OneHive.
Awesome. Yeah, and I'll keep it short. See what I did there? So I wanted to talk about OneHive a little bit. I've only been in OneHive since the end of October, and what I think was really fun about it, something I like to say about the project, is I came for the honey and stayed for the bees. And if we get a quick look at the Community Covenant before I kind of riff a little bit, you can kind of see what's happening. I started my crypto journey in 2017 in an ICO, Tribe.news, that was going to crowdswarm news verification. And it was actually a really good model. I thought that it just took too many people to make it work. And, ICO is 2017. So let me read really quickly the OneHive Community Covenant. And I think this is the heart of what Griff and Sebnem were also talking about. Why the DAO sphere that we have now in 2021 is so special and so important is because of the inclusivity and our striving to reach the people that are left behind by the normal economic normal, in quotes, air quotes there, normal economic and governance systems. This is what drew me to One Hive was the community covenant. So this is why I'm reading this. One Hive is a community of activists seeking to build a future that is more free, fair, open, and humane. One Hive is also an economic protocol similar to Bitcoin or Ethereum, where a digital currency, honey, is issued and distributed programmatically. Unlike Bitcoin or Ethereum, the One Hive protocol does not narrowly define the set of activities that are valuable, but instead relies on community members to guide the distribution process by creating and staking on honey distribution proposals. The goal of the One Hive protocol is to foster a healthy community economy by allocating a steady stream of honey toward development, maintenance, and improvement of the common goods that bring the most value to the One Hive community. And as an aside, the common goods that bring the most value to the One Hive community is determined by the One Hive community through voting on the protocols. Back to the covenant. The growth of the One Hive economy is directly related to the community's ability to foster an inclusive and welcoming culture that people feel proud and delighted to adopt as their own. When someone chooses to buy or hold honey and participate in the honey economy, they are implicitly supporting the community's culture, values, and norms. To this end, the One Hive protocol depends on a social contract which sets expectations for how members should engage with both the protocol and with one another. And I think I'm just going to leave. Let's switch to this. I think that's enough of that to read. What I think is just really super interesting about how One Hive has worked is that there really is I just have to say that it really, really powerfully impacted me to be in a community that really is this welcoming, really is this inclusive, really does pull people from the edges, you know. And I can be a bit salty. Actually, we can go back to like actually looking at me here, because this is me. I can be a bit salty, and I sometimes rub people the wrong way. And, you know, it's something that I'm personally working on. And the community covenant at One Hive, if you read through the whole thing, really gives people room to do that, because included in the covenant is being able to accept criticism and move forward from that. There's this safety, this feeling that you are, I mean, it's just like everybody's important, and in order for that kind of community to work, you know, the community has to be on board with it, and the community is on board with it. And what happens when everybody's important and everybody has a voice, then everybody speaks. And when everybody speaks, then, and everybody's heard, then all of the ideas get to come out. And there aren't, I mean, yeah, there's bad ideas. I'm sure there's bad ideas, but when you're in this kind of environment, you're not coming up with bad ideas. I mean, it's just the safety, and people, like even people like, I don't have any like real deep tech knowledge or tech experience. I'm developing it, but I'm finding things to do in the community. And this is one of the things I do, is come on and talk about how great One Hive is, I guess. I think that why we're so productive as a DAO is because of this safety and this ability to be heard. And people come up with ideas, and there's somebody that finds a way to use that idea and integrate that idea. And like when people come up with conflicting ideas, or like two different ideas for how to do the same thing, I think the lack of competition, the genuine principle that we're all in this together, and we're all building this thing together, and we're all like, we're creating these world changing things. All of us are in this space. It makes it so that they can just go off into groups and riff on it and build these amazing things. When like, okay, so like HoneySwap, I wasn't here when HoneySwap got launched, and people kind of like, they like to think that HoneySwap is the reason for OneHive, when really it's the other way around, where HoneySwap is sort of the is like an experiment. It's an experimentation ground for working with different financial protocol, different protocols in there, and different like balances, and how do we manage this part of our token economy. But it's not the reason for OneHive, and we had this like lull in December and January where things were slow and the coin got dumped and everything was just kind of like, like sort of like dun dun dun, sort of like this sort of doom feeling. But because of the inclusivity, because of us all feeling very much like we were part of this, people broke out, broke off into groups, and and you're in more than one group and doing a lot of different things. And we got Agave built and almost launched. The coin got launched, and that's just been amazing. We got Agave built. Shazus, which is now Bezus, which is an NFT battle game. That started out with Sandesh and me, and I've done nothing besides just like join up with Sandesh at the beginning, and then he's carried it from there, and he's found his other people, and it's getting built. It based on Axes. I mean, that started as just going to be an entry in an NFT contest. We've got Luke came up with Canon, which is kind of like a and I think this could be carried over to any DAO, like a historical, like kind of like a history series of NFTs to commemorate the various events in OneHive. So we took advantage of the slow time to just really just work harder, and we were able to work harder and work together because of the basically strict acceptance and strict rules on treating each other well in the community. So even when things got tense, if somebody got a little bit edgy about something, like we all talked each other down and went forward with it. What OneHive is doing that I think is really super important. Griff talked about a little bit about government's control of the public goods and how there's like complete vertical control of that, and about the DAO as a commons. And that kind of gets me into thinking about like our goals, not OneHive in particular. I mean, yes, OneHive in particular, but there's a lot of DAOs that are working together and integrating together to, we hear about banking the unbanked. It was a thing that was put on Bitcoin a lot, but, like really, is Bitcoin really a bank? Well, maybe not necessarily, but now we have on Ethereum and then moved over to XDAI where it's actually affordable. We are developing systems where if you've like earned a certain amount of crypto, you can do this on Ethereum, but it's prohibitively expensive for small amounts. But soon on XDAI, where it will not be prohibitively expensive, you can borrow against the crypto that you've bought and, pay back the loan like later when your crypto goes up. And it's the only reason I have any Bitcoin is that I was able to take loans against the Bitcoin I bought. And that's actually really super helpful for people, because I think a lot of us have found ourselves in a situation where we'll make a certain amount of coin, and then we have to, bills come up, and then we have to sell the coin, and then the coin goes up. It seems like you always have to sell at the bottom. And we're finding ways to get around those kinds of situations and reach the people like at the edges that maybe can't work within financial institutions due to like ID problems or maybe credit history or criminal record or different things like that. So we're really super important in that we're able to reach people that traditional systems can't reach. A along with that, in developing these financial structures, we also have to govern these structures. We're developing our governance models for running the DAOs and for distributing the tokens in the different DAO economies. Different DAOs have different goals. There's a huge the token engineering is so important. There's just a huge amount of science that goes into figuring out how best to distribute and allocate the financial resources that we have, these tokens that we're emitting, in order to maintain the value of the token for the people that are earning them, and to be able to pay the people that are generating value communities. Something that I've really enjoyed about OneHive is that the value isn't strictly what can you build, what have you done for me lately? It's just people are always shocked by this, but we have what's called pollen, and just by showing up, just by being present and interacting with other people in the community, you earn pollen. I mean, like, you really earn pollen just by showing up and interacting with other people in the community. And it's always shocking to new people when I'm like, no, really, just come talk to us, come interact, engage with us. You'll see, and they're like, oh yeah, I don't have any skills. I was like, no, you're a human, you're breathing. That's important. Show up. And then after they do show up, then they find out that, yeah, they do earn pollen, that this is a community that rewards you just for being human. And there's just the amount of, there's just so much amazing about everything that's going on right now. So I did cut myself short. So I'm gonna just say really quickly, so I can wrap up at exactly before 10:30, that what we're building, what all of us, everybody who you see coming in today, who's talking about DAOs, everybody all week, everybody all month, what we're building is an alternate economy. We're building an alternate economic system. We're building an alternate governance system, and we're building this like from the bottom up. It's not top down imposing on people. We're upraising everybody. We're upraising everybody to be able to participate in deciding like how their future goes, how their resources are used, how their community expects them to participate. And this is just incredibly important. I mean, I personally feel like the power structures in the world are crumbling, so you could look at this as building a dual power structure, something to be in place for when the rest of the world crumbles. But even if the rest of the world doesn't crumble, we still have this beautiful bottom-up system that's based on cooperation and voluntary interaction, voluntary association, voluntary giving of ourselves and our service, and just having this, even just this little slice, even if it's just a little slice of your world, maybe you do stay IRL most of the time and mainly deal with fiat and love your bank, maybe, but just having this little slice of this very, very free, self-sustaining, mutual world that ultimately is going to hold everything is just incredibly powerful and important. And we're providing an alternate universe for everybody. And that's all I have to say. Thank you. Penguin, you gotta come. Who do I have up next?
So next up we have Mooni. So we've got Paul and Paco. Paul and Paco, are you here for Mooni? I know that we checked out backstage.
Yep.
Hey, Zara. Yeah.
Paco is here.
You hear me?
Yes.
You're kind of low.
Yep.
Hey.
Yeah, can you
Yes, I'm here. So yeah, it will be Paul that will make the presentation. Welcome.
Yeah, you're still a little low, Paco. Let's see. Paul
know.
was here a second ago.
Is it better now?
Yeah, there we go. We have Paul.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, Paul will make the presentation. Yeah, I'm just here for the. If you have any question at the end, I will be here. I will let Paul explain.
Well, great. You guys look fabulous. Thank you very much for coming to talk about Mooni and tell us more about this. So I think the floor is yours.
Great. Okay, let's go. Okay, well, thank you for the invitation first. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. Okay. Oh. Okay, so let's present Mooni. So Mooni is a simple solution to cash out cryptocurrencies in fiat to a bank account and without KYC. Okay, so let's first let's talk about the off-ramp block, which is kind of a missing block of the Mooni Lego we know, with DeFi. So currently we do have some smooth solution for easy adoption and easy on-ramping for newcomers and for people in the crypto space. So like easy onboarding with Ramp, Transact, MoonPay. We have seamless interaction with different wallets. Also, we have more and more solution for gasless transaction with layer 2 sidechain, etc. But one block that is yet to solve is the off-ramp block, which will enable compatibility with real-world activities in a better way. And so if we look today to the current off-ramp experience, it's quite complex. There's few solutions existing. It's often custodian. You have to go to Kraken, Coinbase, etc. It requires some KYC verification. So you have to download your ID, passports in different places. Also, like newbies and non-coiners who access for first time the Web3 through platform like Gitcoin for freelancing or DeFi apps when they want to earn some cryptos and have limited insight of how they could use their crypto earnings. And also something we sometimes miss is the several activities of the daily life that still requires holding fiat assets to spend in real life, such as for your rent or utility bills. Yeah. So yeah, Mooni wants to let you off-ramp your cryptocurrency, so namely cash out your crypto to your bank account easily. And yeah, let's see a bit of the history of Mooni, where we come from and where we are now. So Mooni launched in December 2019, launched its MVP, and 1 month later won a Gitcoin hackathon. And then Mooni started to add some support for ERC20 tokens in February, and it added some company corporation and a widget SDK for people to integrate Mooni in their own dApp. Like you can see sometimes, with on-ramp solution like Ramp or Transact. Also support for burner wallet plugin. Then later on this 2020 year, Mooni started some business development and got integrated in some dApps such as JellySwap. Then we've seen more and more visitors to our website in May, and then we integrated Paraswap into the dApp so people could off-ramp lots of ERC20 and tokens. And we started recently to really see the activity growing with more than 100K cash out through Mooni. We also added now a referral system, and we recently did a really brand new design that I invite you to check. Yeah. So basically, what's the benefits to use Mooni? So there's several benefits. First one is a really simple solution. It's just a few steps, and it can be used by anyone, from DAOs to retail user. So yeah, to directly cash out to your bank account. You can access it from any web browser just by connecting your Ethereum wallet, MetaMask wallet connect. It's as easy as connecting to any DApp. One important thing is that it's non-custodian. So like when you will use Mooni, the money that flow to your bank account won't be in a custody from Mooni compared to other centralized exchange where you usually use to cash out your crypto. So it's about a 2 to 5 minute flow, and you don't need to download your ID or passports, anything. So you can off-ramp ETH and any ERC20 that are available on PowerSwap, and so there are a lot. And also, if you have that and you want to integrate needs, like really few lines of codes, it's pretty easy. So yeah, finally, it reduces friction and can potentially accelerate crypto adoption and lead conversion for any dApps that would integrate Mooni in their dApp. So basically, it's a simple architecture where Mooni is so in one side connected to wallets, so you can access directly on Mooni dApp or on any dApps that will integrate Mooni. Then once you send any ERC20 token or ETH, if you send any ERC20, it will be switched to ETH, swap to ETH thanks to PowerSwap, and then it will be sent to brokers and broker and centralized exchange with which we are plugged to, and then it will directly go to your bank accounts. So let me show you the step from when you connect to Mooni and how it goes. So first, you will have to connect your wallet like you're already used to. Then you will have to choose which token you want to off-ramp. So like here, I can even off-ramp my Julian token, but you can think of any tokens that sometimes are pretty hard to off-ramp, such as like A-Link or like Sushi, this kind of token. Well, here it's like just one step, and you'll be able to off-ramp it in euro easily. So before that, you just need to provide your IBAN, because you want to provide which bank where you want to receive your tokens. I mean your euros. You will have a 10-minute guaranteed price where you can choose to send or not your payments. And once you hit the send payment button, then it will be sent to our partner, who will then receive the ETH and send you your euros to your bank account. And so this last screenshot shows you, so like for me here, it will be Revolut, and then that you receive this notification where you receive your money in 1 to 2 days. Generally, that's the time needed for banks, to send you the money. So yeah, that's the flow. It's pretty fast. It's about like 4 to 5 steps. So yeah, here is more information about our vision and so where Mooni is going now. So first, we're gonna add some additional centralized exchange and brokers so we can get higher limits. Like for now, our limits are of 1,000 euro per day. But with additional brokers and specific partner we are discussing with now, we could higher this limit to 10,000 euros a day, which is pretty cool. And also we will add additional fiat options. So for now you can withdraw in euros and Swiss franc, but we will soon be maybe able to add the support of dollars and pounds. So yeah, different fiat options and additional transfer methods. So far, it's only through SEPA methods, so only in European countries, but soon you'll be able also to withdraw with other transfer method that support like USD, etc. Also, like the vision of Mooni is really to add some decentralization in its process. So we'd like to create also a DAO and tokenomics, for program incentives. So specifically to align participant incentives to continue on our organic growth, to really get this community on projects and eventually to get the first split of revenue through a fee distribution model, and give some governance share to our user, and really build this community around this missing off-ramp block that we miss in the DeFi space. For sure, we're gonna also get integrated in more dApps. Like there's really a lot of dApps in DeFi, in the Web3, where we now see this on-ramp options through different options like MoonPay, Transact, Ramp. So we want really to offer this off-ramp, cash out like button on any dApp, so people can really easily off-ramp, their tokens from their wallet and from their dApps. And then we will extend our dApp to other chains. And to start, we will first extend to side chains and layer 2. So it will be way cheaper for people to off-ramp because of the current high gas price. So that was Mooni. That's where we go. We are a really young protocol, but we have a lot to do now, and we are looking also for any collaborators that will want to join our community, who want to help us to build these cool projects and to integrate more in many dApps. So really feel free, to reach us if you'd like to be part of this dApp. We will welcome you, and we will find a place for you for sure. So yes, that was Mooni. If you have any question, please feel free to ask. We have a GameCon grants which is running now. We also have our Discord where you can reach to us. So that's about Mooni.
I'm checking to see if there's any questions for you. I'm not seeing any in the speaker channel. I want to say that anything you can do to help off-ramping is really super exciting. I'm in the United States, and even worse, I'm in the state of Washington. So like when I moved to Alaska and changed my KYC, all these exchanges were like, oh, you're in Washington, we can't touch you now. I mean, it was bad enough being in the US. And but this Moonies, you're already doing it, right? This is already something that's actively being used.
Yes, it is. So we do have users, so especially in Europe so far, but we see like really people getting excited with this solution. It's pretty new. Like people have hard time to understand that it's legal. It is legal, and it could really be a game changer in this off-ramp ecosystem, right?
Right. I mean, it to me, it seems kind of silly to require KYC to send money to a bank account because a bank account's already KYC, right?
Exactly, yeah. And so there's this solution, coming soon, which is like open banking, where you'll be able, to connect with your bank. And this will just show how easier it will be, to just connect with your bank account. But so for now, we have this solution, but soon with open banking, it will be even easier. You just log in with your bank, and then you don't do thousands of KYC in every places.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, like the magic we're looking for really is just like the peer-to-peer crypto interactions. But until then, this looks like it's an amazing problem solver. Is there any chance this could extend to the US?
Paco, do you have a say on that? I mean, we potentially have an opportunity yet to open to USD dollars, so we can't, tell for sure that it will soon be available, to US, but there's really this, a chance, some probability we can do it.
Nice.
Yeah, it is possible actually. It's not really easy, but it's possible. We have some people that are ready to send dollars from the UK, but we're just looking for new people. If anyone of you knows or some open doors to the US in some way, it could be great.
So where all is Mooni's available? I mean,
right now it's
Ecuador?
only. No, it's only available in euro, and you can send euro to any SEPA bank accounts. So, so it's mostly for European people, but people that use Revolut or TransferWise or this kind of applications, they can get a European IBAN even if they're not from Europe. And I believe American people can also have an IBAN, a SEPA account. But can receive a euro inside. Yeah.
So I think like if you have Revolut in US, and I'm pretty sure you can have this euro account on Revolut, and because you can off-ramp from Mooni to Revolut, then you may be enabled, to off-ramp on your Revolut, and then you just switch from euros to USD in Revolut. So
That's cool. I think that's the most exciting thing about like I'm just learning about so many exciting projects. That's all. Thank you. Do you have more?
Yeah, maybe I'm sorry.
Sorry, may I ask a question? So it came from
Yeah.
Sure. So one of the questions is how much flow is going through Mooni? Like, what's the daily average kind of withdrawal or volume look like?
We don't have a huge volume right now. It's like I would say 10k euro per month, but we didn't start a marketing campaign yet. So it's just living in its own life. Just people are sharing it totally organically, and we've hired. Paul joined me 2 months ago to help me on business development, and we have another collaborator for marketing who joined us recently. So this is not something we were really focused on. We really want to be like owned by only us, not by VCs. We are totally open to open the project and to the community. We didn't create DAO yet because we don't have any members in the community for having a strong governance system. But we definitely want to do this and have a product for the people. And I also work in MetaGame, and I believe in a vision where everyone can take any job and help for doing stuff that will benefit for everyone. And there are different solutions when it's time, when you have some cryptos and you want to spend actually to spend them, and you have some already existing solutions. But Mooni is just one adding solutions for one specific use case where people are in Europe and want to just keep their bank accounts they use already, the cards, maybe they know the people in in the bank. Before people were used to go in the desk and talk with their banker, and maybe people want to keep their bank right now, so it's specific use case. And you have also other solutions such as debit cards, but it's not very suited for everyone. And so,
are there any kind of daily limits or KYC barriers that you guys come up against that are a roadblock?
Yeah, sure. We have a limit of 1K euro per day, which is it's kind of good already. I mean, it means that you can withdraw 30K a month, so it's like already a lot. But for some people it can be restricting. Like if I want to, it's not for big amount. I mean, it's not like a thing. Okay, I cash out all the profit I made and stop crypto everything. It's not the good one. But it's more for bounty hunters, people that do some tasks like translation, some quest and metagame, and you get 100, 200, 300 euro, and that's just an additional revenue that you get, and you get it in your bank account. So it's good. The big advantage of integrating Paraswap is that it's not just a DEX aggregator. It also is able to extract some tokens that you have on certain platforms that are not exchangeable, such as MakerVault, lending on Aave, on Yearn, something like that. It extracts the value that you have there. If you lend tokens, for instance, it just extract it and directly off-ramp it. And it's just a step closer to your bank account.
Nice. Yeah. I think you're muted.
I am muted. That's right. I said thank you very much. Those are the main questions that I had. I haven't had a chance to use Mooni yet, but I will definitely try it. And so if someone is in the States, the advice would be to maybe set up a bank account in Europe, like a digital bank account. Is that right?
Yes, I think so far, like Revolut might be the easiest way for you, for US people, right? Because that's now available in US, and I'm pretty sure you can, in one click, have your Euro account on your Revolut app. So it will be super easy for you to off-ramp from Mooni.
So is there any kind of standardization for Europeans that show their crypto holdings in Euro versus USD, or does USD still kind of dominate the pegging for Europe?
You mean in terms of holding, like on your crypto wallet, or?
Yeah, does MetaMask show your value in pounds or euro?
Okay. I think it's more standardized like US everywhere. So, like you can always choose, to switch, but like default option will be always USD. That's also kind of the ruler everyone is using, when you want to trade or invest, like everyone is using this USD ruler. But or some smarter people use ETH as a ruler, but just kidding. But that's kind of the default, even like on European, like unless you use really let's say like a really like French product or European product which is only available in Europe, then this will use Euro. But yeah.
What do you guys use, like a stable pegged Euro coin at all?
No.
No, it's new. It's like new. There's new option recently, but it's really not as easy as USDC, DAI, etc. Like it's and there's not that much liquidity yet. There's like this Euro S, I think, on Curve exchange, and then there's like this new Euro from some centralized institution in France, but it's like you can't even. It's just like only one place you can access it, like from only one broker. It's really not interoperable. So, it's just not, it's pretty hard right now to use Europeg. But it may be interesting maybe for our use case, to use later a good euro-pegged token. But
Yeah,
so
because
far,
I notice that same pain when I deal with people that are pretty global, you know. So when I try to do an invoice that was in pounds or pay someone where, you know, the fees in euro, you know, you're kind of set with, okay, well, the best I can do is a conversion rate equivalent for USD, and then send you with the token.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting. Yeah, this is something also we think about recently. We don't want Mooni to be its own broker, like having to hold financial license everywhere in the world, and having the right to hold users' token and send bank transfers. So we prefer to work with other third parties companies that have this license, are regulated, and so everyone do its own job. And then before we had a strategy where we needed to find brokers that accept this currency to be able to send to them. And right now, now that we are able on chain to exchange pretty anything into pretty anything, such as euro stablecoin, USD stablecoin. So we just have to find someone that can accept this stablecoin and do the bridge between this stablecoin and the bank account. So we don't have to find some broker that can accept this currency, this chain, or this anything, you know.
I think as we see with like time changes, anytime we're like dealing with an exchange of things and trying to convert it to our local acceptable use, you know, whether it's currency or time, there's a lot of difficulty in just kind of someone sitting in the middle of that value, you know, like arbitrage sits in Forex, and, you know, I mean, it's literally digital currency everywhere. So
yeah, and we keep because as we are handling fiat currencies and banks, we cannot be totally centralized. So, but if we go until the steps that until the stablecoin, we are more decentralized. The percentage of the decentralized part is more important, and we just have to like send the bank transfer in the end, and not having to exchange a token and centralized exchange, but tokens are exchanged and community-owned protocols and stuff like that. So.
Have you guys had any kind of problems with financial regulations not giving you the time of day, or trying to close your accounts or things like that?
So nothing so far. And the good thing is, like, if you want to off-ramp from, let's say, Kraken or Coinbase in some banks in Europe, you will be blocked by your bank because they whitelist or rather blacklist, you know, some entity. But with Mooni, so far, that's the good thing. Like, you can off-ramp in some banks you could not off-ramp with other solutions. And that's kind of a competitive advantage. Like, I show this, I just showed this, you know, screen of Revolut notification where I received this 500 euros from Mooni. So this is not possible. I mean, I did not, I could not do it with some centralized exchange. So far we're pretty good on this. Also because we're mostly dealing with Swiss brokers, which are, you know, like pretty fine to deal with. So yeah.
Yeah, banks accept transfer coming from Swiss generally. That's pretty resilient.
So one of the other kind of key things that I think about when I think about like offloading money is I saw a meme that had the kid with the spoon from The Matrix, and it says, "How will I offload? How will I off ramp to fiat?" And the kid says, "You know, in time you won't have to." You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the goal we all have. But I don't want that people continue to off-ramp cryptos. I just want that people exchange their crypto each other. But this is something we needed right now, because people still need the fiat right today than in some part of the world. And what I find amazing with MetaGame or Gitcoin is that people can find stuff to do. Anyone in the world, who don't have to know who you are, what color you have, what sex you have, and you can do little task, earn some money, and if you're able to transfer some money in your bank accounts in some country, it can be so helpful. So this is something needed right now. And in the end, I hope that we don't need this anymore. But yeah.
Yeah, cash is definitely king, and it's great that you guys are giving people options, and you know, a pretty scary part of the equation. A lot of people know how to make their number go up, but have no idea how to get that number into something that they can use.
Exactly.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for the invite. It's really appreciated.
Great. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Create solutions.
Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
And so next up, we have Niran from Panvala.
Is it Niran? Is that how you say your name? Is it how it's Niran?
I don't think he's here yet.
I think I've been calling him Neuron, and I'm not correcting you. I'm asking so I don't say it wrong.
One of the crazy things about like pronunciation when we just read things is like our brain pronounces them how we think they're sounding.
Mm-hmm.
So even like we talk about like globalization for like how to communicate with money and our language, you know, that part is also localized.
Yeah. I think something that we kind of run into in this space is we're so used to talking to each other that we get into a lot of vernacular that kind of scares normies, for lack of a better word, right? And I tried really hard not to do that when I was talking about One Hive. It's hard to reach people who aren't already interested in tech or already interested in crypto and help them to understand that this is useful to them too, and that there's other people that are taking care of like the big thinking and the depth of knowledge, that it's okay for them to be human and work on their heart center or walking their dog or raising their kids or whatever, that there's still this crypto economy that's coming to help them. Do we have him? Hello?
That's definitely critical. And yeah, we have our speaker, I believe. Maybe he can resolve our query.
Hi.
Is it Niran? Is that how you think?
Yeah, Neuron.
Neuron.
I thought you were closer than I was, for sure.
We were in the middle. So you're here to talk about Panvala.
I am.
Well, I imagine you're probably good to go, and I can just turn off my mic and let you run with it.
Yeah, just to clarify, so it's like a presentation and then a Q&A?
Yeah. And
If you want some questions and answers, we'll be here.
What was that?
Awesome.
I
Yeah,
said
I'm
if you
not-
want some questions, we'll be here.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We're here for support, and I'm not planning to interrupt you.
Cool. In that
Go
case,
for it.
I will share my screen and kick this thing off. Let's see. Where is the button? All right. Hello, MetaFEST crowd. I hope everyone's been having a great MetaFEST. It's always great to see the community come together and throw an event like this and see all the special things that are happening throughout the ecosystem. What I'm here to tell you about is Panvala and how Panvala works. For some background, again, my name is Niran Babalola. I'm the founder of Panvala, and I'll go into what it is and what we're trying to do together. So first of all, what is Panvala? So there's two ways to think about it. You can think about it in crypto terms, and a lot of people here have some crypto context, so that's probably the best place to start. Throughout the crypto world, there are all these different protocols out there, and a lot of them have a protocol treasury that they use to reward the people in their network or the people building the network. They use their protocol treasury to get that done. Panvala is kind of like that. It's a protocol treasury, but it's a protocol treasury that communities can share. So it's not just a protocol treasury that's trying to get a specific thing done. What we want to do is help the communities that share it get their thing done. So it's a protocol treasury that communities can share. The other way to think about Panvala is in real world terms for people who aren't in crypto at all, something that they could kind of relate to. So what Panvala is a community managed endowment. And to me, the best examples in the real world of a community managed endowment are university endowments. So again, in different parts of the world, there's different ways to make universities work, but especially in American universities, a lot of them have endowments. Basically just wealth that they hold that's used to fund the operations of the university. And it's the community of students and alumni who come together to manage that endowment together. They decide what kind of research, what kind of education to spend those resources on. And they also decide which parts of college life to spend it on, that student life that people are familiar with on campus, where there's all these vibrant communities coming together to do things together. That's funded by a community managed endowment. And what we want to do is create a community managed endowment that anybody can plug into. So you don't have to be gifted a big piece of land by some robber baron in the 1800s. You could plug into something that's built up from scratch to get that same sort of economic model. So that's what Panvala is. It's a protocol treasury that communities can share, or you could think of it as a community managed endowment. What we use it for is to match donations from communities. So that's really the main reason why communities join Panvala in the first place. They see that it can match their donations, they raise donations and it matches them. This past quarter, donations were matched at 7.5x on average. So that's kind of a no-brainer for a lot of communities. If the donations can be matched, let's go ahead and participate in this thing and get it done. But that's really, that's what we're doing, but it's really what we're trying to bootstrap that's more important to me in particular. So in the long term, what Panvala does is that it gives communities an economic tool that rivals corporate equity and national currencies. And the reason that's important is because to me, when I look out at our society, I see a society that's very dominated by political life and corporate life, and community life really takes a back seat. And to us, that's really an economic problem. Nations have powerful currencies. There are companies that have powerful equity, but communities, we just pool our resources together to try to get things done. And that just doesn't really have the same power behind it. What Panvala aims to be is to be that economic tool that can elevate community life to at least be on par with political life and corporate life, but ideally elevate it a little bit higher than that. So that's really what we're trying to do. We're trying to elevate community life across the board. That's why we want to support so many different kinds of communities, because it's really community life as a sector of our society that we aim to elevate. We match donations for particular communities, but it's not about like making some sort of crypto project go or anything crypto specific. Again, this is really for community life across the board. It's just that the communities that can use it right now are communities that are very crypto literate. So those are the communities that are predominant in the Panvala League, but we're open to any kind of community. So the way this works behind the scenes, digging a little bit deeper, is that we subsidize communities the same way that Bitcoin subsidizes its security. So if you're a holder of Bitcoin, thank you for doing that, because at the end of the day, you are a philanthropist. This also applies if you are a holder of Ether, but Bitcoin has a more concrete example for the supply curve. When you buy Bitcoin and you hold on to it, you're opting into a system that has promised to dilute your holdings. There's going to be 21 million Bitcoin someday, and there's not 21 million today. So they're going to keep creating new Bitcoins until it reaches the maximum. And those new Bitcoins are used to fund the operations of the network. We all share that network. We all get to use it. And it's funded by diluting the current holders. So again, if you're a Bitcoin holder, in a sense, you're a philanthropist. That's what we're trying to do with Panvala. We're trying to generalize that model, that new form of philanthropy that Bitcoin pioneered. And rather than just using it to fund a blockchain network or anything technical, we think we can generalize it to fund anything people want to fund with it. We can fund anything communities come together to do by using that same mechanism. So when you buy Pan and you hold on to it Again, you're a philanthropist, but in a more tangible way. We're diluting the pan that you hold up to that maximum supply of 100 million, and we're using the inflated currency to subsidize what's going on in the communities in the Panvala League. That's what we do. That's how we bootstrap what we're trying to do together. But again, there's a maximum supply of this currency. We can't subsidize communities using inflation forever. So if you think about a decade or two from now, the inflation coming out of the system is going to be lower than it is today. We might not be able to match at as high rates from the inflation in particular. But inflation is not the perpetual source of matching in Panvala. We want to be able to perpetually match communities. That's what we're coming together to do. But we bootstrap the system with inflation. In the long run, it's about external subsidies coming into the system, coming into the network of communities that share this thing. We start with inflation, and over time we bring in external subsidies from things like corporate sponsorships or large individual donors who want to support the whole network. And by tying together thousands of communities, building up our negotiating power, building up the sense that what we're doing together is worth contributing to, that's what enables us to get more external subsidies in the door, and that's something that can be sustained indefinitely. The inflation can't be sustained indefinitely, but these external subsidies can, and that's what we're trying to bootstrap. Again, we think that at the current trajectory, probably a decade or two of inflation subsidies will still be attractive on their own, even without external subsidies. But that's not what we're here to do. What we're here to do is build together a network of thousands of communities that work together to bring in external subsidies. So the Panvala League is the kind of organization of communities that share this system together. This image has 42 communities. We actually expanded to 47 communities today. We started the Panvala League in, I believe, June of last year or maybe April with 5 communities. So we've been steadily growing, plugging in more and more communities. There's 47 communities today, but again, we're aiming for thousands because it's all about helping communities to cooperate, to bring in more subsidies, more resources than they have access to today, and elevate community life as a whole. The reason it's so easy to share Panvala with so many different communities, with as many as we have today, but even more in the future, is because the way we share it is based on ownership. If you had a normal donation matching fund that you were trying to share with more and more communities, people might feel like they were losing something when they decide to share it with more communities. You're getting a smaller slice of a fixed pie. But in Panvala, we share it based on ownership. If a new community wants to share part of Panvala, the matching that they get is based on how much of Panvala they own. So when I said that last quarter, the matching multiplier on average throughout the Panvala League was 7.5x, each individual community gets their own matching multiplier that's based on the donations that they brought in and based on how much of Panvala the community owns. So the community can own Panvala collectively as like a DAO or in a multi-sig wallet or anything else. They can own it collectively and say, hey, that's going to go to raise our matching multiplier. Or individuals from the community can come using the same way donations come through. Individuals come in to donate. Individuals can also come in and say, I'm going to hold PAN to increase my community's matching multiplier. So they just come to the site, they register their PAN and indicate that they want to support a particular community, and that increases their matching multiplier. So that's what makes Panvala so easy to share. It's not about like a fixed pie that's getting smaller and smaller. It's about your community owning a piece of Panvala and working together with the rest of the communities in it to see what we can do together. That's why we're so excited to share with more communities. It's not a burden to share. We think that the more we share Panvala, the stronger Panvala gets. Not just the inflation subsidy aspect of Panvala, but also the goal at the end of the day, which is the external subsidies. We need as many communities as possible to be able to have that negotiating power when it comes to like bringing in large corporate sponsorships. If you're a small community, you have your 50 people doing your thing, it's hard to get those dollars flowing into your community's budget. But if you are part of a much larger network, even types of sponsors that wouldn't sponsor you directly can sponsor you indirectly. And that's what we're trying to do. The more we share it, the stronger it gets. So we want your community to be part of the Panvala League. If you're watching this, many of you are part of communities that are already part of Panvala. MetaGame is a member of the Panvala League. Cartel. There's all sorts of communities that are gathered here today that are part of the Panvala League. But even again, outside of crypto, any sort of community that you're a part of, we want to share the system with you and your community, because we think that together, the more we work together, the more we can elevate community life as a whole and not worry so much about winner takes all politics, not worry so much about quarterly earnings reports, but really worry more about doing the things we like with the people we like, the people who we choose to spend time with, the people who we choose to do things with. Those could be like the dominant aspect of what life on this planet looks like. And if we got to that, I think that so many people would be happier than they are today, because it wouldn't be about like battling with people about what we get to do. It'd be about your own community being able to determine its own destiny with a share of the resources that are available to everybody. So that's what we're trying to do. That's how Panvala works. And again, we really want your community to be part of it. Head to panvala.com, click the join button, and all the information's there. There's 47 communities today, and we're aiming for thousands, including yours. So that's the presentation. And if there's any Q&A, I would love to answer any questions anybody has.
Hey, yeah, so I have been recently checking out Panvala and had a few questions. So basically, the Panvala Fellowship, is that how we would join? Is that how someone would take this step?
So the Panvala Fellow Program is one of a couple of different ways that Panvala allocates its quarterly inflation. So the best way to think of how the Panvala Fellowship works, becoming a Panvala Fellow is basically for individuals who want to contribute their own skills on a part-time basis to improve Panvala. So those people get to basically reward themselves in Pan from the quarterly inflation for the work that they do. So that's what that is. That's basically one program within Panvala. I believe about 5% of the quarterly inflation currently goes to that program. But really, when it's about joining Panvala, it's really about joining Panvala as a community that brings in some sort of community contributions to sustain itself, whether that's donations, whether it's membership dues, whether it's sales for ticketed events. If you're part of any community like that, you join as a community, and then individual token holders can support that community and increase their matching multiplier by holding Pan.
Great. And how would a community kind of reach out to join in the Panvala League?
It's all about clicking the button on panvala.com. If you click join, there's kind of like a email that gets generated to submit your community, and then we try to get you plugged in. We learn more about you, more about who you are, tell you all about how Panvala works, and we get you plugged in so you can start sharing Panvala's quarterly inflation.
Great. And one of the things that I've seen, like, I'm not sure if I understand this, but it's kind of like a give to get kind of ethos. Is that right? Where like the more you give out to other communities and invest in other Panvala leagues, the more Pan you get in the next distribution. Is that something that happens?
So that's not exactly how it works, but that is something that Common Stack does. So it just happens to be that Common Stack is a very generous community, and what they're mostly trying to do is support the projects that their community cares about. So people donate to the Common Stack grant using Pan, and there happen to be some Pan whales within the Common Stack community, so they own a significant portion of the staked amount each quarter, so they tend to get a healthy multiplier from the system. And what they use that for is to distribute it to all the projects they've selected through their governance process using conviction voting. So it's a great demonstration of Panvala. It's a great demonstration of conviction voting. It's a great demonstration of quadratic funding with Gitcoin. It's basically all the things happening at once, and it's a beautiful thing to see.
Yeah, that's definitely how I've kind of heard of Panvala, is just all of them kind of working together. So that's great that the Commons is leading that. Also, so you mentioned that funding is basically held by stakeholders and by philanthropy of people that believe in a project. Is that kind of where funding and everything comes from, or is it subsidized by like donations? And is that like mostly Gitcoin or other like kind of pair projects or like whales or how?
So Panvala itself is kind of like, Panvala itself doesn't raise any donations. Like there's no, like when it comes to the communities benefiting from Panvala, there's no like foundation behind the scenes pumping value in. There's no company, like it's not that there's some sort of external source of value. It's the value that the communities produce together. So the only way to get part of the inflation from the system is to both bring in donations and to hold part of Panvala itself. So communities need both to earn inflation from the system. So basically, that's why it's such a good fit for communities that are already raising some sort of contributions from their communities, donations, membership dues, etc. Because it's basically just saying that those things that you're already collecting, collect those in Pan, and then your community's holdings of Pan allow you to earn a share of the inflation. So that's how it gets matched. It's really like you both raise donations as a community and you hold Pan as a community, and then you get part of the inflation.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. Also, I noticed, so I've heard a lot about circles as well, but I didn't actually like see like, hey, sign up for circles and do that until I joined Panvala. Is there any connection with circles, or is circles just one of the things that you use to empower people?
So Circles is a new member of the Panvala League as of this quarter, but we started using Circles even before they were a member, just because it's a really neat thing. So the way Panvala uses Circles is we have a weekly poker game on Wednesdays at 3 p.m. New York time. And what we use for the currency in our poker game is Circles. Now, like Circles aims to be a universal basic income that can be bootstrapped from scratch. So like when we play poker with it, like it's not that we think that gambling is the best use for a universal basic income. It's just that in so many places around the world, there isn't a set of local merchants that accept Circles yet. So to be able to bootstrap the system, we play games with it until there are local merchants we can use it with. So there, if you live in Berlin, where there's a strong network of Circles merchants, people use their Circles for actual goods and services. If you aren't in one of the cities where it's taken off yet, then you can join us and play games with it, so we can get more people tied into the trust network that Circles relies on. But we really love Circles. We're happy that Circles is a member of the Panvala League. And if you want to actually use Circles, have fun, and hang out with people at the same time, join us on Wednesdays at 3 p.m. New York time in the Panvala Discord for a fun game of poker.
Great, thank you. One of the other things that I really notice is just like the caliber of basically partners and DAOs that are part of the Panvala League. Is there a lot of people that go into kind of the curation of how the partnerships are selected and that nomination process, maybe?
So the way that we admit new communities to the Panvala League is through an application process, and those applications are then evaluated by the existing communities in the league. So it's the existing communities that decide which new communities can join. So it actually hasn't been super exclusive yet. We don't say no that often, but like we know that at some point we're going to need the ability to say no. So we go through the process so everybody knows how it works. If one day Al-Qaeda decides we want to join the Panvala League, the way that we say no to that is by the existing community saying, you don't really fit with what we're doing here. We don't really want to work with you, so you don't end up in the Panvala League.
And what kind of support do members get? I know you said something about like event ticketing and things like that. Are those supports that they get from joining the league, or is that things that communities are already doing?
So sometimes they're already doing things, but sometimes they do get support from Panvala as a whole. So what we want to do is to, again, elevate community life across the board. So anybody who is looking for help making their community thrive, we want to make sure that we can help them do that every step of the way, whether it's about like advice about how to structure their community, or like promoting their events, We actually have an activities fund that's funded from a portion of the inflation each quarter, where we give communities grants for events. And those grants, you don't need to bring in donations for. It's not donation matching for the activities fund. It's just like, if people are showing up to your events, we want to support it to help more people show up to your events with the activities fund. So yeah, the goal of the Panvala League is to both help the communities work together to benefit as much as possible from cooperation, and to use the resources at our disposal to make the communities as thriving, as successful, as engaging as possible. Again, like at the end of the day, 10 years from now, the vision is for more and more of what we do together to be focused on community life. Not that political life is going to go away, not that corporate life is going to go away. That's all going to be there. But again, we want to expand the scope of what we do with our communities. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and we all want to help each other do it, because it's not like it's not a quick project. It's not a short-term thing. It's really kind of it's going to take a lot of sustained effort to be able to uplift all the communities that we work with and actually fulfill that vision, where more and more people can be doing the things they like with the people they like, rather than winner takes all politics all the time. There's other ways.
Yeah, I think that's perfect, and that also fits the meta profile so much. As we talk about like collaboration and kind of breaking down that barrier, it's important that we're all kind of working together. And yeah, thank you so much for doing all that. One of the other things that popped into my head that I also kind of was a sister probably spin-off from Panvala was DAO Rush Week. And that really goes to like how we're getting together and forming these other communities where we all kind of socialize, and even like the Federalist DAO and stuff that spin off. It's just like all of our common interests kind of come together, and it's nice to have like a group that's supporting that collective experience.
Absolutely. For people who aren't aware of DAO Rush Week, it's basically a way for DAOs to host their own open houses at the same time. So there's all these different DAOs in the ecosystem that need to do their own work to like tell people what they're all about, get new members in the door. So DAO Rush Week is a way for us to coordinate that, have a week each quarter where we're all doing that, so people who are interested in DAOs in general can have basically a special time where they're going from DAO to DAO, learning everything there is to know, and joining some, because we think people should join DAOs. DAOs are kind of a fascinating way to organize communities based on basically using blockchain technology. Any community that has somewhere a list of everyone's public key, to me, fits within what we're trying to do. Anybody who's organizing using blockchain technology, we want to help highlight those communities and help more people find them, because what starts here is going to change the world.
DAO Rush Week was really super helpful for me. I had just been in One Hive, I think like not even 2 months when I discovered it, and you got us in at the last minute, and I really appreciate that. But that was just really super. It got me more involved with metagame a little bit, and that's how I found Token Engineering Commons. Definitely.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and I had been going to ask you about the circles poker too. I thought that was a great way to generate interest and use for that currency until it like picks up more around the world. Though I do see that people are using it for like tarot readings and such. I should go trot my circles out there.
Absolutely. Yeah, the next DAO Rush Week is coming up in April. Like anybody, if you're a part of a DAO that didn't participate last time but is interested in this time, send us a message on Twitter. We want you to be a part of it. It's for every DAO. Nobody's excluded. If you're a part of a DAO that wants to tell more people what you're about, we want you to be part of the next DAO Rush Week.
It never slows down, does it?
It never does.
Thank you.
Any other things that you'd like to tell someone out there that is either like starting a DAO or thinking about how to organize?
Really, like I just want people to realize how much work there is to be done. Because a lot of times it can feel competitive, right? You see other people doing something, other people getting attention. Like it seems like there are opportunities that we need to like fight over sometimes. And what I want people to see is like how big the scope is of what this technology can do, and that there's going to be tons of work. So it's not about like what we do separately, it's about what we can do together, how we can divide the problems that face us and tackle a piece of them, because there's like a decade or two of work to do, and there's no reason to like squabble over who's doing which piece of the work in 2021. There's tons to do. We need to chart out a path to how we can all take on different pieces of them and get it done. Because at the end of the day, like, I think so many people are going to be so much happier when they get to organize on a voluntary basis with the people they choose doing the things they like to do. And there's so much of that to make happen. There is it's an endless amount of work. So really just get started somewhere, and let's figure out what we can do together to push the whole thing forward.
Thank you so much for your time today, Niren.
No problem.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me. Thanks to the MetaGame community for making MetaFest happen. MetaGame is awesome.
Great. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
So next up, we have Drew Harding from MetaFactory. So
Yeah, I'm excited about MetaFactory.
yeah, I'm trying to get him, but I'm very active in MetaFactory as well. So
Oh, are you? Nice.
yeah, I'm one of the top core members in it. I do a lot of design. So that's one of the ways that I know a lot of the people and protocols that we've seen this week is that I'm helping make merch for a lot of them as well. And MetaFactory really, to me, speaks a lot towards what Niren was just talking about working with the people you want, doing the things you want. And it's one of the things that really struck out to me is like how powerful it is being a digital nomad in our space. Is that there's no more corporate structure or contract that says that if I do some work for you off hours, that someone else owns it. That means that I can have crazy hours and like 23-hour days on 7 different projects if I want to, and I get to own all the value that I create, and so do the people that I'm working with. There's no one in between. And so like when we go to MetaFactory, what we're doing is we're focused on the digi-physical side of things. So we're trying to make sure that the digital assets that people are making and all of the artists are creating get captured into real world items, because I think that's kind of key to making sure that everything translates from kind of dream to product to something that someone can use in the real world. So I think MetaFactory is a real key player in making that happen. So Hamad also as one of the key robots. So thank you very much, Hamad, for joining us. And I believe we have Drew too. Hamad is also one of the key octopus diamond fathers.
Yes, I am.
Awesome. Are we ready to go? Are you guys on schedule?
We're on schedule. We took off a little bit. I've been kind of prepping the stage for you since I know a little bit about the MetaFactory. I've heard about it a time or two.
Yeah, wouldn't be MetaFactory actually without Penguin. So to throw the compliments and the accolades back to you, one of like the critical community members that's helped driving this thing forward. So yeah, props to you, Penguin, and appreciate giving us this opportunity to share what we're working on. Obviously, there's a lot of synergy, crossover potential with kind of what MetaGame is trying to accomplish and what we're trying to do with MetaFactory. But yeah, I guess we can kind of dive right into exactly what it is and who we are to start. To reiterate, my name is Drew Harding. I'm one of the co-founders of MetaFactory. Actually kind of helped put this thing together inspired by a number of the Meta Cartel family. It was actually back Osaka DevCon. We started to recognize that my entire my wardrobe and closet was comprised of swag from conferences, which I loved, but we realized we could possibly do something better. And we have, there's a very valid and growing subculture within Web3 space and crypto, and fashion as a medium, as an art form, is very powerful in building community and celebrating that kind of the subcultures. You see that time and again with punk subculture, hip hop, as to bring note to a couple. And yeah, we also have these great mechanics at our disposal, these great tools around smart contracts, bonding curves, DeFi, in terms of how to offer these drops, as well as how to capture value and distribute that value to those who create it. So it started actually as Swag DAO. It was always meant to have this community kind of DAO base around it. It's not something that we ever felt should be led by kind of one entity, but rather should be a collective voice for the subculture that is Web3 and crypto, and allow anybody who wants to kind of get involved and participate. The NFT scene was exploding, or starting to get hot, I should say. Social community personal tokens were also starting to really pick up, and their potential, which is exciting. And through all that, we kind of had a rebranding moment and decided, like, from Swag DAO, like we can do a little bit better. And that was actually, we did a design competition, and through that emerged MetaDreamer, the other co-founder of MetaFactory, and he came with the name and the original branding for MetaFactory. So yeah, I guess before I go too much further, I'll pass it to you, Hamad. You can say a little bit about yourself and how you kind of came into the space.
Yeah, my name is Hamad, also known as MetaDreamer. And it was Osaka DevCon was like the first time I ever like really interacted with the Ethereum community. I've been like following the space for a while, but that's where I kind of like got a sense for the actual like culture there. And you know, the reason why everyone's there, and it was like a really like, you know, magical time, kind of seeing that for the first time. And that's really what convinced me to start trying to like figure out how I can get involved in the space and, you know, start contributing there. And you know, was familiar with like the whole Cartel crew, and saw that, you know, there was this design competition for Swag DAO. And it's funny because like in the years prior to that, I had like my fashion tech startup. So it was like crypto and fashion tech and all this other stuff. So I was like, you know, there's a lot of alignment there. So that's where I kind of came up with the idea for MetaFactory. You know, my vision for it was basically, you know, beyond just like apparel, but, you know, kind of creating this like network or community of like, you know, a factory that can produce basically anything, but kind of, you know, us not being a factory itself, but being like a factory of factories, hence MetaFactory. And, you know, this idea that like we're all just like a bunch of robots. That's like, we have the robot theme, our token's called robot, and the idea of that was kind of just like, you know, this autonomous system that's just kind of like working together to that's, you know, essentially like a whole decentralized global factory. And yeah, so from there, it's like, it was really interesting because the way in which things played out were like really different than what we expected. And we kind of just kept sort of going with the flow, and like, you know, new opportunities kept coming up, and you know, we started like, it started just like, oh, we want better conference swag, and then, you know, we went deep into like, how do we disrupt the whole fashion industry now, and how do we like, you know, do all these things. So it's been really cool, and we spent, you know, the first year basically experimenting and exploring these options, and, you know, getting a sense for what the community needs and wants, and the actual production fulfillment side, the logistics, figuring all that out. And now that we have that, it's been like, things have really started to take off a lot more. And there's like a huge amount of interest from like so many communities who they all want merch for their communities, but they don't want to deal with the whole production fulfillment. Like, it's a lot of headache to figure that out. But the cool thing about MetaFactory is we just solve it once, and then we figure it out for everyone, and we share with everyone our whole process, and they can focus on their community and doing what they're good at, and we'll offload all the other stuff. And of course, as a part of this, like, you know, we have to build in all the token economics, you know, create the incentives. Like, how do we turn this into like a self-sustaining like machine that can has the right people with the right incentives to drive the right outcomes on all fronts. And it's been really really powerful.
As a result of a lot of that work too, we've created a platform and the ability for basically people, projects, individuals, artists, communities to build merch, create merch for their communities through us at no cost and no hassle from like the production and fulfillment side. That's pretty exciting. We've kind of taken this stance, and where we've found product market fit is around this idea of essentially a composable merchandise platform for decentralized communities, and taking it back to kind of like the growth in the personal community social token space. And this is happening both from Web3 communities that are organizing and tokenizing themselves. This is happening around existing legacy communities, Web2, however you want to think about it, that are seeing tokens as this really valuable incentive mechanism and tool that, but they don't necessarily know exactly how the token may focus against their specific goals or values as a community. And so they're taking more of a lean token design approach, which I think is really exciting. It's good to see us come full circle from the token fatigue of 2017, where people are willing to take a more loose kind of approach, and they can initially create value and utility around the token through things like Collabland, token permission chats and channels within a Discord or a Telegram. And we see MetaFactory as essentially the same thing, where we can offer a utility for those tokens in these merchandise drops through either token permission drops. So you have to have so much of a token to purchase something, or to have access to purchase something, and or the physical merch as a token distribution mechanism, which is kind of how we play Robot, or one of the ways that Robot is acquired. We also have our NFT collectors royalties, which is pretty exciting, where we're working with artists and their collectors to offer new revenue streams for existing art, existing NFTs. And this is, I think, important at just a core utility level as the saturation within the NFT space increases. What is utility, for these NFTs beyond this is something that I own, and what does ownership mean? Personal use rights, commercial use rights. So that's been
the royalties.
Really
the royalties thing. Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to make the point on the royalties thing and utility of NFTs, because I think that's the fact that an NFT can have royalties and you can basically earn as an artist on in perpetuity for any future sales of that art. I think that's a really powerful reason to have NFTs. And beyond just collectors royalties, I think we've really been pulling this thread on how can we plug in the rest of the supply chain and production process into this, where the guy that sews the shirt can actually get royalties on that shirt when it gets sold on the secondary market, all these years later, or the person who created the cut for the garment, or the person who created some of these assets. It's the idea that we can all collectively come together and each of us can focus on the part that we're good at and then share it with everyone else, and then everyone can sort of mix and match and compose all these Legos and to create a bunch of really amazing, beautiful stuff. I think it's so powerful, because in the traditional world, you're not able to do that, because if you give away stuff for free, then you're never going to reap the benefits of it, and people are going to make all the money off of your work and not give you anything. But when you can enforce that at a contractual level in a smart contract, people don't have to worry about that. So the mentality shifts from trying to keep your stuff to yourself and attack people who are trying to take it from you, to wanting as many people as possible to take it from you and use it and recompose it, and exactly. which is so amazing, because it'll kind of be this Cambrian explosion in creativity and art. And some artists who might have amazing idea for a fashion line but doesn't have the money or resources or experience and actually figure out how to do that, doesn't have to worry about it. A fashion designer who's really put a lot of time and research into unique cuts, but doesn't know where to distribute it or how to sort of turn it into a product, he can just
don't want to launch their own brand. A lot of times for pattern makers, that's the only option is you create your own brand around your patterns and your garment creation, your garment patterns, or you sell them to others. And on the former, that's a lot more work. A lot of them don't want to do it. They're just fascinated by the construction aspect, and that should be something that they can monetize in a fair way, or sell it to someone else. And that's usually not the upside that they would expect for their work, for their art. This also, what Hamad's saying is also really kind of speaks to why robot was actually introduced as like an incentive mechanism, as a tool for us. So when we first launched MetaFactory, I could confidently say that both Hamad and myself would have told you there's no way we would create a token for this thing. And it was never in our plans, but being crypto natives and seeing some of the challenges we had with incentive alignment between creators and speculators, which there's no shortage of in terms of people who wanted to buy merch and buy into these things, but how we actually bridge the gap and make sure that artists see the pathway for how they can be rewarded and how they're incentivized for what they do. That's how Robot was essentially born. And we did a retroactive drop on anybody who'd bought merch, anybody who designed stuff, which ended up being a huge benefit to those people and really kind of set the stage for this as a community owned and a collective pursuit, and where we can be composable and mix and match. And the garment maker can come in with their pattern and earn because someone else says, I love this hoodie blank. And then they can take it to a different designer and say, I love your art. Here's some brand assets, and kind of piece it all together. And hopefully we can take this, as Hamad has alluded to, all the way down the supply chain or the production chain, where the factory, the micro factory, the screen printer, the cotton maker, the person dyeing the fabric, all can not only receive value for the work that they're putting in, but actually kind of have their own contribution fingerprinted along the way. So we have really unique hardware that actually allows us to cryptographically verify and link physical objects to the blockchain. It's very unique in that sense. It's much more powerful than just a plain NFC tag. And ideally, we get to a point where each of those people are actually fingerprinting. So Alice sewed your shirt, and John dyed the initial print, whatever it might be. So you can actually see who along the way has actually like contributed, and therefore they're also receiving value. So
yeah. And it really disrupts the whole like fast fashion culture, and the problems in the industry, and there's so many problems, and the people in the industry, it's really hard for them to sort of dig themselves out of the mud that they're in. But whereas like MetaFactory coming in from outside the fashion ecosystem, like we don't really have any of that legacy baggage that's holding us back into like really disrupting the way our processes are, the way in which we decide to do things, both from like our mentality coming into it, when having this like open source Web3 culture, and also with just like having a blank slate, and not any existing like infrastructure that we have to work around.
And one of the things that I first did in Web3 and got paid for was working on the MetaFactory bomber jacket last year. So Drew, I saw the presentation that you did last year, and you were talking about the hoodie, and I was talking with my wife about a $500 jacket, and she thought I was crazy, and I thought it was a little crazy. I thought the idea was a little crazy too, but then it's more than just the jacket, and I think that's one of the huge considerations that MetaFactory has done, is that it's not just an NFT that says you own that piece of art. There's a lot of care in each one of the products, and making sure that digi-physical representation is awesome, both in the real world as well as a usable item in either a game or something cool that extends a community's interests, rather than just like fast, quick answer to any of these problems.
Yeah, there's some interesting points there. The first one being, we've met with some resistance or questioning around some of like the price point, especially for some of our Genesis items. And it's funny because, you see people drop $3, $5, $6, $10, $20,000 on an NFT without thought. And then they're looking at this $500 custom made jacket, all these people involved, and they hesitate and they're like, I'm not so sure about this. And I think that's because we have these existing mental models of like value for physical goods. There's also obviously the consideration of liquid kits. An NFT, I can theoretically get out at any point, or it's easier for me to move. And so, yeah, we're, to complement that, we're obviously like bridging the physical and the digital, this digi-physical approach of we are making NFTs for all products we've created. The reason we have not brought this to market yet is it's a complicated problem. The state of the tech in terms of the various file formats supported for various virtual worlds or gaming platforms, and how we take more of like a foldered approach. So we'll essentially have like a single key card, access card for each product that will then point to an IPFS file directory that any file, format that, whether it be Vox file for crypto voxels or whatnot, will sit there. So depending on where you're at, it will accommodate accordingly. Hopefully we can get somewhere with interoperability standards and file formats here in the near future as well. And yeah, I think fashion is not to be overlooked in terms of the importance and the value in building culture and these social layers, and especially when it comes to identity. Identity is a huge topic in the space, and the form identity takes can be many. This idea that the tokens you hold, your wallet balances is actually a reflection of your identity. The NFTs that you and the artists you support is a reflection of your identity, beyond just what we conceive of as our name, our address, these typical things on a card or a passport, right? And when you talk about, fashion too, as like an identifier, as an identity, this is an interesting idea to be able to port yourself or bring, your look or yourself from the meat space, the physical world, into digital. There's also the whole idea that I can be anyone I want to be. I can be the real me. I can be a truer representation of myself in virtual space because I don't have any of these limitations. I can be a carrot. I can be a magical dragon. I can be literally anything. And so this is exciting for us too, because it starts to bleed and blend the lines of those potentialities. And so, yeah, we think there will be a place for this digi-physical crossover. We also think this creates a really exciting collector's item potential, which I think a lot of our community have figured out as well. Basically, everything we offer is in limited quantities. So once they're gone, they're gone. We won't be reproducing them. So yeah, it's the digi-physical side is really exciting. It's tricky, but we're excited to be very close to rolling out our solution there, and stay tuned if you've purchased or are looking to purchase products. So
yeah, it's pretty interesting. I think MetaFactory is very unique, a project in this regard, in the fact that we're super deep down the rabbit hole in the whole virtual worlds part, and also super deep down the rabbit hole in the physical production part. Rather than a lot of NFT projects are kind of just sitting in the middle of oh, it's digital stuff, or it's kind of digital stuff, but it comes with this thing that will ship out to you, which it's cool, but it's not trying to push the needle forward in terms of where the future is going. That's just kind of where things are right now. With the virtual stuff, NFTs right now is mostly just static assets linked to a token. But with smart contracts, we can have NFTs be dynamic, living, mutating objects. There can be so much interactivity, utility, permissioning, things that you can build on top of that. And that's really what we want to drive towards. For example, we're working on a MetaFactory's virtual shopping store, basically a virtual version of a MetaFactory store where you can walk around, see the products, but purchase them from there. And then, because you're not limited in a physical retail location, you can have really cool things. Anyone who has a Genesis bomber gets to access a secret door that takes them to this huge underground members only club that has all these other Easter eggs. And you could have the rabbit hole could go super deep, and you create all these experiences which just turn into such something so much more than just like, here, I have a token in my wallet. So yeah, I think that's really what we want to like move towards. Like we're trying to think of where NFTs are going to be in 5 years, and work towards that.
And to that point too, I think like we've put a lot of focus and thought around how to make what we're doing experiential at its core. So it's more than just a marketplace selling merch and I bought a hoodie or I bought, it's more about the experiences around, I bought a hoodie that comes with this NFT. Well, what's an NFT? Oh, it's a digital asset that represents this, this hoodie in like a digital form. It's also available, like you can use it as a wearable in digital, like virtual worlds. What do you mean virtual worlds? It's like, well, there are these whole worlds, like buying a jacket, a t-shirt can now send you down this rabbit hole and provide you all these experiences. It can also unlock access to community, to chats, to new networks and people that you never had, an idea about. For us, it acts as a key, a pathway and a key card into possibly new gaming platforms that you hadn't yet discovered because it works over there. So it's a vehicle for discovery as well, which is really exciting for us. And one of the ways we're looking to collaborate with other platforms and extend the use case, the utility, and the potential of these objects and NFTs.
And go ahead.
The visual communication that it says in the real world it's so important. And like one of the things that we don't really have with the digital space, like when I wear one of my super cool jackets out or my shirts, that rabbit hole can be started organically from one of my friends that has no idea about crypto.
Yeah,
it's the coffee table kind of opportunity, right? Like, that's a rad hat. Where'd you get it? And then
even just like you see with a lot of the people that buy stuff on MetaFactory, like as soon as they get it, they're posting pictures on Twitter, like, "Hey, I got this thing." Like that's the flex, you want to do that flex, and when people do that, then it just spreads the message. It's kind of like self-marketing in that way. That's I imagine though, like in the future, virtual worlds are going to still have that same level of impact. Right now, when you see something wearing something in a virtual world, it doesn't really register mentally the same way when you see something wearing something in the physical world, because just looking at a picture of that, you don't know what that really is or what it means or the exclusivity of it or that, all that sort of stuff. But yeah, it's interesting. Our product as MetaFactory is really not the merch or anything like that. The product is the experience.
It's learning. It's education about what's possible in this space. It's if we can create the light bulb moment for everyone or the majority of people who interface with our project in any way, like that's a win. If we can inspire someone to take what we've done and to a whole nother level and go in places we never expected, that's a win, right? Yeah. So that's we're here to really like inspire and celebrate again this subculture and this amazing thing that we're all focused on and building here.
Yeah.
Before you get kicked off, because I see we're coming to the end of the half hour, I want to tell you how exciting exciting is like my keyword every time I do one of these DAO things. How exciting it is that that you're counting people all the way down, right? Down to the guy that tilled the soil, to plant the seed, to grow the cotton, to harvest, to do the shirt. And that's so important. That's getting into the whole like reaching the edges of the economics and the societies and stuff, and just pulling in everybody into this just beautiful world we're creating. Thank you.
Yeah. We're doing our best. It's a lot to take on, but it's been great because we've met with people in that space, in the like traditional legacy fashion space, that have these ideas at their core. They've been wanting to do this. They've taken steps to actually open source their patterns and try and create a market for things. But it's funny, then we talk to them and they're like, you guys are doing it, but our perspective is so focused on the technical and the token and the whatnot. But our ethos and our values within Web3 can extend and really touch so many facets of the physical space and or industries you never thought possible. And I think like that's what's really exciting for me as well, where we've built these great money Legos. It had to start there. We're now exploring like, you know, from fungible, you know, assets to non-fungible assets and how we can actually like tokenize, create value around those. Everyone keeps hinting at, you know, DAOs are next, DAOs are next. And I think that makes sense because the tooling is there to then take it up to a level which DAOs are just tools, right? And they're not going to solve human coordination challenges in and of their, like themselves or in and of themselves, right? It's not a silver bullet, but it allows for the possibility. And where I think Web3 has the most potential to impact society is at that social and cultural level. And I think we're just starting to scratch those potentials. And so it's really exciting to kind of be at the forefront and to push that conversation and to see the light bulb go off and for others that are outside of our space completely to be like, I get it. And I don't need to know any of the blockchain stuff. I get what you're trying to do. You know?
Yeah. And it's like, that's the thing is like the ideals that we have is nothing new, except with Ethereum, we now, for the first time in history, have the tools to actually execute on it and for it to like, you know, be compatible in an economic way. Because in the traditional world, the people who sit at the intersection of transaction, the guy who gets to write the check, they sort of control everything. And that really like limits something, because as soon as you do something that guy doesn't like, then you basically don't exist anymore. So that's why throughout history, like people who've had these ideals, you know, kind of got the short end of the stick. The sort of first major, you know, the Linux movement, I think, was the first major like showcase of the power of something like that. And, you know, Ethereum is just the next step, the next piece of tooling that we have. And for MetaFactory, like we really want to have this idea of like applying it to like doing something in the real world, or, you know, creating this experience using these tools instead of just being like, oh, let's create a DAO for the sake of like creating a DAO. You know, it's kind of like how people use like MySpace as like, you know, I'm creating a website for the sake of creating a website, not necessarily thinking about what can this be used for? What's the next like, you know, iteration of this? Like people didn't anticipate like Snapchat and Instagram when, you know, it was early 2000s. But that's how it evolved.
So just before we kind of turn over, we're at the half. I want to say that one of the key things about MetaFactory for me is the design aspect. I love just the kind of the work that we do. It's very artistic, but also completely removed from all the normal art that I do. Like being able to like build merch and do the designing and templating and stuff like that really takes a different kind of skill set and is a work of art in itself. So I think it fulfills a lot of my design output needs. So thank you very much, guys, for helping with that, and all the communities that are giving us all the amazing projects to work with.
For sure.
Support overflowing. So,
yeah, if you're part of a community that would like some merch, if you're a creator, an artist that wants to help create your own or merch for others, even if you don't know what that target is, please reach out. This is totally open, permissionless. We'll help facilitate and as deep as you want to go, we can enable and empower you to do so. That said, I think we're wrapped. What's up, Andre?
Hey.
How are you? It's good to see you, man.
You too. Good to see you too. Hey.
Yeah, I was just chatting with Andre earlier this morning.
Yeah, we already met today.
Awesome. I guess we will pass the torch at this point.
Yep. So
Awesome.
Thank you. Take us away and introduce our next speaker. We will head out. Thank you.
Thanks again. Cheers, guys.
Running smooth. Hello, Andre. I'm
cool.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
And I looked up Deepwork briefly, but I'm honestly don't know much about it. But I think you're going to tell us.
Cool. All right. Yeah, let me just see if I can switch off my camera here so I don't see my face. Not that I'm afraid of my face, but it might be sometimes distracting. Don't think it's possible. All right. Anyway.
Well, and did you have a screen share that you were going to do?
I can do, yeah, I can share a couple of things, but I'll just, like, on calls, I usually try to switch off my camera so I don't get distracted.
If you pull your cursor to the bottom of the screen, you don't have like the hang up button and the little camera on the right and the mic on the left?
Yeah, I do, but if I switch off my camera, then you don't see my face.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
That's fine. No worries. All good. I can just start talking. And yeah, thanks first of all for kind of inviting me over. I think this is, even though this is semi-improvised because I was just stuck in calls for the entire day. So I will just kind of talk a little bit about my like, first of all, what Deepwork is and what we do, and then probably mostly about like my journey in the DAO space and my perspective that I'm carrying around while I'm expanding and keep working on Deepwork. So let me share my screen a little bit, just a tiny bit here. So Deepwork started essentially as an agency, as a design agency, and we were this is our website. But we were looking into basically helping technical teams design products really, really fast. And I'm basing that on 6 to 7 years of experience working with enterprises, startups, and open source projects, but mostly enterprises, and with a kind of very specific design approach. So it's a really efficient process. We basically get the same work done than a traditional agency would take about 5 to 8 weeks. We get that done in about 7 days, so like about 1 week. And a lot of that is based on processes that I can kind of go into in a moment, but generally over the course of the years, I kind of gathered a lot of experience and understood what problems there are in the space, and generally in software development, especially within design, and started Deepwork because I saw that there is an inherent need for distributed design processes for technical teams. Because open source software was mostly focused on development, there were tools to kind of coordinate development resources or developers. GitHub is a thing. But there's nothing like that for design. But design is actually, as we can see from a lot of organizations, one of the kind of core competencies of a team, because you need to design everything from the ground up and know exactly what you're doing. And I think one question that I want to kind of mention at this point, and I'll come back to that later, is, and this is kind of directed at any team, is, and especially in the DAO form, in the DAO perspective, is what exact problem are you solving? This is essentially, from my perspective, what design is, and this is what is important. Building a DAO relies heavily on this question. So anyway, by the way, do you ask questions during
I'm not planning to interrupt you.
Okay.
If you would like me to, I can. Like if I don't know, I'm here to support and help.
Okay, awesome, cool. Well, if something gets unclear or unspecific, please let me know. Otherwise, I'll just keep talking, because I can talk about these things for forever.
Right. Well, I'll let you talk.
Okay, awesome. All right, yeah. So basically, yeah, we started off as a design agency, started working with a lot of teams, and the way that we approached work was always, this is for, like, I'll just show you an example of some work that we did. This is the Hummingbot miner, basically the OG of liquidity mining that everybody is familiar with right now. But they were kind of the first to develop this, not only the structure and the underlying concept, but also kind of create the connections with different exchanges so that they can kind of create a fundamental model of liquidity mining. This is their process of how you sign up for liquidity mining. But that's what kind of the end result was after about, I think, 2 weeks of work. And the way that we approach this is very, very structured. So this is an example for a workshop. This is a Miro board. We focus a lot, like this is probably one of the core ideas, and this is also going to be important in the context of DAOs, is that collaboration is key to avoid any waste of time and waste of knowledge and waste of decisions. As long as you can make decisions together quickly, right away, you can move really, really fast. And the only thing you need for that is like just a proper process and a proper structure. So we use a mix of different processes. This is like heavily based on the design sprint, Google Ventures design sprint. I actually worked with Jake Knapp, who wrote the book, and like we tried to kind of evolve it. Back then, he was saying that it won't work remotely, but I tried to convince him otherwise. And so this is kind of the very initial process. We separated that in 3 days. So we do workshops on exactly what teams want to build, set ourselves goals and some challenges that could appear along the way. We draw a user journey. We do some research on other projects. We sketch on paper. Like these are actually like paper sketches, or this one's on a whiteboard, but normally it's all on paper. And everybody does that, not only the designers, which is also an important thing to mention, because that involves in developers and product managers all into the process and gets the best ideas from everybody. And then through a voting session, we decide on which elements from these concepts are kind of the best for the whole project. And so what you can see here is like a very hacked together wireframe-like thing. It looks super, super terrible, chaotic, but it actually contains all the details that need to be there in order to know exactly what you need to design. And this is it. Like after 3 days, you know pretty much exactly what you need to design, so that on the 4th and 5th and 6th day, we're able to just make it look nice. And these are just like screens from pretty much exactly that. That's the onboarding process. I think maybe we can see if there's a comparable screen. There was one, maybe I deleted it accidentally. I think there were like 2 screens in here, but they're gone now. I'm sorry, but it's very similar to it was basically like this screen without the ads and with this table. I think this part is also on some website, the how to get started. But anyway, like this is kind of the gist of the process. And then actually there's another step after this. So we normally like take these designs and then user test them. So it's actually a prototype that you can click through, which looks like the real thing, but it behaves like the real thing, but it's actually just screens. They're not like hard coded. Based on that, we normally do user research. So we interview people, what they think about that. And then we know what actually needs to be implemented in here and exactly all the details. So this is a kind of a process that's super, super quick and super iterative. And I personally went through that again for like, I came from the traditional enterprise software space and tried to do that as much as I could in the, or as much as I still can in the DeFi space or in the crypto space. And there was a by the way, if you want, you can also look up case studies. I'm trying to open source all the designs. And actually, yeah, this is an example for a report that we write up after everything, like after the interviews are done. So it's exactly clear, like, you know, how did that perform based on the assumptions made in the workshops up front. You know,
after what interviews are done? I missed the interviews. You said interviews. After the interviews.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. After the interviews, we summarize the feedback. So
interviews of what?
Oh, interviews. Oh, good question. Thanks. So we show people the screens, and we show them, like, we let them click through them and narrate through their thoughts, so we know what resonates and what doesn't.
User feedback interviews.
Exactly. Yeah, user feedback interviews, and this is the summary for those. And after like some time in the DeFi space, it turned out that it became so important, such an important kind of design process. First of all, I think Maker uses a similar process. Colony uses a similar process. We talked to them, but they still both took longer than we did. But still, it was impressive because it really shows the quality of the work, and you can see how it how it works on the actual market. Colony is a great tool. I'm not sure if anyone from Colony is going to speak, because they also like very knowledgeable about DAOs. But Shout out to DAO, shout out to Colony. But yeah, and they use a very similar process. And the issue that I kind of stumbled on at some point was that the demand to just develop these or design these projects was just becoming way too high, so that as an agency that we used to be, we were just not able to work with that many. Can I stop this? Ah, yeah, okay. Yeah, we were just not really able to work with as many projects anymore because we were just like a super small team. So there was the first problem. So like, how do we scale actually? And how do we go from, you know, a small team to something that can actually get a lot of people to work on and design actual products? And I think the process itself already offers a couple of key ideas for, you know, scalable decentralized work, because, you know, you bring people together into a team, and then you use governance processes to decide on specific design progressions or product design issues. And so we got some more people in, and then we realized we can't quality control them because we're still a centralized organization. It was me who was the only kind of designer who understood, you know, the process and how everything's supposed to work. But then that would mean that I would have to teach someone else to, you know, like how exactly you do user research, observe them, so I know that the quality of work is good enough. And I realized that that's actually kind of a quick, like, pretty big hiring issue that happens across most centralized organizations. And then I saw something really cool that kind of flipped my mind into decentralized organizations. And that was, ever since I saw that, I'm trying to kind of get my mind around designing a DAO. And this is NetLogo, complete detour. It's a simulation for agent-based modeling. And I read a book on it called Ants, Termites, and Traffic Jams from, I'll figure out the author later. It was quite a long time that I read it. But I think Termites, Ants, and Traffic Jams, that's the title of the book. And it kind of described the model of software design from a decentralized perspective. And what you have here is like a model of birds that's like, imagine all of these are birds, and you can let them fly around, and you can kind of let them move step by step and make slight adjustments, but nobody really controls them. So it's not a centralized software that controls how they work. It's every single one of these agents has exactly the same script for how they should operate, and the script kind of is you know, a little bit modifiable. So you have the vision, how far they see, how much they should separate from someone else. But what you can see if you speed this up over time is that if you give a specific set of instructions to every single bird, then after some time, they will actually get into create and emerge some patterns. And this is a simulation for flocking birds. I just think it's very beautifully made, so that's why I'm showing it as an example. There's a lot more other examples of how ants organize in colonies, how fireflies organize or synchronize their what do you call it, blinking, flashing. But I really got fascinated by this emerging pattern of individual agents behaving in very, very simple rules that you can see here. And this is not a lot of code. It's just describing some very simple rules of, you know, how far they should stay away from someone else and what should happen if someone else comes into their way, so that they can kind of flock towards it. And I realized that that's actually kind of the solution to a lot of problems. So if you decentralize an organization, you can solve quality control across everybody. You can solve scalability across everybody, because you can, you know, scale on a massive scale. You don't need one person who's governing everybody, but you just give everybody a set of instructions. And you get to like a very simple onboarding. So everybody who comes in already knows exactly what needs to be done. And I'm saying this, and I have to kind of be mindful about exactly what I'm talking about, because I am not at a stage where everything's live and Deepwork runs and is a decentralized organization. Like I'm trying to be as honest and precise as possible, but this is the trajectory that we're moving in is, and back to the question of before, solving the problem of scalability, quality control, and onboarding of people. And one of the solutions is a decentralized organization. So one of the ways that that I kind of implemented this on a small scale, and how we are experimenting currently on a small scale, is with a skill-based system. So a lot of DAOs are trying to implement that too, because skills and levels make a lot of sense, because in life you just progress through different stages and you learn, and sometimes you get like a very specific progression, or like a very specific stage that you can call yourself a designer, or you can call yourself a user researcher. And so this is what, like, just an example for how Deepwork operates. We go from a community member, we have individual tasks that need to be done that are like specified on specific levels, and once you reach a certain level, you get a different you get to the next stage and you become like an expert. Or if you're there, you progress further. And we try to design it in a way that you can onboard and come into this system at any stage. So you can come in as a complete novice and work on a project, because you're working with someone else. They will quality assure you and they will kind of give you the badge. Or you can come in as someone who's a creative director who is already familiar with all the things before, because the system is the same. You just have someone who can approve that you can actually, do the work that you're doing, and you only need to participate in one project in 1 week, and you already have that vetted status. Ideally, if you actually kind of reach the quality of the work. And so that solved quite a lot of problems, because quality control is now decentralized. So it's not just me who is telling people, you're a good user researcher, you're a good facilitator, but everybody who is an expert in user research can now tell someone else that they are good enough and onboard them into the system. Everybody who's a good facilitator or an expert facilitator can now tell someone who is trying to upgrade to become a facilitator as well, or like be a facilitator too. And it's scalable, because as long as there are projects, that means that and we have enough experts, that means that they can always work together. And yeah, so this is like just a sketch of how we designed the whole progressions, because even though it's decentralized, you still want to think in user stories. You still want to think. I think you're muted. I don't know what you said. Okay.
I was talking to myself. I was saying that looks like a Node-RED thing.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. It made it. I made it look a little bit similar. I mean, it is kind of like nodes. But yeah, Node-RED is also a very cool tool. But yeah, so this is just like the user journey on every individual kind of trajectory. So either from clients, or this is supposed to disappear after a while, because this is what gets decentralized. And then there are the workers, or the designers, facilitators, product designers, and user researchers, and they all go through their own journey, like a linear journey, from start to finish. And this is essentially like one loop of one project. So once that's done, everybody can go ahead and do whatever they want again until the next project comes in. It's relatively standardized. I don't remember what I wanted to show with Asana, but this is like, I think, yeah, that was just probably an example for how we realized that that it became difficult, because in a centralized way, it wasn't possible to have several projects at the same time. Because if you have, like, let's say these three, there's always like, I'm doing workshops, and I'm doing workshops. And I also have to kind of oversee what's happening there. So there had to be some kind of system that would distribute it.
So I kind of feel like this is how I feel like with projects getting built like in one hive. So I'm coming from like this little world, but
Yeah.
what you're talking about when it's distributed, then like people, because of how you have it systematically set up, one person can be working on a lot of different projects effectively, and people can be working at what they're best at, right? Yeah.
I wanted to design this place so that it's not incentivized, like so that it doesn't encourage people to work for money, but it encourages people to work for what's necessary in the environment. And with environment, I mean the internet and the DeFi space in this case. But in combination of what they find the most meaningful, because and there's a lot of kind of research that is based on kind of the criticism of the neo-economic thought that work has to be tedious or work has to be something negative, which is just not right. Like everything that people do is work, and it's just like there's just different definitions of it.
Yeah.
And as long as you can kind of define what you find meaningful and don't stress, and you are in control, and you're happy and healthy, or let's say healthy primarily, because happiness is like the combination of all of these things. Or I mean, it's difficult to define anyway. But yeah, it's. It creates an environment where people automatically flock towards the work that needs to be done. And,
Oh, no, I was going to say, so it's Turtles, Termites, and Traffic Jams. Is that the book?
Yes, that's it. Yeah. Oh,
Mitch
sorry. Yeah,
Resnick, right?
Yes, Resnick was his name. Yeah, Mitchell Resnick. Yeah.
And it looks like it's published by MIT. I wanted to say before we run out of time that I think it's really super beautiful the way that you decided to scale control basically by giving control away. You delegated the control. You pulled out your trust book, and now you can scale, right?
It's a really interesting feeling, and thanks for that comment, because it is super hard, and the more I get into it, the harder the problems become. I feel like currently one of the things I'm working on is how to decentralize trustful behavior, so that, or like honest behavior, because people come from different spaces, and if you're operating online, there's a lot of psychological baggage that everybody's bringing, and it's very difficult to provide everybody with the kind of a safe environment where they can express themselves as honestly as possible. Because a lot of people are, afraid of giving negative feedback, or afraid of receiving negative feedback, or sometimes even commenting on something because they made bad experiences in the past, or let's say negative experiences in the past that almost have traumatized them for the present. And that's one of the things that I'm trying to work out, how to kind of most elegantly provide this infrastructure so that everybody feels safe with their expressions, their honesty, because they have to. Sometimes people have to be just blunt and straightforward, because that just moves everybody further and speeds up development process, and I mean development in terms of self-development and skill. So yeah, and it's hard. Sorry.
Something basically that I've seen from working with you that I think is really powerful. And so like the hyperspin kind of inception meetings that you have, I think is really key to kind of just describing the emergent patterns and people's needs, and kind of having that discussion of like, how are you going to do this, and do it in a way that's like a technology company would do it, instead of just kind of going in there. So I think that's one of the key things about Deepwork that's really successful. And I also really love like the skill levels that you have. It's a very like Six Sigma type thing, where the levels are very based on responsibility and have a real clear cut for a path for like leveling up and what's expected of you. I think that's going to be critical as we define like the skill trees, and like this coming year, that's going to be something that all these communities are looking for, like how to define their different commitment levels. So thank you very much for all of that work.
I did have question.
for-
Like
yeah.
is hypersprint, is that where you say you have everybody write out like the path kind of, and then you use everybody's ideas? That was one of the first things you said, is that everybody has to write something out, and then you use that, right?
Yeah.
That it's all considered. I think that's really super important for reaching the people at the edges and bringing everybody into the
It's actually quite interesting because there's a lot of social nuances. The workshop process, I kind of tried to design it, or like I evolve it, let's say, because I don't take credit for the whole thing. But evolve it in a sense that it removes the possibility for unnecessary discourse and unnecessary confrontation. So, for instance, when you contribute with your sketch, it's anonymous. Nobody knows that you've drawn it. So when you vote on it, you don't vote on someone's idea. You vote on what you're seeing, and only on what you're seeing. And the same goes for the notes. You know, like the post-its. There's not even handwriting that's recognizable. Like in an office, you could still, like, if you know people, you can still figure out who wrote what. But with online, it's you just don't know who it's coming from, and it doesn't matter because you just want to work together towards something that's, you know, the greater than the sum of its parts.
And that kind of like group brain thinking really comes out because everyone gets to put all their ideas down. There's not enough room to like hold back a few of those ideas. You get everything down, and then you get to see like where everyone else kind of put those same ideas as well. And like, you know, so there's not like well, I had this crazy idea and then everyone's expected to support it. You know, there's that alignment with the ideas as part of it. So I think that's critical.
Yeah. Thanks so much. Really appreciate the feedback and the comments.
I got a lot of great information. Thank you.
Cool. Glad to hear. So half an hour is up, right?
Half an hour is up. It was beautiful.
I would love to talk more, but thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for coming.
All right. Enjoy your day and enjoy the rest of the event. And
I am loving this, every minute of it. Thank you.
Awesome. Chat soon. Bye-bye.
Yep. Bye-bye. See who's next.
Next up is Topoko.
Yes.
Hello.
Hi. Penguin, I missed it. So you're not with Build Guild? That's not you?
No, I'm presenting the SourceCred project.
Oh, awesome. Okay. And I'm sorry, I'm not a birthday. What's your name?
Kevin. Kevin. You attended at least like one community call, I believe.
I'm sure I have. Yeah. Well, we love SourceCred at One Hive. So I'll be quiet and let you talk.
Do you want it up or down?
Up.
Sure. Let me see what I can do. Is this better?
A little.
Okay.
Me, yeah.
All right. Let's see. That's as good as I can get it, I think, for now. All right. So, hi, my name is Kevin. My username, my hacker name or screen name is TopAccount. Inside SourceCred, I am affectionately known as Top Coconut. You can call me any of those things. And I'm here to talk about something I spend most of my time working on, which is SourceCred. So let me pull up my slides. All right, cool. Can you guys see that? Great. Okay. So I think most people here are like pretty high context on SourceCred. So I'm going to give like a quick spiel just to kind of bring everybody in who's watching this like into context. And then like I want to rap about some stuff that we're working on now. And like I want to invite like everyone else who's kind of present in this room to kind of ask questions, at least vocally. I don't have any access to text right now. So so what is SourceCred? What is SourceCred? SourceCred is a tool for communities to measure and reward value creation. And we've been really like exploring what that means significantly recently, and we'll come back to that, and I'll hopefully talk about that more. So what does that mean? Like, there are a lot of different tools that measure value creation, but why is SourceCred different, and what makes it distinctive? So generally, like, we're pretty bad at evaluating contributions, or the potential someone has for contributions, and so we have these like weird heuristics, like credentialism, like just looking at like the academic pedigree someone has or where they've worked before. We have whiteboard interviews, which don't really map to someone's capacity for working on things, and they exclude people who don't have a ton of time to spend preparing for like a job interview or something. And bureaucracy, I think we're all pretty familiar with that. Hierarchy, yeah, I think that's pretty self-evident. So crypto communities need a new like protocol level way to measure and reward value creation in a way that is like kind of permissionless, that allows anyone to come in where they're at and just begin contributing to a project and be rewarded for that fluidly without having to go through the rigmarole of like assessing the person's ability beforehand. So what does this look like? How does SourceCred work? I think most of you are familiar with how it works at this point, but let's just walk through this example again. So the normal way, so you have these like less constructive, like this less constructive thread on the right here where everyone is getting like 1 cred, so to speak, for their replies. And then on the right here, you have this like generative thread where people are having like a good discussion. And you can see that in the naive approach, like the non-constructive contributors are getting more cred than the constructive contributors. So what SourceCred does is they allow the community to kind of like add sentiment. They calculate community sentiment based on like reacts or like hearts and source and discourse or activity in GitHub to more accurately like assess what is valuable, what activity is valuable. All right, so that was just kind of like a brief like update on how SourceCred works. Now I'm going to kind of dive into like what we've been up to. So let's like walk through some of the stuff we've been learning recently. So we've had like one of our communities, One Hive, is quite big, and it got quite big very fast. And we've had to like help implement some features to minimize like gaming through kind of implementing trust level gates. So basically, like it's still like as transparent as to how to get involved, but now you have to devote some minimum level of time or effort before you can start being rewarded for your contributions. And that kind of and the nice thing about the way SourceCred works is once you've reached that threshold, you become you are retroactively compensated for all that work you did before you reach that threshold. And the next thing that we've kind of been working on internally at SourceCred is like the process of modifying weights to kind of like incentivize certain work and enfranchise segments of our community. We've been like our mission is to recognize and like reward like all forms of contribution, and we found that like some contributions weren't necessarily being properly recognized and seen by the community or SourceCred, or the SourceCred algorithm. So what we did was we internally like boosted the did a thing on our Discord, the did a thing channel, where like people post things that they've been doing, and that kind of incentivized devs to kind of shill the activity that they've been up to in line with like what other non-technical contributors had to do. So basically, devs were kind of like going through the same workflows that non-technical people were going through, and that kind of, and the idea behind that is to like motivate developers to build out the tooling needed to like make everybody's life easier instead of just developers, since GitHub isn't necessarily like the most accessible platform. And we've also found that like SourceCred is like one of the core things that we've kind of like worked to like instill in our community is that like the algorithm serves our community rather than the community serving the algorithm. And it's I think some people have had some interesting discussions about this within metagame, but it's like quite easy to get absorbed in watching your cred go up and watching that grain get minted or those seeds get minted or that honey get minted. And like what we really want to do is just continue to like build those generative relationships and like, you know, not be so sucked into our cred. And through like honestly discussing like those like how cred is being minted and like what the community is valuing, it's easier to like that transparency actually can like formulate more like constructive conversations is what and you can actually modify your weights to better align with like what your community wants to see happen. All right, so let's talk about like what SourceCred is working on right now. So recently, I think this week we just shipped like a new front end for like the cred websites. It shows everybody's cred and grain on a more recent basis, so it's easier to see recent activity. And we're pretty excited about that. And the next stuff we're going to work on is official on-chain grain. Some communities are already starting to do this manually or with some form of automation, and we want to begin officially supporting those efforts and bring more of SourceCred on-chain. The creditor, which has been something that we've been talking about for a while, we have like an MVP that is like, and we have a clear implementation path for that now, thanks in part to Deepwork, who I believe you were just talking to, which is awesome. And we're really excited to like build that out, which will be kind of like a modified version of Did a Thing that's a little bit more granular. We can talk about that more if the initial version will be anyway. One thing that I'm really excited about is this improved plugin model. We want to make plugins resilient to like resilient against platform API takedowns. So like if a community gets booted off Discord, we don't want them to lose all their cred data. So like if Discord goes on like a crypto purge or something, like this would make sure that people don't lose their cred scores from Discord. And so like we'll be storing like raw API data resiliently. And then additionally, like with that raw API data, you'll be able to build like multiple plugins off of that single data set to kind of like compose incentive models for activity patterns that you want to use. So like off of like Discord, you can build like a meetings plugin, a like specific did a thing plugin, and then like that allows you to like have more granularity over your configuration. So we're really excited for that. And then like some other stuff that like some of us are like exploring, and members of our community are exploring with great interest, are like just understanding communities through cred exploration, both like internally and externally. Some people are focusing on like the cred federation, which is like the idea of like within the context of like SourceCred's product, like flowing cred between communities, which is like awesome. And internally, just like understanding contribution patterns and how people are relating to one another, and like the idea of like sponsorships and patronages. So if you have someone, I guess like a prescient example would be like if you have someone who has like a personal assistant who's working, who's helping this person contribute at like a higher level, the contributor can like, you know, can and like within SourceCred throw some cred and grain their way, throw a portion of cred and grain their way, and like that way that person is being seen by SourceCred, and that work is not hidden, and it's clear, and that person is also probably contributing other ways to SourceCred. So it's cool to kind of it'll be great to be able to capture that and enable those kinds of contribution patterns and collaboration patterns. So yeah, I think most people are familiar with the SourceCred server, but you can find us at SourceCred.io, and we have our community calls every Tuesday at 11 a.m. And our technical calls are now Fridays at noon, both times Pacific, on our Discord server. And come and hang out with us. We're excited to hear about like your interest in SourceCred and using SourceCred, contributing to SourceCred, or just like features and stuff that you're interested in. So I want to open up the floor for like any questions or discussions anyone might have.
Penguin will probably pop back in. There you are. I am just been really super impressed and feel seen and appreciated at OneHive, and a lot of that is because of the SourceCred implementation, you know. And I haven't seen a lot of scoreboard watching with people that have been there a while. Occasionally, a new person will like DM me, "I see you have a lot of cred. What exactly do you do here?" And I usually just say, "Not a damn thing." It's like, you see it.
Yeah, I feel that way with MetaGame a lot too. You know, I think that's one of the benefits of SourceCred is it kind of lets the system control the credit, and I think especially when the creditor part rolls out, I think that'll play a big part into the recognizing value creation. But one of the things that really stood out to me when I first started to learn about SourceCred was Dandelion and his idea about flow and basically
their idea.
Oh, sorry, their idea. And the way that they described basically flow is more important than the actual spikes. You know, it's more important how much credit is going through the system at one time, or the fact that 100 people can get $1 than one person get $100. And I think that's key to all of these communities growing, is that people take that selfless approach and focus more on how they can build up the cred flow rather than absorb as much of it as they can. Have you seen any of that with like boosting and cred flows? Like how does that work, and have people been able to recognize like past value well? Like, does it catch up?
We're actually like feeling some like growing pains with that right now. We're trying to like find a way to I guess imitate boosting without actually, before we implement it, so that we can kind of like get an operational feel for what it might look like. So like one of the things that we found is it's easy to have a lot of activity, but you don't know what it's necessarily building towards. And we want to find like boosting is a good mechanism for like incentivizing people towards a specific like goal, longer reaching goal. But we want to like find a way to organize like at a community level as well, and like align on incentives like before we implement a protocol that will do it for us, if that makes sense. Like we try to be community first before we put it into technology, if that makes sense. So
yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so this is going to be like the really super dopey mundane question. How long did it take you to put this together, to even begin to figure this out? This is like I was in an ICO in 2017, and there was like almost no recognition until you make the big bucks, and we didn't, right? And then like real life took over, and I'm like this, and I bring my head back up. I'm in OneHive, and there's this magic thing called SourceCred that's like dusting me with money every week. How does it work? And it feels fair is the thing. I mean, not just because I'm getting money, but it feels like it's fair. Like you're like people aren't really getting, if you're there contributing, you're getting looked at and rewarded, like everybody. How do you do it?
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of credit goes to the initial idea of utilizing PageRank, because it's like coordination resilient, but also like I think a lot of recognition is due to like the idea that like everything is gameable. And so like if as long as you like recognize that there are aspects that are gameable, you can design around those like weak points to make them actually like arbitrage with Uniswap, like by kind of making by returning the emphasis on the community, like one of the things that I'm kind of like taking your question and running in a different direction here, but like one of the things that I'm excited about, like with Web3, is like this idea that like we get to define what workplaces look like, and we get to define how people relate to one another, and like we'd be trying to use SourceCred to kind of kind of mandate how people relate would be like pretty Web 2, I guess. So like making it clear that like communities need to organize around how SourceCred works for them, I think is like a really great call to action for people to just like talk about what they really want to see happen with SourceCred. And so I think like it's to the I think Dandelion and William started something wonderful, and I think the SourceCred community has like really helped to maintain it and build it out and make it more sustainable. And I think the communities who are like asking the hard questions to make it work for them are like, that's not easy. It's not easy to like, because it's so easy to like look at Facebook and just let Facebook kind of do its thing with the news feed, but like that's what we're trying to get away from, right? So
yeah, we have a lot of discussions. I mean, it's almost ongoing, like changing the weights of different channels on Discord, especially, or like ramping the GitHub pull request value, or like we got rid of all of the SourceCred values on the meme channel for a while because it was getting gamed so horribly, right? And then like upping the value of the help channel. So then that helps us encourage people to like use the right channels for the right things, and it encourages people to help more, right?
Yeah. And it's so sorry, it's it's really, I think it's like really cool how like I remember I mean I've been working in SourceCred for like almost a year now, but like the when you first come in and you see like that graph start like going up as you just start earning cred, it's kind of an exhilarating thing, because it's like, wow, I'm already recognized by this community for my work. Sorry, that sounds kind of cliche to me, but
the darker side.
So, and it's not like a certificate. It's not like somebody going, "Hey, good job, we're having a party," or giving you a card or something. It's like an actual thing that's there, and getting paid for it. I mean, I gotta admit.
One of the crazy things that, especially like when you bring up Facebook, that instant gratification is a dangerous slope with SourceCred, and I think it's definitely one of the things that we have got to kind of be more open and like educating people about, is that you can't be like fishing for the reactions all the time, because it's not so much about social recognition, it's more of like value creation recognition. And I think that split between like how we recognize the social interactions as well as like the value creation is one of the hard parts about understanding SourceCred.
Yeah, it's like, I think the heuristic that I'm familiar with is like you focus on the contributions and not the contributor, and you talk about contributions and not the contributor, and that keeps things in like a very constructive and generative context. So
yeah, I remember there was like a brief period where I was like counting emojis and stuff, and then and now it's just like I've busted through that, and I don't even care, like at first, knowing that there was a potential payout, I started moving my like free online help over to OneHive instead of like helping people with MetaMask on Twitter. I'd be like, "Hey, aren't you on OneHive? Let's go do this here." Or I would say, "Hey, I'm online. I might as well go here where I'm appreciated and loved," right? Where somebody's showing me that they care. And but it just gets to a point, and I hope this is everybody's experience, where you just quit counting the emojis because you're in the project, and it turns into just like a side benefit.
As someone who like makes a significant portion of his income from like the SourceCred algorithm, like I found that on a week-to-week basis, my like pay doesn't actually fluctuate that much, because like it kind of it smooths things out for me. And it's like once you reach like a steady state, you can kind of stop worrying about it so much. And that's actually like really, really cool for like something that is so automatic.
I got somebody into the project a couple months ago, and within a month he'd quit his job, you know, and he, you know, these guys start out, they're like, well, I'm not a developer, I just know about bots. I'm like, honey, come fix our bots.
Yeah.
You know, just come chat people up. Yeah.
There are these cool like opportunities that we've seen pop up here and there where someone does like organizes like a playtime, basically, where like, you know, it's COVID right now, so you can't really go out and congregate in person, but like virtually, like we just kind of like stretch and move around and like do some light aerobics, and like it's cool to that like that person can just show up and get recognized for that time that they spend organizing that and also running it.
Yeah, that's also one of the key aspects that I like about SourceCred, is that it does have like the developer focus where it can watch GitHub contributions, but it also has the ability to recognize soft skills like HR people or people that are greeting new members or getting people set up. So I think, you know, even with the health, you know, that's a real value add to a community. Are there any progress towards like a colored cred so that it's like tuned to the specific type of well-being or credit that it's generating?
Yeah. Well-being. I was going to talk about like cred in specific contexts. That's where I thought you were going. But we've been kind of throwing around the idea of like basically capturing subject matter expertise by like having this idea of like I guess intersubjective cred, where like you can look at the cred graph in different ways and mint cred based on like what types of nodes you want to value, and that way like you can get an idea of like who's more experienced in what just looking at a cred graph. And like we haven't done any like I think it'd be quite hard to kind of like do like colored cred with like as far as like I guess a tendency to burn out, because different communities mint cred at different levels. And so like we'd have to think that's an interesting idea though, thinking long and hard about like how to kind of like build like a mindfulness of like well-being into like the interface. That'd actually be really cool.
So one of the ways that I have been considering is that we have like subsets of emojis for different parts of the cred. So if I give you an art emoji, then that means that you did something creative. If I give you like a hug, that means that you did something that was for like mental health and well-being. And so like having that subset, like you know, usually those are used to like elevate or multiply the amount of credit. But if they were also kind of like categorically separating them, it could also maybe help to balance out the profile, so to speak.
Subjective views like that we've been discussing would actually fulfill that use case. So that's actually really that is actually really prescient. Yeah, I think one thing that I really want to touch on is just like the way that SourceCred runs. It's like I like to call it like we have a group that does care work, and like I think a lot of us are familiar with like HR care work. This is my first encounter with care work was working with SourceCred, so I don't think I'm a particularly well-equipped person to speak to it. But like I kind of like consider it like an anti-HR department, where like people come out and like reach out to me and reach out to other people, and I've reached out to other people in these contexts too, when they need some kind of like attention because they're like, you know, maybe working too hard, or they're like having issues with like some kind of like contribution pattern, or like maybe they've been butting heads with somebody, and like those people are there to sorry, just checking the time. Those people are there to like help you, sometimes at the expense of like, you know, raw progress on the short-term progress on the project, because they want to make it sustainable and they want to make this, you know, this experience is sustainable for you as well, and also they care about you. And I think that that's like I'm excited to see like the ethos of like care work hopefully spread more from SourceCred into, you know, the larger meta space. So
great. Thank you so much for all your work. And I think one of the key things that I've seen for all of the SourceCred communities is that it really does align everyone that much better and kind of answers the questions of like, how are we getting paid for this?
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate, like, it's really humbling for like to hear you guys talk about SourceCred like this. I really appreciate it.
I also kind of, since we've got a few more moments before Yaler is on stage with us, one of the hidden kind of levers for SourceCred that I think is really critical are the initiatives. Do you think you could talk just a little bit about how initiatives work and how people can better utilize their squads with initiatives?
Yeah. So I mean, I think MetaGame is the only community that's like still really using initiatives. And I think like Hamad and company get a lot of credit for, like, you know, just being intrepid and using them. But like we've by and large, like the idea is that like you can aggregate contributions into like larger objectives. And that way it's like easier. It's like in the cred graph, you can at like a very low level, like build out like a project plan and then like see it out to success. And I think the creditor will do a better job of like making that experience smoother for people. But like it's been really I was like, I remember like for a while I was tracking the initiatives that MetaGame was doing, and it was like really cool to see how you guys were using them. So but anyway, thank you. It was really great. I could talk about SourceCred all day, so I really appreciate this time and space to talk about it with you all.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, you're very active in Raid Guild as well. I know you're all over, so you're a critical member of a lot of these ecosystems. So thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much.
So next up we have Yaler. I think he's still loading in the back, but he's set to talk about Cartel.
Can I be right back? Can you hold the fort?
Yeah, I'll take over for you, Meta. No problem.
Yeah, 5 minutes. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, you got it. You've been here all day. I'd be happy to help. So yeah, Cartel, as you may or may not know, is one of the big grant giving kind of organizations in our ecosystem. So Yaler was one of the key members of MetaGame that fulfilled a lot of the important innkeeper roles and onboarding new members into the community. And he's one of the people that got me into the MetaGame project. So he's definitely one of the people that is making everything happen behind the scenes and is like a founding member of a lot of these communities. So I'm really happy to get him in here and get him talking. Aside from that, I just want to thank all of our speakers that made it here today. It's been an amazing lineup so far. Meta Verde, you've been nailing it as a moderator today. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the players of MetaGame and Meta Dreamer, Drew, Topo Coat. We had Austin Griffith coming up later. We had Griffs from Common Stacks. We had some token engineering from Sebna, as well as yeah, we've had a pretty amazing lineup so far. So I just want to also remind everyone that Gitcoin round 9 is going on now. So feel free to take a look at some of the communities that you've seen here today or heard throughout the week as a way to contribute and get involved. And there's a Yaler.
Yo, is this working? Sorry,
Sideways.
No, is this working? Okay, sorry. I didn't have Chrome on my machine, and I was like, oh no, so I just thought I would pop in here.
Yeah, that is one of the big parts about Interspace is that we're kind of
I can do that. How's that? Oh, it's gonna fall. I
Well,
can
thank
just zoom
you.
it forward slightly.
Turn the floor over to you if you are ready.
I am ready. Yeah, well, hey, thank you guys for inviting me here. And thanks everyone for being interested in Cartel. I don't have any slides prepared or anything like that. I'm just gonna come and talk with you as a human and a DAO advocate, because I think that's what the important part of being in an organization like Cartel is. Cartel was founded before I even was there. I was not part of one of the original founders of the group. It was the second fork of Moloch DAO, which is a whole other thing, a rabbit hole to dive into, but super simple DAO framework that was created by some individuals, basically. So they forked Moloch DAO, they created Cartel DAO with the intention of bootstrapping and building amazing Web3 projects, supporting open source builders and people who were improving the Ethereum ecosystem in general. They and we have focused a lot on community giving in the last 2.5, 3 years. The group was founded during the bear market. So that's a really strong signal for like the people who were coming into the group at that time. And it's been pretty interesting because with the fluctuating prices of Ether and the fact that our DAO was funded with Ether from the beginning, all of our DAO shares were bought in Ether. It was 10 ETH to join the group. So like a decently high bar at the time, depending on when you joined. I think there was a period in 2018 where it's only $1,000 to join. And now it's like over 15 or 20 or something like that. And it's interesting though, because we have very few rage quits in our DAO. We have a lot of people who are really generally still aligned, and who really think it's meaningful, the work that is being done. That work consists from event organizing, coordinating, grant giving, and basically bootstrapping really interesting projects that are happening on Ethereum, and kind of going first. We have this ethos that's, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I've always felt like all of our projects kind of fall in that category of like, you can build a lot in a silo, and you can build a lot of like interesting things, interesting ideas. And then when you really want to engage with a wider community, you want to get that feedback and you want to like see how the things are affecting other people or take your project to the next level, it's great to connect with a community. When I got into Ethereum in the beginning, I didn't have that community. I didn't have a strong sense of like the people who I was working with and their incentives as well and their values. And so I burned out after like, 6 months, 8 months or something like that. And then went on sabbatical to live on an island in Hawaii and was like, what do I want to do with my life? Until MetaGame found me in the wild, and kind of brought me back in. And it's funny because MetaGame, the project, brought me into Cartel, the project, many layers. But I found that the people at MetaGame, the OG creators and all of the interesting people that came up along that process were thinking differently. They were doing different things differently, and they had a really broad vision for how they wanted to really change the world and make an impact. And that was like, yeah, I'm in. I want to do that for sure. And the way I see it is Cartel is like the genesis of all of those things. It's a funding organization. We have like almost $1 million in our grant giving DAO that is all based on DAO member shares. We've never like really raised money or done a token or anything like that. We are just pure DAO. All of the members hold their tokens. They can vote on the things they want to, or vote against them, or rage quit. The principles of Moloch. But because Cartel existed, it allowed MetaGame to exist. And there's a ton of things like that where the ties back into the ecosystem of just giving a grant for maybe $1,000 or a couple $1,000 to a team who has an interesting idea has afforded us a huge amount of impact, to make a huge amount of impact in the community, and to really build a culture of like community first, from fair launches to token airdrops, kind of things. Like, how can we empower the community? How can we give people a voice inside of these systems that we're creating, and ensure that like the community infrastructure is being developed as much as the technical and DeFi infrastructure is being developed. And that's kind of where we're focused right now. I think that we are seeing a ton of projects, a ton of interest, a ton of token launches happening, but like the markets go in cycles, things go up and then they go down. And MetaCartel will be here when things go down again. It's just part of the process. And there's a lot of noise during these upswing in market cycles. And it's really important to surround yourself with people who are values driven, they're ethically aligned, and they're like morally aligned to like building the future of Ethereum. And whatever you're going to use Ethereum for, maybe it's the future of work, maybe it's democratic voting, maybe it's NFT artwork, all of those things. But that takes a real strong kind of ethical alignment, I think, and surrounding yourself with those people who are also like ethically aligned is key. I've never found a group of people who are so strongly ethically aligned and who have this like magnetism to bring more of those like-minded people in than I have at the MetaCartel. And it consumes all kinds of amazing people and amazing minds. We have people from, 30 countries. We have all of people from many different like leading projects in the space, and they flow in and out. It's kind of this like ebb and flow thing. It's very loose because we really are a decentralized organization. There's very little like qualification other than like, hey, are you interested in providing value to this group? Do you want to get involved in something? Do you have a great idea? Great, then you almost guaranteed have the opportunity to bring that idea before the group and to act on that if it aligns with the interest and the mission of our group, basically. It's interesting though to see the shift happen from an early stage DAO with a lot of Ethereum OGs and a lot of like heavy technically talented people to moving more into a community focused space where groups and communities they need tools to serve themselves, to become financially sustainable, to build common ecosystems, infrastructure and things like that. Because Ethereum that we do need to help make possible. What makes us more resilient? What makes us more secure? We see things like projects that fail and they take down a bunch of like market cap and a bunch of users with them. And like those are the things that we at MetaCartel really want to ensure that we're helping teams who have the right idea and who are building with the right the right frame of mind get the funding that they need, even if it's like a bootstrap phase, even if they just need a small grant, so that they can keep building with the focus of the community in mind and with the focus of like protecting users and stuff like that, versus a profit motive, right? Or a go-to-market strategy, which can come later, but don't necessarily make sense in the beginning exploration phases of whatever project you're creating. But I think that because MetaCartel is such a kind of broad ranging group from people from different skill sets and different backgrounds, it makes this really wonderful kind of canvas, you might say, for like whiteboarding ideas and throwing things around and getting feedback from a group of people that it's really rare, I think, in today's day and age to get the diverse perspectives that we have inside this group, and it's helped me immensely move forward in my personal development, in my career development, and just learn so much about DAOs. We have MetaGame DAO, we have DaoHaus DAO, which is launching Uber DAO, and then hundreds of other mini micro DAOs that I'm a member of many. But there's no better way to get involved with DAOs than to just join a DAO. MetaCartel is absolutely one DAO that is available for you to join. If you're interested in providing some type of value, or you have some project that's looking for funding, we do take on requests in our forums. That's forum.metacartel.org. And we have just brought on like a new person to help us like kind of coordinate our grant giving. We used to do it around hackathons. So we would do follow-on funding for people who won hackathons and stuff like that. And it feels more relative to kind of see where people are at and have them put proposals in our forums, because one cool thing is if you get a grant from the Meta Cartel, you also become a member of Meta Cartel. So that gives you a share and allows you to vote on proposals that come through, like other funding proposals, to create your own proposals. And that way we see like a nice conversion from like people outside of the community who then become part of the community. And they don't always work. It's not like everything we touch turns to gold. It is some projects we see huge success with, like Zappify, and some projects, I won't mention the projects that fail, but everything is a learning experience. And at the end of the day, if we have accountability to our community and we can come back and say, all right, this is what worked and this is what didn't work, there is as much value in those kind of, if you see them as failures, as there are in successes. So it's that kind of shared frame of mind that like we're gonna keep moving forward and we're gonna learn from it no matter what. That helps us to think about like how we adapt, how we adjust, how we grow. I just want to check, is my camera still working?
No, I lost you on video.
Yeah, I love
darn. It seems to
text somebody.
Sorry, it seems to have just frozen on my machine, which is weird because I didn't change anything.
I don't know. Let me just handy to throw up.
Let me just go out and come back.
You're muted, Penguin, right? You know that?
No, I didn't know that. Yeah, great job, Penguin. Thank you. Thank you, Meta. I was just saying how funny it would be if we had someone that was like in the ventriloquist dummy position. So like they were just sitting there, open their mouth as our speaker was talking. We had video again.
You know, it's funny. It's like we have all these technical problems, and then you're like, "Have you tried turning it off and back on again?" It's like always. That's always the fix for anything. Yeah, well, I've been spieling for a little while. I guess, does anyone have any like questions or like points of interest that they'd like to hear more about specifically as it regards MetaCartel DAO?
So
we
I've
again
been very on the sidelines of MetaCartel DAO. I've been kind of focused on the metagame side of things, and you know, I hear a lot about the stuff that goes on, and you know, you guys are kind of instrumental in supporting a lot of the new projects by taking kind of like a token first approach towards your involvement. So I think that is just an amazing way, because you're meeting communities like at their seed phase, and you're giving them their foot to stand on. How many of the people that come in are like people that are known entities, and how many are people that you guys are meeting for the first time?
When you say known entities, do you mean like people that are like well known in the space, or do you mean just like anonymous people?
I mean like the projects kind of spring from ideas that are like offshoots or spin-offs, or do you see a lot of kind of projects, sure, anons or people that you know, kind of come out of left field and you didn't know anything about them until they came and presented their project to you?
Oh yeah, that definitely happens quite often. Actually, I find that back in 2018, we used to get a lot more project applications in our forums. I think it was because money was tight, and so people were looking to scrounge up funds wherever they could. And we found a lot of really cool projects that were totally unknown to us, that we were happy to fund. And then also we see a lot of individuals come from everywhere, you know, like anywhere, and they're like, "Hey, I'm interested in this. the key for us, I think, especially for like when evaluating new members or evaluating projects to fund, is like, what is the consistency and like what is the value like of like what you're actually proposing or like what you personally want to do to the DAO. So I think it's rather fashionable to join a DAO right now, and you can kind of like put that on your Twitter bio and say like, I'm in DAO X, Y, and Z, and it's like, okay, cool, I'm like crypto. But at the end of the day, like, are you actually engaging? Are you actually like adding value to the group? Are you showing up to the calls and seeing where you can actually be helpful? And that's what I think the intentional design of MetaCartel was created to make possible, is to make sure that the most like aligned people and the most valuable people are like kind of added to the DAO. And it's tricky, it's difficult, especially without pissing people off. But we have some founders who were never worried about pissing people off. They were just like, hey, you're not a good fit for this reason or that. And they aligned a group of over 100 people that are really, really valuable to, I think, the Ethereum space and to each other, because their goal is to spread the adoption of DAOs and to help one another with their projects and building common infrastructure. And so that is like everything. It's what we check everything by, right? Like, who have you helped in the past? What projects have you worked with in the past? What kind of things have you created? And we're not a big fan of like the LinkedIn lifestyle, right? Where it's like, you have this strong resume. It's like, who are you? Like, and like, you can kind of tell, like, based on what people have done and created, and especially in open source, right? Because it's all open. Like, you can say, these are the things I've worked on. This is the kind of stuff that I'm interested in. And that, I think, track record of like what you've been involved in and like what communities you're a part of now really speaks a lot to, I think, the value of the people that are in the group and the value you get from them, because they are people who they're looking out for the interests of the group less than the interests of themselves. And I find that to be really like, it's a very safe space and also a very refreshing kind of space to be in, where you're like, oh, wow, like these people really care about like how this token interfaces with the community, or how people will use this, or whether this is open source or not. And to me, that's the future I want to live in. That's the people I want to be around. Like, let's open source everything. Like, we can have different user interfaces for things, but I want to live in that world where like everything is open, so that we can improve things as fast and as far as possible without having any of these like information silos, which Peeth has an old historical post that's great about breaking down information silos, because I think we go so much further as a society towards a place where everyone has access to resources and can put their own little spin, their own little idea on top of that, and take us much, much, much farther than like having corporate bureaucracy and a hierarchy surrounded by everything. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. That's like my vision and the way I see things in this space. And
I agree with you. And I think that that's one of the core reasons that I've just felt so appreciated as well. But at the same time, you're right. It's like a very selfless community first instead of self first. But yeah, one of the other things that like I was thinking of when you were saying that was like, it's important that we are doers, and it's nice to talk about ideas, but at the end of the day, to actually move forward and to make change and get to where we need to go, at some point the rubber needs to meet the road, and we need to just be like moving on all this stuff. And so it's important to have the discussions while we're making progress.
Yeah, well, I've heard this saying before, where it's like, we are building the bridge as we're crossing the river, or something like that. And it's like, it's very much true. Like, that's Ethereum. Like, we are building the bridge. People are like, oh, gas fees suck, and like these things don't even work, and bad UX. And it's like, well, we're on this ship and we are going, and we're building the front of the ship while everyone's on the back right now. So like, get on board and start building, right? And like, you'll be going to the new horizon with us, or like stay on land and like get left behind, I think. Because we don't have all of the answers, we don't have all of the solutions. There's a roadmap, right? But like, anything could happen. But the thing is, at the end of the day, is what we're doing worth it? Is it worth it to try and change things? Absolutely, right? To push forward, to live in a world that like echoes the vision and sentiment of MetaGame is a worthwhile goal, and it's something to aspire to. I would give all of my life savings and all of my life energy into making that possible. And I want to be surrounded by people who are on that level too. Like, I don't want people who are like, want to bail out and be like, well, I'm just gonna like, hopefully I can just get rich and like, you know, go live on an island somewhere until the world crashes. Well, that's not gonna help. That's not gonna help us reach our goals and sustain in a new way. Like, we need to get on it. And like, if you're interested in something, if you want to do something, we want to make sure that you have what you need. Do you have the support that you need? Do you have the capital that you need? Like, do you have technical advisory? Like, I see so many people who are just like, yeah, it'd be great to have someone look over my Solidity contracts. And I'm like, great, we can probably find someone who will help you with that, who will spend some time with you. And that underlying everything is the ethos of what makes like Web3 and DAOs like such a beautiful space, because you have a lot of busy people, you have a lot of successful people, but you also have a lot of caring people who, like, if you need something or if I need something, people are going to lend a hand, right? And they're going to take a look. As long as you're not like, hey, I'm building the next Fortune 500 Uber crusher thing. Okay, I'm not really interested in helping you with that just because it doesn't align with my personal values. Not that you shouldn't do it, but like, I want open source Uber, right? So if you're like, hey, I'm building the next like empowerment engine for like cabbies all around the world to get more value, then I'm like, oh, that's interesting, right? I want to be a part of that. And you can see that very quickly. And I think that's where like Web 2 and Web 3 convert or diverge, is like, we're going to this new place where value flows directly to creators of all kinds of things. And we're redefining value in the way that it flows between users and a peer-to-peer network. And if you can't see that or aren't willing to see that, then like that's probably where you drop off. That's where I think you'll be kind of stuck at the end of the day. And like, there's nothing against that. Like, you know, there are people who have a lot of experience and a lot of like, they've made a lot of personal investments to be in that place, in that space. And maybe they're winning in that environment. But ultimately, I think at the end of the day, community always wins. And people who invest in community personally win as well. And I've seen that over and over again, that people who show up for the group, people who give their time and effort for others and are doing it for the right reasons, they never seem to miss out on opportunities. They're always welcomed in. They're always brought into the new thing. And it's very much this kind of ethos of like, let's do things for others, right? Like first, not you don't have to do it to the detriment of yourself, but show up and create some value first. And then, you know, see if you can find a way to capture some value for yourself. But like, the more value that we can capture for communities collectively, and then the better we can distribute that. MetaGame's a great engine of value distribution through the whole seed system, which honestly was like rocket science, mind-blowing to me back then, and still is. But it's so fascinating to see it happen and to see these new experiments in value capture and then allocation, that like they'll be making movies like based on this stuff. They'll be writing books based on like what's happening right now. And to me, like, that's the most fascinating, the most interesting place I could be spending my time. And it doesn't hurt that you're around really cool, really smart people who all want to make an impact and change things as well. Because there's an energy signature to that is like, it's vibrating at a very high frequency and it pulls you in. And it's like, I almost don't want to work on anything other than this. And you see it on Twitter all the time, right? I quit my job to go full Web3. And I'm always like stoked when I see people making that switch and jumping in, because that's where we start to see a flood. It's like a trickle and then a flood, right? When the value is flowing to people, when they're really feeling fulfilled and rewarded from the work that they're doing, which is something I think DAOs do really well. It's still janky, obviously, right now. Like, nothing is perfect, but we're like heading in the right direction. But when the value that they're getting doesn't just fill their bank accounts, it starts to fill their spiritual needs of like connecting and being a part of something, then we see a world shift. We see a massive movement in the right direction, people getting on board and like giving up on all of like the useless ways of like protesting and like really taking action and being a part of like, all right, how can I like actually step up, put my hand up and be a part of like making change and shifting things in the right direction of the world. And to me, that's what underlies everything that we're doing, like MetaGame, MetaCartel, like all of the DAOs. And you can get lost in the noise, but I think you see the really valuable people, they just rise up, right? They just keep showing up too. Like, and I don't know any other better space to be in than like the Ethereum space right now. I can't imagine a place where I could be more impactful and more satisfied with the relationships that I have and the opportunities that arise than working in this space. Like, show me one. I'll check it out.
Yeah, 100%. I can't emphasize what you said or support it more. That's perfect example. And the crazy thing is what you said now is the first thing that I can fully relate to someone from like the Web 2 world as well. But like what I told people when I was interviewing them or mentoring them before, or when I was looking for jobs, who you work with is more important than pretty much every other aspect of what you do. And like that mentorship and like how you grow together is just critical to someone with, as a new developer, as someone that's just emerging into the professional space. And so like even someone that's been a veteran to now have that ability to work with amazing people freely on things that you love is so empowering, to not have someone control your value. So I definitely, thank you, Yaler, for helping be part of my onboarding into this. And MetaGame and everything that you described is exactly why I left that world as well and do this now as full time as I can.
I love it. It's a really inspiring to hear the stories of people who have exited the real world for the new world, who want to be a part of layer 2, layer 3, maybe layer 2 reality, right?
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Yaler. And thank you so much for telling us about MetaCartel. Austin, are you there?
I am. Let's see. You got me? Can you hear me? Mike, okay?
I can hear you great. You're looking fantastic.
Yep.
No bow tie. What the heck?
It's Thursday. It's Thursday.
What?
Casual Thursday.
Headband Thursday.
Ooh, nothing but a headband.
I have a heart bucket.
Oh, that's.
So I'll let Meta introduce you, and then I'm going to stick around for some questions afterwards. So I'll talk to you later.
Thanks for having me.
So I have Build Guild on the list, but you're Buidl Guidl, right?
Yeah. I who knows? Who knows how you're supposed to pronounce it?
Does it matter?
It doesn't. I don't think so. And really, this is a very, very open discussion, like open to questions, open to whatever. Like I have sort of just like prepared some stuff that I can share my screen and show off, but really there's no linear dialogue here or anything.
Yeah, that's how the day goes. That's what happens when you get decentralized autonomous organization representatives talking, right? So we're decentralized. Well,
the whole space
is. And I'll try not to interrupt, and I'll try to think of questions to ask along the way.
Okay, awesome. So what's up? I'm Austin Griffith. Let's see. I could let me steal a screen share, and we'll get into this, I suppose. Boop. Oh yeah, I got it. Okay, so yeah, there's me. I'm. Oh yeah, definitely. Boom. Now we got both. I'm down in the left corner. Is it good to go? Okay, cool. So what's up? I am Austin Griffith. You can check me out at austingriffith.com, at Austin Griffith on Twitter. I wanted to show this. I wanted to start with this. This is me doing a debug sandbox session with the original Moloch. Look at this jabroni. Look at this jabroni right here. What's he doing? There's members, there's proposals. He's trying to look through a means code and figure out what the heck it all means. There's like this timing where like there's like you can see I'm voting, but like there's a timing where like certain things, I think he ended up taking that out of the Moloch eventually, and the timing was just based on timestamp. But at first there was some weird timing stuff that was really interesting. I just wanted to show this off. This is cool. This is cool stuff here. So this is an old tool that I had called Dapparatus, and that led to Scaffold ETH, which even though this is a talk about DAOs and the Build Guild, it sort of will all still revolve around Scaffold ETH and developer tooling in some way. So let's just look at that. Voting shares. There's 2 different tokens. Oh, so much fun. So much fun. Okay, here we go. Oh, yes. There's another thing. Another just OG Pogs. Someone was just talking about Cryptogs. I put Pogs on the blockchain one time. How's that? How's that for OG? Okay. Okay.
Did you sell the NFT?
You can definitely buy them. Yes. I have a bunch. Reach out on the DMs and I will send you. They actually display very nicely in the Rainbow wallet or in Argent. Let's see. Pull up my Argent. We're supposed to be talking about DAOs, and I'm showing Pogs off.
You're golden. You're golden. Check that out.
I want those.
I know. I'm after a spider or two.
Right. It's nostalgic. Okay, so Build Guild. Okay, so actually, no, I got to back up all the way to Scaffold ETH again. So Scaffold ETH is some tooling that I have that is sort of like a freestanding dApp. And you can take that and you can tweak a smart contract and you can see the front end. And it's just a great way for you to iterate. I probably have one laying around somewhere. It's a great way for you to iterate on a smart contract. So nice set of tools, open source. There's lots of branches, and that's kind of what led to the Build Guild. So if I get in here and I search for like Uniswapper or something, I'm going to find an example of how to build like Uniswap inside of Scaffold ETH. And that was created by my buddy Adam. And so he started collaborating with me, and we ended up building Nifty Inc. But while we were collaborating, he could just like grab a branch of my code and just run with it and then write like a tutorial here. And it was like, okay, we got to like scale that effect out, right? Same thing. We want to bring in a community, but we want to do it like not quite like chat room based, but more like multi-sig. Like we're all a little multi-sig family, and we stream to them. And that's kind of where the Build Guild started. So if I go to support.buildguild, yep. Oh, no. Here we go. Support.buildguild. We held a quadratic funding round. And you'll notice there's going to be a lot of combo moves that include Scaffold ETH. This is all built with the branch, what is it? I think it's called quadratic support. So here is a branch of Scaffold ETH, a freestanding dApp that lets you basically hold a quadratic funding round. And if you follow the directions, it should take you through how to do that. And I think there's like bear market. It's emoji. It's the wrong one. It's emoji support is the branch that we're looking at. There we go. And you follow these directions and you run a quadratic funding round with these fake companies, bear market liquors. I still love that one. Okay, so using a branch of Scaffold ETH, we held a quadratic funding round to hopefully get more funds in, and also to get signal from the community about what we should be working on and what's interesting. And the community kind of signaled. I put in like 5 or 10 grand of my own money, and then the community matched a whole bunch. You'll see the top is to the matching pool, and all this streaming stuff is people's one-off ETH commitments back when it was okay to make a $17 ETH commitment. But you can see people streaming in there, and you can see people supporting these different projects, and that helped us signal like kind of what was important to us. Here was their UI using this UI. So there we go. That was the support round. So now we have money, and it's time to build, right? And I've been doing a ton of mentorship sessions, a lot of like one-on-one stuff where I take people through the mental model. Hopefully I can kind of like scale that back a little bit, and there's like videos of it, or you can just do it async, right? No one wants to hear me mansplain. So assuming that the kind of like upkeep into the uptick, the upslope, the learning curve of getting into building decentralized apps is slightly easier because of scaffold ETH, and you can kind of have the smart contract, have the app, edit it as you go. I'm assuming that I'm going to start onboarding some folks, and I was able to. Basically, they go through either mentoring or they go through the scaffold ETH repo and just start building stuff, right? You're like, are you contributing is kind of the metric, right? And at first, it's more about like effort than if you're doing something great, right? If you're working hard, that to me is like contributing at first, and then 6 months down the line, you better be more than just hard work, but you know what I'm saying. Okay, so people kind of start gathering around the repo a little bit. I want to say thank you to them as they start contributing back. We sort of have this North Star of kind of like building tools, building educational things, but also building things that are kind of out on the edge, just building even things that are like inspirational and forkable and things that other people can take off the shelf, right? Creating more composability within the space around this shared tool set. So as people came in, I started having more and more mentorship sessions, and we would have a session and then it would end with kind of like, okay, like we covered as much content as I've written here. Let's build something new, right? How about you go run and build something commit reveal based, right? So someone else can get in here and write a commit reveal tutorial using all these like nice handy tools off the shelf and kind of teach someone through commit reveal. And then what I did is I open up a stream to them. So I have this streaming meta multisig, which guess what is just another branch of scaffold ETH. We have this streaming meta multisig, which maybe we could get into later because this is very DAO. It's like a gateway drug to DAOs is a multisig, right? So maybe we could dive into this later. But we set up a multisig that could stream, and then I started streaming to folks that were helping and contributing. And there was one little key trick here. And by the way, I think Yaler was talking earlier, like one thing I did is after talking to Yaler about this, it was important to start streaming pretty quickly to a developer. Instead of being like, first you provide value, then I stream ETH, it was more like, let's get on a call, talk through it. Okay, you're going to provide value. I'm going to start streaming ETH to you. But here's the gotcha. Here's the thing. When you go to withdraw the funds, so you have a certain stream and then you go to withdraw the funds, you just throw in a little string here of what you're working on, whether it was a PR, whether it was an article you wrote, whether it was a tutorial. You turn in your own work, you price your own work, and you withdraw against some stream that I'm sending to you. And what happened is like the stream was less important and more like the withdraw stream was like the important thing. And you could start seeing these like just really cool things getting built. Let's just grab one of these. So I think this is a bonding curve tutorial where it sets you up with scaffold ETH. It gives you the app and the environment, but then it teaches you kind of like how to bring in the Bangor model and how bonding curves work. And some of it's even over my head, right? I'm glad that guy did that. That's really awesome. So it's about this like kind of like pseudo anon dev community circling around scaffold ETH and kind of like being able to incentivize them without taking, that I had a great talk with the Dada artist group, and like taking the extrinsic, like putting extrinsic value in takes out the intrinsic. And it's like, if I pay you, then all of a sudden it's a job and it's not fun. So I feel like there's definitely some psychology that has to go into funding people and having them build awesome, cool stuff. And I think a lot of that has to do with finding the right people and then giving them a lot of freedom. And that's kind of what this does. It's just like, here's the North Star. Like we can talk and chat about like maybe we want to get into DeFi R tokens, right? And maybe I want to learn more about that. So let's go talk about it.
That's
yes.
Not getting paid.
Yeah, it's tough,
and,
right?
Seriously, that's the thing. Like I'm really active in OneHive, and I had a couple different things that were like paid jobs at OneHive, and I quit them because I didn't want to have a job. I'm still doing the same thing, right?
Right. That's what we were talking about as a human. And we're all different, but like, I I just have a really hard time having anyone tell me what to do, even if it's the right thing to do. So it's just, yeah, the psychology of
Even if you're already doing
it,
right? Even if you're already doing it, don't tell me.
Right,
I'll do
right,
it.
exactly, right.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. And having, I think that we probably, one thing we probably should have done better with the Build Guild is having things available. Like, here's a lot of, like, it's more like you go and make these new branches, but we probably should have done more bounties. And that's kind of like round 2. I think we're thinking more of bounties, but it would have been nice if I could have listed off a lot of other things that could have maybe like inspired more people to be building, but keeping it slow, keeping it low. Streaming meta multi-sig. So this is like a multi-sig where you can create transactions. There's streams to all these folks and you can see all the cool stuff that they built. The Build Guild as a whole is like way slower than I thought it was going to be. I thought we would be on like the 3rd round right now, and they have like tons of bounties, and I'm still sitting here talking about how we should have bounties, but it's a progressive process, but it's like it'll take time. But I think we're going to do it in rounds where we basically do this quadratic round up front to get signaling, and we list all the cool projects we're thinking about working on, and then that helps signal us for what we're working on. Then we do a dev round. We've kind of like architected the style of the block, but we've only done one block, and I think it's about time to do the next round, the next block. So we'll be building more on that. I have lots of like fun code things, but maybe let's open it up for any questions at first. Or is there like questions in a chat or something? What do I do?
So I've got plenty of questions that can keep us talking. So, one of the things that we've used here for some of our events is Nifty Ink, and I've used it myself in the past. I absolutely love just how social of a tool it can be. We played Pictionary, and Meta, I'm sure you can attest to that.
We should send him some Hangman NFTs that we did. We played Hangman.
I could probably find him down here.
It was perfect. Nifty Ink was the perfect format for Hangman because you get to watch the whole game. It's so cool.
Mm-hmm. I've never even thought of doing that. That's a really awesome idea.
And then I thought about doing animations with it, where like you do a picture and then cover it over, and then do another picture and then cover it over, and then do another picture and then cover it over, right?
My son actually has done that a couple times. So he's like a 4.5-year-old. He grabs the iPad, colors in one thing, then draws some other things, and then colors those in, and he brings something to me, and it ends up looking like a tree. But then when I hit play, it's like, oh, he had a whole story going on there.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite parts is like watching it get remade. It's so cool.
Let's grab this pizza. Let's go. Here we go. Yep. So we use this React canvas. So we grabbed a React component off the shelf for the canvas, and the canvas is recording your strokes to like a JSON file. And we take that JSON file and we upload it to IPFS, and then we take that hash and we mint it into the token. So it's like, it's like the recording of you making the art is what is stored as the token, really. And then this thing you can buy and sell. You can mint and put it on sale. Usually we try to pay, like if you come in with an incognito window, if everything is working, and sometimes it's not all working, but if you come in with an incognito window and you ink something and you hit go, we pay the gas. It uses meta transactions and burner wallets. We pay the gas, and then you get your NFT, and you can choose to put it on sale. You can choose to charge people to mint it, but you can do a lot of things without ever having to have gas. So if you are an artist, you can get like instantly onboarded, where you come in, you draw something cool, you put it up for sale, and then someone buys it, and then all of a sudden you have XDAI over here on this side chain. I'm just going to try it and see if we can get gasless mint to happen. A lot of times there's either RPC issues or gas issues, or something doesn't have enough ETH in it. Let's see what happens here. So I just came in with an incognito window. I hit ink. I got weird things are selected. I think I have like too many windows open here. Let's see. Oh, no, it didn't. Sorry, transaction limit reached. There's probably someone else doing this right now too. But yeah, wait a minute and try again. And usually it inks, and then you have some holdings, and you can like share those. Like you could you can share these nifty inks with a bunch of people and then set it up with a Collabland bot to only let owners of the token into your Telegram chat, which is something fun that we've done recently. So mint a nifty ink, mint it to a bunch of people, and then go to the Collabland bot in Telegram and send it your nifty ink. That's a fun one.
It's an amazing way to on-DAI to XDAI as well, onboard to XDAI. While we were playing that, one of our players, Missan, his wallet was every so often he'd get an extra $1 in his wallet. You know, so it was buying his pieces.
That's awesome. This is something I'm working on in Scaffold ETH. Just like the last couple days, I've been working on this, but I'm trying to really show the individuality of an account, and so I'm using it to procedurally generate just a specific CryptoPunk. So every account maps to a punk, but it's really nice when you can kind of have these here, and you know, this one sends to this one, and if I want to, I can go to my keys and I can generate another one, and it's just going to generate a new punk wallet there. So this is something I'm just working on in Scaffold ETH right now, just like random stuff, but look at all those private keys I'm showing off. Pretty cool stuff though. Okay, now they're completely destroyed anyway. What else? Scaffold ETH yeah, go ahead,
one
please.
One of the other things I want to ask about before we get too far from Nifty Inc. is I saw in the bank that there was a project that had upload an image for Nifty Inc. Is that a feature that might come to the main platform?
So that's if you go to Scaffold ETH and you type in XNFT, that's basically what project code name XNFT is. Basically a Nifty Inc. fork with all the bridging and everything, but it's file uploads, and it's a little cleaner than this. This is kind of childish on purpose. That branch is more like professional white label, everything that you get from Nifty Inc., but it's file uploads, and you can go fork it from Scaffold ETH right now for free and build an awesome platform.
Awesome, thank you. And one of the other things that kind of missing from the L2 solutions that everyone is kind of in need of is obviously the marketplace. So a way for us to see different collections and different contracts that are minting, so that we've got basically like an open sea for the L2 solutions.
We really don't have that, and sadly, because of the sadly, because of DeFi taking over all of the blocks, there's a lot of NFT traffic that is kind of pushed off to these side chains and other L1 solutions. So aggregating all the NFTs it's going to be a task. We'll see how that works. Like cross chain, maybe it's just like preparing us for sharding.
So do you see that coming pretty quickly, or are there any kind of projects that are already working on the marketplace that we should watch out for?
Ooh, yeah, no, I think that's going to be depending on the different chain. I don't know specific companies about that stuff, but yeah, I think that like there's just a ton of NFT products coming out.
So is Nifty on Matic as well, or Polygon as well, or is it strictly XDAI focused?
It should be, and that's what, when the more stuff that we build with Scaffold ETH, we make sure to try to keep it agnostic and go to both side chains. But Nifty Inc. is just on XDAI, but it's all EVM compatible. The thing with Nifty Inc. is there's that custom bridging stuff that has to happen there, and the XDAI team kind of worked with us directly to make that work. So like we would probably need some hand holding over on the Matic side too if we did something like that. I'm most excited though about Optimistic Inc., which would be a new version of it coming out with 721's bridging in and out of Optimism. But there's also Arbitrum, right? Also don't want to pick a winner, right? There's a lot of really cool roll-ups coming. Maybe it's Arbitrum Inc.
Yeah, I don't mean to say like a favorite one, just
right.
Things that for us to think of course. And thank you very much for those. Yeah, I've also seen Eporio is another kind of cool marketplace. I'm not sure if you've seen that one.
I haven't yet. I don't know. Maybe I have. No, I think I've like EPO.
Yeah, that one. Yep.
Yep.
I
think I went here and saw a Nifty Inc. on here. Is there a chance of that?
I'm not 100% sure right now. I think so. He also has like kind of drop-in minting, but yeah.
Cool. And this is on XDAI or this?
Yeah, I think right now a lot of the stuff is still on testnet, but XDAI is where it's landing. But yeah, so I definitely think, you know, having that multi-chain and not having a winner, not even just on a platform, but on a chain is going to be critical to us figuring out how to shard and to basically scale.
Ethereum will be the winner there, though, right? Like the winner is Ethereum because of all these great projects like working around the EVM.
Yeah, I think the core thing that we need for like the side chains is like a predictable cost structure for these things. So when it's too variable, like ETH right now is $2,000 with 1559, you know, it goes to $1 million. I don't want to pay $100,000 for my mint, you know.
Right, exactly.
So I think that bridge and that upgrade is one of my favorite features as well.
And that's all open source. Anybody can take that and grab that. And we did an optimistic NFT the other day where we have an optimism starter kit for Scaffold ETH. And you have both L1 and L2. You can bridge funds in, and then you can find out with your contract, you know, like, does this work in optimism or not? And you can kind of sandbox it there. So look for the optimistic side of Scaffold ETH also.
The other thing that I want to touch on that I think is really a key tool that you've helped contribute to the ecosystem is like the F-Build tools and just how easy it is to like pick up some of the hackathon project and components that you've made and just put together a project that is like pro caliber.
Oh, dude, yeah. Thanks for the shout. So here's ETH build. This is a good example of just like, this is a little build that I keep handy all the time to check to see if I send 21,000 gas right now, what's it going to cost at the current mainnet price to go fast? So it's just like, okay, it's going to be $7 to send $1 million right now, right? Or what is it going to cost to mint, you know, a stock NFT contract? A lot, right? $700. But this is just this nice little thing that I can wire up, that I can get in here and fire up. But really, yeah, it brings in a lot of crypto stuff too. There's a key pair. You can see the address that goes to. We can generate that. Then you can kind of learn how to use a key pair to kind of sign and recover data. Then eventually get into like blockchain stuff. You can check like the block number of mainnet right now by doing that. Oh, it's tried to take our block number to Gwei. There we go. Right. So thank you for the shout out. If you want to tinker around with ETH build, it's also good for like the fundamentals, right? If you want to get in and kind of just like learn like, what is a private key? Like what is a private key, right? Like this is a good place to go answer those questions, and just like how consensus works and distributed ledgers. My computer's going so slow I can't get it to bring up.
Yeah,
there's a curriculum if you just go to eth.build. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, I said you froze too. Really
no.
quickly, how would developers, like we started with Build Guild, right? How would developers get involved with that?
Yes, so it's probably like a three-step process. Like you want to know the fundamentals and get good with eth.build, like we saw there. Then the second step is like jump into Scaffold ETH, check it out, bring it up, go through the repo. It's supposed to be set up that if you're a good programmer, you should be able to grab Scaffold ETH off the shelf and just kind of learn decentralized app building. There's obviously like a lot more to it, but it's a good starting point. And if you start there and you start contributing, the Build Guild stuff just kind of happens naturally. Like if you're contributing to Scaffold ETH and helping me out and helping out in the chat and building cool branches that are educational, then I'm gonna just start streaming ETH to you, and that's how it works.
Okay, cool. Good to know.
Yeah, that's one of the best parts about having it all kind of flow from the repos, is that it's really easy to see when someone is picking stuff up and doing stuff. He doesn't actually have to participate in the discussions. He can see what they're building. And
yep. Go ahead. Sorry.
One of the reasons that I wanted to highlight the F-Build to F-Scaffold is it is kind of like that step framework. It gives someone an initial like no code, easy to understand view of what's happening in a way that it's almost like Unity. You know, plug in these numbers and boom, game comes out. And then the next step up from that is the scaffolding, which is like, here you go, here's the components for how you should have done what you wanted to do. So people aren't having to spend the first 6 months trying to figure out how to get a wallet to connect.
Yep, for sure. Exactly. And just there's so many little UX things. Uh-oh, I think I might have lost you.
We hear you. I don't see you or your screen.
Oh, okay.
We just lost. We hear you.
Word. There's just so many little UX things, like having ENS built in and having there. If you try to build an app with great UX, it is very hard on Ethereum.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Austin.
I'm trying to get my screen to come up. Sorry, guys. Yeah. Thank you for having me. This has been a lot of fun. I think I hear you out there, but I can't see anything.
Yeah,
Thank you for
posted
having
me,
me.
so.
Hearts. Happy Thursday.
Thank you for coming.
Yep. Thank you, guys. See you.
Thank you. Bye. Do you want to introduce our next speaker?
Magenta, you're here and you're with the Bloom Network. And I tried to look everything up. This has something to do with agriculture for real? Growing things? Or am I confused?
Totally.
Oh, that's so cool. All right. Well, I'm going to sit back and let you talk. I imagine you have something that you're ready to talk about, right?
I do.
Awesome. Well, I look forward to listening.
MetaFEST, MetaGame people, favorite octopus, squid, kraken creatures. Let's see, I'll share my screen here. I'm going to do like a little walkthrough of what Bloom Network is. But I'll keep it short so that we can dialogue. I'm also storytell a little bit about the collaborations that we're doing in the Web3 space, because I think that's one of the magical things that's happening. So just briefly, Bloom Network is basically a real world DAO. It's a peer-to-peer action network, and our goal is to inspire 1 billion acts of regeneration and also to distribute more resources to decentralized communities. So we're about 30,000 participants right now across 16 local chapters in 9 countries. We've been around since 2008. And we're working on setting up our digital DAO. We've basically been waiting till the tech is ready enough that our kind of non-technical people can use it.
Okay, so hold on. You're a little echoey, and I'm not sure if there's something you can do with relation to like the microphone on your computer or something to fix that. If not, just keep going, but you're echoing a little bit.
Let's see. Let me try pulling my headphones out. That usually does the opposite of that. Well, let me try it. Is that any better?
No, but I can understand what you're saying fine, so you can go ahead. What you have to say is
true. I can't hear you now. What was it that you just said?
No, it's not really better, but go ahead. I mean, I can understand you.
Huh. I don't know what is causing that. Sorry about that. I know it's hard to understand when that's happening.
No, you're fine. We're happy to have you.
So briefly, basically local blooms on the ground are doing things like growing local food movements, like you mentioned. Some of us are setting up regional token economies. And another thing we do is teach people restorative justice as an alternative to putting people in prison. So as a peer network, we share information and resources to evolve more quickly. So kind of what I understand is we're like on the ground doing what MetaGame is trying to build tools for. And that's awesome because we decided to not become a tech company and just wait till we found you. So briefly, what the Bloom DAO is doing. Well, basically, I mean, the reason I came to Web3 is to engage with the finance tools here, because what's happening is there are like tens of thousands of people working on this kind of stuff all over the world, tens of thousands of groups, probably many millions of people. And they're by and large locked out of finance because the way they work is inherently decentralized and collaborative, and it's often like oppressed or invisibilized in terms of economic viability. But Web3 is really built to support that. So like our local Bloom DAOs will have a membership model that's connected with our international membership. And then as people do things like crypto parties or turn their strip malls into maker oases, there will start to be initiatives that are members of the DAO, and that will flow into the local economy, and we'll be able to have distributed, localized economies much more easily. So just a few ways we're integrating with Web3 right now is we've been waiting for something like Superfluid to exist so that we can do monthly memberships. And we have a really fun way of onboarding kind of non-technical people to Web3. We try to make it playful and do it in real time, like on video calls with people, because while most of our community is interested in getting involved, it's really impossible for them to filter signal from noise unless someone's holding their hand and it's like a relevant use case that they understand and a trusted community. So we also want to directly implement MyMeta, which you folks from MetaGame are building, as our profile system, so that as we federate with people who have their own websites, people don't have to enter their profile information every time. And we have shared visibility. Thanks, Sparrow, for being the guinea pig on this one. And we can also see each other's, what we have surplus of and what we need to kind of match that. And we'll be able to automate payments and do this fancy front end thing we don't want to do is like an impact dashboard. So say 300 people participate in making a food forest, which provides like low labor maintenance, free food for their community. This is something we want to economically incentivize. So use use tokens. And I'm working on that element with Sebnem from the token engineering economy and Impact Pirates to work out the details of this. So that's another cool collaboration. And this is another thing we want to make it as a tool that like anyone could implement on their website. And again, it's connected through that profile system and IPFS. So ultimately, as like funders start understanding that it's to everyone's advantage to fund this kind of frontline climate and social change work, we're able to really like cut out millions of overhead in the administrative burden of automatically supporting people to do this stuff. So yeah, we're trying to grow right now. By year 3, we want to have 1,000 local blooms. So we're really set up to automate that and use kind of like normie world automation, tech, marketing tools, just help humanity transition fast because we don't have much time, I think, with our ecosystems. There's like 50 local organizers involved. Yeah, we'll have some time for dialogue here. You can ask me questions at magenta@bloomnetwork.org. And our website, just real quickly, is at bloomnetwork.org. You can find the local blooms tab here, has information and a map of all the local chapters that exist now. And we'll show you how to start one if you want to. Yay, pop-ups. Yeah, and I learned in Kernel, we participated in Kernel from Gitcoin. And I learned from Andre Berlin, who I think gave a talk today too, how to do user journey mapping. See if I can zoom in here. So I made this like crazy map of the circuitry between like.
I'm really sorry to interrupt you, Magenta, but because the sound is a little muffled, could you be careful to enunciate and speak slowly? I'm not trying to like be bossy. I apologize.
No, thank you. Thank you for interrupting me.
I want to really hear what you're saying because I'm excited about this.
So I made this crazy flow circuitry diagram of the local events that are happening, how someone would bump into them in the real world, and then how we kind of bring people through onboarding to Bloom Network and Web3 in general, so they can make that kind of local economic circuitry and self-sufficiency happen that I kind of described. So I learned how to do rapid prototyping, which is funny because I've been like applying to real world accelerators and it just hasn't been a match. We haven't been a match with the philanthropy world. And it's like, as soon as I kind of found the right nerds who think like me in Web3 and the ecosystem way that you all work together, it's like everything just makes sense. You already understand what we are. There's this whole conversation of like, wait, I don't get what your organization is. That doesn't even need to happen because you guys know what a DAO is. So yeah, we've been waiting for you. So thanks for making what you have been making. And I'm really excited to join forces and skip along with you all.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think one of the first things that I learned about the Bloom network was Basil. Is Basil part of Bloom?
Basil is part of an adjacent network, but we've met each other.
Yeah, he originally was talking about Bloom and showed me a part of the group, and I went in there and hopped on some of the calls, and just the way, like, how local that you guys are is so critical. Like yesterday when we had Mateo on, and he was talking about how like we can harness like our global powers to make local changes. I think that is like one of the things that's so critical about what Bloom is doing. Can you talk to some of the ways that you've helped like some communities and like directly how you're improving like local lives?
Yeah. So one of the things that we do, I think, and speaking to that global connection piece, is say our organizers in Long Beach have made legal, like they've helped their city push through legislation that's more friendly for local food movements. And then so when we meet local food organizers in another city, we can be like, hey, you can go faster, just like start with these guys' templates and build off of that. Or similarly, we're starting to get a lot of questions from people who are starting eco-villages when there's a whole bunch of questions that people go through in that. One of them is people wanting to set them up as cooperative business incubators for their region. And like, how do you handle the ownership, the legal structures, the cultural things? So we're able to kind of share with people who are farther down along that road. And so that's one of the main things that's, I think, been helpful, and just the moral support too, because doing this kind of community organizing can be stressful, especially if you're dealing with communities that are under a lot of duress environmentally or economically or with racial injustice issues. And so just having a community of people that understands kind of the almost like intersectional movement building and the just kind of have each other's backs and can listen to each other and work through challenges has been one of the most helpful things I think about.
Do you find any kind of like struggle between kind of permaculture and making things sustainable versus that like business model that you're talking about, especially if people are coming in to try and turn a community's garden into a source of business?
Oh, I think we went through a phase of having almost like the extreme factions of different facets of the left kind of fighting with each other, or the collisions of having like commercial interests intersect with community projects. And we probably went through a 10-year phase of R&D about that and witnessing lots of intense conflict, to the point where we've kind of developed stronger practices for setting cultural frames where people can listen to each other, and a culture of listening first and noticing more quickly when a conflict becomes apparent and directly addressing it right then so it doesn't fester. And also making sure we're communicating in a way that is open and inviting, because there are a lot of like weird subcultures developing these tools that are practices or reconnecting with ancient practices that are really helpful. And often they communicate in a rarefied, like political or aesthetic viewpoint. And that makes it difficult for the large number of people who want to engage with these kinds of things. Like they either can't find them, it's like invisible, or it's like not, they're like a person of difference coming in is not welcome or seen as suspicious. So we've really tried to, it was one of the main things we've tried to do is create a brand container, so to speak, like a cultural, that's why we talk about regenerative cultures as a pluralism of culture and openness to dialoguing and just hands-on working together across difference. Like if you start with doing something together and finding those things that are fairly neutral to make action together, then starting there helps kind of unpack these long-standing like conflicts that are around.
Yeah, I think that openness is something that's key, and it's one of the things that I know was my kind of first impression for Meta Verde. She was always a champion for inclusion and being conscious of, how what your actions do can be socially taken to help kind of reduce conflict and make sure that people are appreciated. So Meta, do you have any questions related to that aspect?
Me? You're talking about like the like on the ground groups getting along kind of thing.
Yeah, and making sure that inclusion and being accepting and not only that, but like considerative of
Right.
like other people's perspective.
But I just got kind of lost in the arguments amongst the left because that's something that I live in Seattle. I experience it every day. There are some really nice programs that are being developed in the Daos sphere, like Token Engineering Commons has got the Graviton training, and they've got a working group where if there's even like the smallest conflict going on in your organization, you can submit the conflict to them. And the idea that they're going with, and I don't disagree, is that conflict is natural and it's part of growth, and so it needs to be embraced and assimilated, right? So you can kind of come out the other side instead of like somebody winning the conflict gets integrated and accepted and moved past, right? So if there's like any kind of conflict, you could reach out to the Graviton working group at Token Engineering Commons, and they're really super. I mean, they've only done a couple conflicts so far, and I know that at least one of them worked out very nicely. And that's something that different DAOs are working on, like within the DAO. Like there's also a Celeste. It's a kind of a voting thing that One Hive's coming out with for kind of more on like an official process level, resolving conflicts. I don't have any particular insights beyond, be gentle, be kind, and understand. Like I've been very salty, and every time I am, it's coming from a place of fear and pain. So anytime somebody's difficult to work with, they're hurt or scared. I can almost guarantee, other than that. But it sounds like anytime you're growing things, you're working the right direction.
Yeah, that's very insightful, and thank you. That brings up a great question. Like, how exactly do you deal with conflict? It's a very sensitive subject, and it sounds like you guys have done a lot of thought and care into conflict management.
Yeah, we actually haven't had anything major come up in a while. The last thing we went through actually caused us to make much stronger gatekeeping with who we kind of invite into leadership positions. Bloom is still fairly anarchic, but we kind of upskilled each other in terms of when you're bringing on a new local organizer or someone on the international teams, like these are the red flags to watch out for, especially in our context where we're usually needing people to have pretty stable, what I would almost describe as like spiritual maturity, though I'm sure that word is like meaningless to some people. But like looking for people who have done deep inner work and or are willing to dialogue if they come into up against an edge that is difficult for them. So we're trying to like read people and are slow to invite people to leadership positions. That's one of the recent things we've come to, but really just making space for it like in a more general thing. So if noticing that there's something there, being like, okay, let's address this together. Let's make a space and set a container and boundary. Like this is our focus of this space is to talk directly about this conflict, try to make as comfortable of a space as possible and as focused of a space so that people can access those parts of themselves. And if someone needs to stop and excuse themselves or be like, I just can't do this right now, like be compassionate about that and then come back later and try to, I think another thing that we try to bring to the table is like somatic awareness of these sorts of things, which tends to being in a room with people who are acknowledging that and can, instead of, as much as possible, which is not always possible, like when someone is experiencing being triggered, acknowledging that, and others like being in a place of love and being mindful. I think like working with triggers is something we kind of like want to find or make some templates about too, of helping people with that, especially when you're working with like online and IRL like bridges, because it's much easier online to lay into someone and be triggered and just let someone have it because you're not seeing all their emotional reactions in real time and you feel a little safer, and maybe you need to express and vent, and that's fine, but it can like get out of hand pretty quickly. So again, that's where we like lean into, if it's an online related discussion, making a video call about it so that you're seeing who you're talking to and you're being seen. So I don't know, those are just like some little.
Yeah, that brings up a lot of great points that I don't think we've touched on any of the other talks, but are kind of key to all of the talks as well. Like that spiritual connection and kind of enlightenment and just kind of respect that we have for each other isn't something that you can just find on a profile sheet, It's something that you read from interacting with people, and you read from body language, and you read from understanding people's intentions and where they're coming from. So I think that is like really key to like the growth and overcoming pains and struggles that we have, because as positive as things are, all people have a lot of real life trouble that they deal with, and having that spiritual connection allows you to understand that we're all people first, and all the projects that we're working on are possible because we're in a space where we're comfortable with the people around us, and we're comfortable and we're happy with what we're doing. So I think that's really key.
Yeah, one thing I'd add too is there's a leader in Blue Network. His name is Toby Wing. He's based in so-called Vancouver, unceded Salish Coast territories, and he started a group called Decolonized Consciousness and Anti-Colonial Solidarity. That at this point,
would you repeat the name of the group? I just heard the decolonized part.
Decolonized Consciousness and Anti-Colonial Solidarity. Specifically for doing really deep unpacking of ancestral race dynamics and ancestral trauma, and the way we're still playing out conflicts and oppressions and these kinds of things. And just like props to their moderator team. Like that is fucking intense in there. And people just really talk directly about really intense stuff. And so making spaces and caucusing, I think, is sometimes helpful too. I mean, again, depending on like the scale of community and what all you're trying to approach, but we found a need to make a space specifically to go deep into that stuff, because we made that forum specifically to address the issues that we were seeing, the common issues in white-led activist movements, like white-led spiritual movements, ecology, and the festival world, and how those promulgate oppression and systems and frameworks of that, and cause ongoing harm. And so we found a need to make a space to ultimately help people mobilize. I think they're at the phase now where they pulled in a little bit of money to help them do something specific, a specific campaign. So they've gone through like years at this point of kind of a dialogue process, and they're ready to start doing more active, positive campaigns in the real world. So I'm excited to see what happens from that.
The decolonization work is just super intense. My boys are Mexican, and my oldest son has done a lot of work in that, especially with Indigenous and Black people. And it's been a real education for me, because I never thought anything about it. He's my son, I never thought he was treated differently because he was brown. Why would I think that, right? It was just like, and it turned out that like, not so much the whole time he was growing up, but as a high schooler and young adult, he ran into a lot of racism issues that I never knew about until the last couple of years. It's very core, and it hits so many of us because we're so, like, I know we still have racism issues, but so many of us, especially in this space, are so integrated. I'll use whatever pronoun you want me to use. You are the gender you say you are, and I respect you regardless of your race. And it's so hard to realize that outside of our core heart group, that there are people that aren't like that, and our loved ones are having to navigate that, right? And so the more we learn about it, the better we can help. Yeah, it's super important. Really, really deep, painful work.
I also want to kind of also draw the parallel with Bloom and just like, how that acts as like a person, right? It really is about like coming to like your fruition and trying to make yourself a better person or flower, so to speak.
Right on. Yeah, it's like a bird blooming.
I would.
That's cool.
I don't know enough about how your organization works, and I'm certainly not telling you what to do. But you said something about like kind of better vetting the people that go into leadership position, and that's super important. That's not what I'm saying, but what I've seen in the DAOs is that with a more distributed leadership, that it's not as big of an issue. You know what I mean? And I don't know if that could apply to what you're doing, because you guys are doing a lot of IRL stuff that kind of like they're always looking for a figurehead, they're like, who do I go to for this? Who's my point person? But being able to kind of spread out so it's not so much like somebody in charge, then you can not have to worry and put so much pressure on like one person. But I'm certainly not telling you what to do, and I'm excited to learn more about your project on my own. Thank you for talking to us.
Likewise.
Yeah. Awesome. Do you have anything else you'd like to leave us with?
Just encouraging everyone to do IRL things, whatever is most exciting to you, but whether that's planting seed or finding someone near you who does gardening that you can maybe help them with someone in your neighborhood who's building a thing, you would learn that way. Or even putting together a project that calls to your soul. I think, just want to leave you with that encouragement to explore, like do things IRL while we do this epic online reorganization of how we're collaborating.
Yeah, I'm in
Thank you so much,
my peer group
Magenta.
grows things, so it's cool. Yeah, we're all into like plant a seed, grow something, grew this myself. Yay.
And feel free to drop us some links that people can follow up with Bloom Network and learn more about how they can help people. And thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice to meet you both and everyone out there.
Bye-bye.
So what could we have next?
The next up is Spencer.
A Raid Guild.
Yeah, I know Raid Guild. You know Raid Guild?
Yeah, I dropped in on a meeting during DAO Open House Week, DAO Rush Week.
Yeah, I love Raid Guild. Like I was talking earlier about how like we're trying to be doers and people that move the ball forward, and MetaFactories doing the merge side, but Raid Guild is building a lot of these apps and the contracts that make everything happen.
They're building our bridges. Now we got money on Maine. Thank you, Raid Guild.
Yeah. So I also am a Raid Guild member.
Oh, you are? Now I know my in.
Yeah. No, you got to work your way in. We've got a pretty amazing apprenticeship group at season 0. So the cohort.
Oh, am I too late?
No, and it's never too late to start out. So.
Is our Raid Guild person here yet?
I was messaging him. He says he's ready. Let me see.
I want
to talking about you.
I want to know about how the distributed brewery idea went, because when I dropped in during DAO Rush Week, they were trying to figure out how to, because like you can't just ship alcohol everywhere, right?
That's
and then
true.
They were talking about like microbreweries or maybe brew kits and how are we going to do this? But then I got sidetracked with token engineering commons, and then One Hive exploded, and now I'm doing this.
So yeah, I mean, obviously things are a bit chaotic here and there, and I can't speak to when we will have it, but the Blood of Moloch is something that has progressed. So yeah, Sasquatch is a professional brewer and has made an amazing recipe for the Blood of Moloch.
Nice.
So Decentralized Brewery is hopefully coming up, and yeah, we'll all be drinking the Blood of Moloch, trying to flame a little bit more.
That's right.
I'll be there for a second. Are you with us?
We're turning the tables on Moloch, are we? Drinking his blood.
Yeah.
Hello, you must be Spencer. Hi, I'm Meta Bear. Nice to see you.
How's it going?
Excellent.
You're a little bit low.
A little bit low.
Yeah. Get loud. Get loud.
Can I do that in here?
Yeah, that sounds much better already.
Okay, maybe I'll just talk louder.
You sound great now.
Yeah, that's
So I see Spencer a lot. He is very active in Raid Guild. I will turn the floor over to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Awesome. Thanks for having me and giving me an opportunity to talk about Raid Guild, which is one of the coolest things that I think I've ever been a part of. Give me a moment here. I'll bring up my slides. Give some visuals here. Does that work?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, so these slides.
We can see you again to the camera, then we can see you too.
Oh, okay. Let me. Let me split my screen a little bit. Oh no, I wasn't trying to hide on purpose. How's that? Is that working?
Yep, you look great. Thank you.
well, others can judge that, but well, yeah. Thanks for having me. Raid Guild is really one of the coolest things I've ever been a part of, like I said, and I'm excited to be able to talk about it. These slides are based on the Raid in review, sort of a close of year review that we had maybe a couple months ago. It's a blog post. You're welcome to go find that and check that out. Some of the numbers and facts are a little bit out of date at this point. So I'll try to point that out where that's the case. But here we go. Let's start. So we actually think about what we're doing as a really interesting foray into the future of work. And so we are a DAO, and we think that's a really interesting part of the future of work. So I guess everybody here, I think, probably has some idea of what a DAO is. But what we are is a collective or a cooperative of Web3 product freelancers. And we are organized as a Moloch DAO, which means that we are all effectively, we share in the ownership over Raid Guild. And different members have different amount of shares based on the amount of contribution, the amount of activity, and the amount of work that they've done with and for the guild. But everybody has some share, and everybody has some voice. And that's really the way we operate. And as I'll talk about a little bit later, that poses some challenges, but it's really a step change in the way a lot of us have worked in the past. And we think that's really exciting. And I think there's a lot that we can do and expand on that basic concept. And we really, one of the things that we are trying to think about more is how can we think about Raid Guild as a pattern or as an example for other organizations to start getting the same benefits or doing the same kind of things. And we subscribe very strongly to the Metacartel ethos of, if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together. And as we'll see, some of what we do is slowing down a little bit as we grow, but we don't want to change the way we make decisions, because we don't want to ever be going alone. We want to do this all together. Actually, so before I get into this, a little bit about how we work. So Raid Guild is made up of a bunch of members, as I said, and all of us are freelancers. And when clients come to us, they hire the guild, but then there's a team of raiders, sometimes called the raid party, that then work on whatever it is the client hired the guild to do. And what happens is when a client pays the guild, 90% of what they pay goes directly to the raiders. So we are freelancers, we get paid for our work, and then 10%, the remainder, goes to the guild. And what that does is it helps to fund internal projects or improvements, which we call Raid Guild Improvement Proposals, or RIPs. And it also just makes sure that we are maintaining the ability to keep ourselves funded if there are ever any downturns in demand for our services. There haven't been any downturns yet, but we always want to be prepared for that case. So right now we have around 85 members. I think it's a little bit hard to tell because we're growing pretty quickly, and sometimes, as I'll talk about in a little bit, we have some members that are not officially part of our roster quite yet. But I think it's around 84 or 85 right now, and those members are quite diverse in terms of skills and abilities and a lot of other dimensions, and that's pretty intentional. The way we are set up is as a lot of guilds that you might think of are kind of unidimensional, like the Welders Guild or the Ironsmiths Guild. But we are a sort of a guild of guilds in a sense, in that there's all of the parts of building a Web3 product, all of the skills that are required are represented within Raid Guild. So we have different roles. Like I take on a couple roles. One is monk, kind of project or product management. We also have archers, which are designers. We have wizards, which are Solidity devs. We have paladins, which are back-end devs, on and on and on. And one thing we try to make sure is that when a client comes to us, we are putting together a raid party that has a balanced set of skills, a balanced roster. Because we always think that cross-functional work is the most powerful and most long-lasting and high-quality work. how do we keep all of that organized? The honest answer is that it's a challenge and it's a struggle, and it's something we're always working through and working to improve. One of the experiments in that we followed is this idea of having housekeepers, where we have different houses that represent roughly different types of roles, and each of the roles sort of roughly elects a lead or a keeper of that house to help kind of keep things moving and make improvements and be like a servant leader for the rest of that house. We will see how that experiment goes. There's been some ups, been some downs. So we'll take away some learnings from that, and then we'll improve and iterate. We meet every week, and in fact, we're growing so fast that those meetings there's now 2 or 3, maybe even 4 meetings a week. Those are all, of course, optional. None of this is required. There's no standardized required processes for things. We have best practices, but we don't force anybody to do anything unless it's going to be to major detriment to the guild if they don't. Like I said, we're growing and we're fractalizing and we're experimenting and exploring how we might be able to do that in a way that doesn't result in us losing our ethos or losing what makes Raid Guild. And one of the ways we're experimenting with that is this new way of thinking about apprentices. So individuals who want to join the guild and want to go on raids with other raiders, other members of the guild, they actually join now as apprentices. And we have a little bit of an interesting experiment going on where there's a cohort of those apprentices, and that cohort is called the first cohort is called Season 0. We may have Season 1 and 2 and 3 down the line, but that is a cohort of apprentices who are now kind of learning what it's like to be in the guild, developing the basic tools to be part of a DAO-based collective, etc. And then once they've gone through all those steps and they've helped out on some raids and gotten paid for those raids, then the ones that have done so successfully will be invited to join as a full member into the guild. So we're still in the middle of that. We'll see how it goes, but it's going great so far. So if that or any of this sounds interesting, we would love for you to come through into our Discord, come hang out. We have a bunch of open channels, so even if you don't want to go on any raids or join the guild, you can just come out and hang out with some Web3 product people. I already talked a little bit about some of our numbers, but one thing I do want to talk about is the fact that we've had 2 rage quits. So for those who are not familiar, a rage quit is a feature or an action within a Moloch DAO where a member basically exits the DAO, and when they exit, they leave with a proportional amount of the funds that are in the DAO based on the amount of shares or the proportional shares that they have. And rage quit is a really powerful governance component or Lego, and it basically allows the existence of rage quit allows us to make decisions relatively quickly and without having a quorum of voters. Because at any point, if somebody doesn't like a decision that we've made, before that decision actually gets enacted, they can rage quit. More realistically, what we've seen is that if people have joined the guild and over time they learn that they're not a great fit for the guild, or they don't really want to work with all of us in the way that they originally were imagining, then they can rage quit. No harm, no foul. They get their funds. We all move on. We've done a bunch of raids. This is where some of our numbers are definitely out of date. You could probably add 5 or 6 to each of these numbers, and you could probably multiply these WETH or WETH and DAI numbers by like 1.2 or something like that. One thing that we did after these slides were put together is we migrated to XDAI and from mainnet, and that is going to allow us to do a lot more interesting experimentation with incentives, with new types of smart contracts to automate some of the work that we do or some of the processes that we have because of the significant decrease of gas costs. So that is an exciting frontier for us that we're thrilled to explore. So if that is something that you're interested, come check us out. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So one of the things that we're doing with those cheaper gas costs is we're building some of our own tools. One thing that happened is that a DaoHaus kind of spun out from Guidl and is now its own thing, its own entity. There's a heavy overlap between members of DaoHaus and members of Guidl, but the DaoHaus platform for summoning and managing and being a member of DAOs is a full separate thing that we still have a pretty strong relationship with. We built some other tools. One of them I want to talk about is the escrows or smart invoice. The escrow is an internal tool that we use to get paid by clients that keeps kind of is the best of both worlds for both clients and us, where clients are able to ensure that what they really are going to get what they pay for, and we can be sure that the clients really are going to pay us and they have the money to do so. So we use an escrow contract that together with the LexDAO, our friends at LexDAO, we've written. And we've learned from what we've been doing internally with our escrow, and we're now working on a new product that we're going to be launching soon for anybody to use called Smart Invoice, that takes a lot of those same escrow concepts and builds them into what I think is a pretty slick application for service providers or people doing work for clients, for them to get paid and for clients to pay them safely and more securely. So keep an eye out for an announcement soon on that. So Guild spinoffs, like I said, already talked a little bit about DAO Shop or DaoHaus. Associated with conceptually with DaoHaus is DAO Shop, which is where we consult with clients who want to create their own DAO, and we help them figure out how to do that. Shill Shop, where we are basically like a marketing arm for the Shill Shop, is a marketing arm for the Guild and is also going to be taking on its own clients. FireEye's DAO, which is I'm sure a lot of you have seen their tweets all over, helping some of the big major DeFi protocols and other projects in the space with their governance and token management and a lot of other things. And coming soon, we may have a couple new spin-off guilds or DAOs that come out of Guild. All right, so I'm going to hit just a couple more things, and then I want to make sure there's time for some questions. But the big thing that we are thinking about now is, where do we go from here? What does the future look like for us? And the big question is, how do we continue to grow and evolve without losing what makes us us? Without losing what makes Raid Guild work and what makes it special and what makes it different than just your regular old dev shop consulting kind of company. Related to that is, can we or should we fractalize? We've already started that a little bit. Should we formalize that more? Should we have a Wizards DAO or a Wizards Guild for Solidity devs? Should we have a Monk DAO or a Monk Guild for project managers? Should we have a Clerics DAO or a Clerics Guild for account managers? Should we have a Warrior Guild or a Warrior DAO for front-end devs? Those are really big questions, and we want to make sure we get them right and we don't ruin anything by experimenting too much. But at the same time, we want to make sure we experiment and we continue to evolve as we need to. Another big question that you already may think we have an answer to is, should we focus just on serving clients, or should we also start building out some of our own products? One of the really cool things about being a member-owned DAO or a member-owned association is that we can do things that are a little bit different than some other types of organizations. We can make decisions to completely pivot what we want to do as a group and do that collectively. We will not be completely pivoting, but we're exploring what it might look like to start to build some of our own products. And Smart Invoice is the first example of what that might look like. And then finally, how do we, so like any project in in Web3 and in Ethereum and crypto. We want to decentralize further. So how do we blur the lines between the guild, which is a permissioned organization, and our broader community? The apprentice program is one example of that, expanding who comes and works with us. Like I said, we have a number of open channels in our Discord server, so that's another example. But we're also exploring some other ways that could be pretty interesting. All right, so I'm going to actually stop there because I want to open this up for some questions. But a lot of people to thank: DaoHaus, LexDAO, MetaGame, of course, and then also the broader MetaCartel community. MetaCartel itself gave RaidGuild the initial grant that. Actually, I might be wrong about that. Scratch that. And finally, just a shout out to all our current and future guild members. We love you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Spencer. Yeah, one of the main things that I've noticed being a member is just like the level of commitment and how dedicated to like shipping products we are, and not just like fast dev work. There's so much care that goes into each one of the clients, and each one of the clients is so much different that it really is like a group effort to build the squad to knock out what people need. So big props to all the members. And I also know that there's going to be a RaidGuild jacket coming up soon. You heard about that?
I think we've got a sweatshirt in either in design or production or some exciting pre-stage. I'm really looking forward to being able to
I think it's coming out soon. I hope to make sure that happens. I'm really excited for it. It's looking
it's going to be great for all of us to be wearing that at the first in-person Ethereum or crypto conference, whenever that may be. I'm super psyched for all that.
It's a big shout out to Jackie too for the design work on that.
For sure.
So one of the things that you're active on right now is season 0, and I want to also say how amazing that is and let you talk a little bit about how that has helped kind of control the chaos for new members and just kind of how people can cope with the overload that happens for just like all the information that we deal with.
Yeah, so I can't speak to it in too much detail. Tay and Will have been the primary drivers of season 0. I have been sort of tangentially involved, but I do know that what you said is very much the case, where what used to be a really daunting challenge of onboarding into the guild and drinking from the fire hose of the whatever 50 plus Discord channels that we have with people talking left and right about everything constantly. That was a real big challenge, and I think Tay and Will have done a great job of creating a system where we can kind of walk people through that process and onboard them in a much more structured but still kind of a free and flowing way.
So you brought up a question towards the end of your talk as well about like if these subgroups should kind of fraction or kind of create their own groups. And I think one of the things that I've heard, especially being in the space and through other talks, is the power of like a squad and to have like the multidisciplinary approach. And I see that even when we hit raids, like a raid isn't like one, it doesn't take one kind of skill set. It takes an entire raid party to hit things. Mm-hmm. So is there any kind of consideration for like still keeping that information open between the different groups if they start fractioning?
I think that's a foundational question and potentially even an existential question. My feeling, my perspective on this, and there are a number of different perspectives, and we've had some really good conversations within the guild about this. Is well, my perspective is that cross-functional, let's keep everybody together and make sure we can do things as a multidisciplinary group. I think that's crucial. And I'm really hesitant to make any changes that could risk that. That said, there's also a lot of advantages to getting like really specialized and like making sort of advancing the state of the art on project management, or advancing the state of the art on Solidity development, or the state of the art on whatever. So I think what we are challenged with is finding a way to hopefully get both of those things without losing the thing that like keeps our conversations really interesting and our work really high quality.
I think the other part of like season 0 that resonates so strongly with me is exactly what you're talking about. It's like the cohort system and kind of that skill buildup with a mentor that helps the new people figure out how to go and then figures out how fast they can run, you know? And I know Deacon, who just hopped on, has been really talking a lot about skill trees as well, both in Rig Guild as well as outside. And I think that's going to be a big part of how we move kind of vertically while still keeping everyone in that core. Have you had any?
For sure.
Do you have anything that you want to tell new raiders or people that are developers out there, skills that we need or things that we're looking for?
I think the biggest things that we're looking for right now are, well, everybody's looking for Solidity devs, so I almost don't even need to say that. But the other one is designers, what we call archers. It seems like designers who are at least a little bit familiar with what Web3 is and kind of all the idiosyncrasies that has are in just absolutely huge demand. And we feel like we're constantly short on those, even though we have a lot, and we have a lot of really great designers. We feel like we're constantly looking for more. And I'm actually a little bit surprised that this space hasn't attracted even more designers, because it's so ripe for like ground zero or sort of from first principles innovation or design thinking. Just because of all the weird stuff that is present in Web3 that is not in Web2. And then the other one is project managers or monks, or in some cases product managers, just kind of keeping everything moving, making sure projects are running smoothly, making sure that everybody's kind of happy and that we're focusing on the right things. Those are really hugely valuable skills, and we can always use more of those.
Well, great. Thank you so much. And I definitely recommend any developers to get in touch with Rig Guild, figure out how you can help build the future. And yeah, thank you so much. Also, if you have any kind of dragons that you need slayed, you know, Rig Guild has got the best mercenaries around.
That's right. Awesome. Well, thanks for having me. This has been super fun, and I can't wait to see everybody coming through our Discord to say hello.
Thank you so much, Spencer.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
So now we have the Dao Father. We have Deacon. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, how's it going?
That's going great. How are you doing?
Great.
So I will let Metaverde introduce you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Should I share a screen or can
You
I?
should share a screen. So Deacon, are you you're good to go?
I think so, yeah.
Awesome. Well, I will let you riff. You
Okay.
do it.
All right. Which
Yeah, it should be at the bottom of the screen to the right of the hang up button, but either way.
oh, where it says hide? Okay, let me oh well. Now I lost audio. Hold on.
I hear you.
Oh, I was on mute talking. If that's what.
Oh, okay.
I'm so sorry. There's not a button at the camera button at the bottom of your screen for you.
Yes, there is. Okay. Now you can see my face.
Yes, we see your face and we see your screen.
Excellent. All right, let's get started. Present. Okay. So yeah, my name's Deacon, and I'm part of the DaoHaus team. So I'm just going to talk about kind of the history of DaoHaus and like how we started and where we're at now and what we're like releasing really over the next few weeks. It's been a really cool journey, and we started off super small, just like a lot of the teams in the space, and so it's kind of just like a cool story about how this all came together. So first of all, why DAOs are important. I guess, you know, we've been talking about them all day, and there's a lot of different types of DAOs really now in the space. Like you get the permission kind of DAOs like Moloch, which is non-fungible, non-transferable shares. Each member is voted in by the other members, and then there's the rage quit where you're all governing over a single treasury, and you can rage quit out your fair share at any point. There's also like these community token DAOs or social token DAOs. They work a little different, more with a transferable token, usually issued from like the core community or through a timeline of issuance, or maybe a fixed supply that's distributed all at once through a drop. Or you know, there's lots of, anyways, everything is a DAO right now, right? It doesn't matter. And if you get together, if you're a community, you're a DAO. And really, we use the Moloch DAOs, and it's like, which are that specific type of DAO, but all these different types of community organizing and using blockchain technology to help collaborate around certain things, they're all valid. And really the way we're looking at it, in the way that it's like, maybe it's a combination of all these things really that's going to matter. Progressive decentralization and the concentric circles of engagement. So it's kind of, with a DAO, a lot of times you'll start with this core team, and then you want to expand your engagement out to the community as you're decentralizing more and more. This follows the same model of like open source development. You start with a core team of core contributors on a project, 2 or 3 people usually. Then you start getting some another circle of the collaborators that are coming in and doing PRs and helping and coming into the core team sometimes. And then you have like this larger circle of your community, which in open source products would be like your users. And DAOs follow that model in a lot of ways too. The one way we've seen DAOs working as like flat organizations seem to work really well. I think it's because of the people that use them a lot of times. Like, we're comfortable with the technology, we're comfortable with the communication, how communication has become so easy and fast through Discord, Telegram, Twitter, all these things. It makes it easier to get rid of that hierarchical managerial stuff. In the flat org, it's more about like emergent things coming out, letting people that are interested have a way to drive the bus, right? They're like, everyone, it doesn't matter if you're new or if you've been around for a while, if you come and you come back and go, you're not coming in and like checking in and then with your time card and then spending 8 hours in your seat and then out. You could be in 10 different DAOs, and that's totally cool. So this is our story of DaoHaus, and it started a couple years ago with just 3 of us. It was me, Sam, and Vin. We have a dev shop called Odyssey, And so when we started it, we were like, okay, we want to do something that's on chain. This is like before the whole DAO explosion happened. So we were like, let's do a co-op style thing where we share all of the money we make. We put it all into one bank, which was one multi-sig. And then we would just distro it evenly as we work. And we all have different roles. I'm a dev. Vin is a designer. Sam's a dev and a project manager, basically. And so we just decided, we all, even though we're doing different things, it's going to even out about the same. Let's start a company together. We all came from freelance, like individual freelancer backgrounds. And we really wanted to focus on DAOs. And we knew like the DAO and what happened there, but we didn't think it was an idea that should be thrown away. At the time, there wasn't much else. You had the old Gnosis multisig. You had Aragon just getting started. You had Moloch, the crew of Amin and James and all of them working on something, but nothing released yet. And we started something called Super Prism at that time, which was kind of a patchwork of multisigs. And it never really went anywhere. We made some mock-ups and some kind of interfaces around the multisig. But once Moloch dropped at ETH Denver, we were like, okay, well, this is actually kind of covers everything we want. Because Moloch wasn't crazy. It wasn't this huge DAO framework that was trying to do everything. It was just a simple contract, kind of a glorified multisig that even though that may be what people like talk down about it as, it's actually its greatest power is that it's really just, that's what a DAO is. It's like a multisig with some superpowers, and that's what the Moloch has. So Moloch DAO came out of ETH Denver. We thought it was really cool. We didn't know anyone in that space, though. We did a hackathon project that Peter noticed from Cartel, and he reached out to us and was like, hey, this is this thing we're doing. We're going to fork Moloch DAO, and because they didn't let Peter in. And he's like, let's just fork it. You guys seem to be like doing something cool. Are you into it? And we were like, yeah, this is awesome. We want to take part of this. 10 ETH to join, and we didn't have much money, and this was a DAO that was like just a bunch of people without a lot of money putting their money together to give it back away. And even though it sounded a little crazy, at the same time, it was like being a freelance contractors, we knew just like sometimes, and being open source developers, sometimes doing stuff like this for free, actually the network effect and the benefits are worth it. And it totally turned out to be. So we were one of the first people that joined Metacartel Odyssey. So now Metacartel had a DAO, a contract really, just, and it was like we were all interacting through Etherscan or Remix or whatever to get this thing going. We needed an interface. The Moloch DAO interface had just kind of been, the original Moloch DAO interface had just been developed. And we were working with the Abridged team, and we were like, okay, let's make a interface that's kind of uses smart contract uses contract wallets and make it kind of mobile friendly and see how that works. So that's when Pocket Moloch or Pokemole came about. That was, I think after we built that, we spent about 2 weeks to build that, and we got about 5K from the original DAO. So that was our first kind of like thing we built towards what eventually became DaoHaus. It's just a single interface for Metacartel. So we're going on. It's actually really cool using the contract wallets and things like that. A couple other teams, Orochi and Trojan, reached out to us and was like, hey, we want to fork your code and do our own DAOs. So this is like the first new DAOs popping up. Makoto from Orochi was like, spent probably a week trying to figure out our code and how to fork it. Eventually he got it up. And Orochi DAO, which was like the party DAO, was at any of the meetups, we would take the funds that people would put into the DAO and throw a big party. It was actually a huge success. It was really fun and awesome. And this was before COVID. And so it's not around or alive so much anymore, although I bet that it sees a resurgence soon, especially with cool events like this. So then ETH Berlin, we did a hackathon project and we did DaoHaus. This was the first iteration. We were like, all right, we see that there's like people wanting to have a DAO, kind of like Moloch DAO and Metacartel DAO. Let's try to make a kind of multi-tenant system where anyone can come launch a DAO and have a Pokemon interface. And so we did that at ETH Berlin. Shout out to the DAO Stack. They had a community winner selection there, which we won a community grant from that. So we were able to continue building. Shortly after that, we started Raid Guild. And so you just heard about Raid Guild from Spence, but initially it was kind of like we took the $1,000 grant we got from the ETH Berlin hackathon, and we were like, well, let's put it into our own DAO and use our like dog food our system. So we started Raid Guild at that point. So that was just the core team, which happened to include Peeth too. So it was Peeth, Eric, Vin, me, and Sam. We started getting a couple more people here and there to really just to continue working on the DaoHaus product. And it was pretty slow going until ETH Denver of the next year. And that's when we hooked up with Hamad and Darren and a couple, like maybe 10 other folks that were all Web3 product developers in the space. Told them about it. Everyone got super stoked. We spent a couple of weeks like really refining what Raid Guild was. And then in ETH Denver, we launched it. And then from there, you know, Raid Guild now has 100 members and is building its own like product suite. It's doing some really amazing things. After ETH Denver, then it was just like the Cambrian explosion of DAOs. You know, everyone started using DaoHaus to launch their DAOs. We had some really awesome things like MetaGamma Delta, which came out of this same ETH Denver, Lex DAO, DAO Square. There's these new ones like Whaler DAO and NF DAO and different things on Matic and XDAI and Metacartel Ventures. All these DAOs started to pop up. And so we continued. This is when we were like, okay, this is like really cool. People are liking it. We're getting a lot of good feedback from these communities. Let's continue building it. And that's, you know, when we just did our CCO. So we did a first round CCO, which was just to our core communities. And now we just did another round CCO on Monday, which I thought would be going on today still, but it actually sold out in 70 seconds or so, which was totally blew us away. And we were not expecting that. But now we're on to the new jam, which is going to be the Uber House. So we're doing this progressive decentralization. We went from in our first CCO, the DaoHaus became House DAO. It became a DAO that was managing the development of DaoHaus. Now we're going to another level, and we're actually involving all of the DAOs that are in our ecosystem by dropping our token to all of them. And so all of them now are going to be governance partners in this Uber House. And it ranges, the way we decided to do the drop was on a lot of different factors on how active the DAO was, how much money came in and out of it, how much gas it had spent on mainnet. All these things were factors, but they're substantial drops to the active DAOs that will be participating in this. And so the way the Uber House is working is it's actually another DAO. And so only DAOs can be a member of this DAO. And the other mechanics are pretty much the same. Each DAO will have a delegate, which will be able to like come to represent their DAO inside of an UberHaus DAO. And so, you know, what we were thinking here is we're all building different things, and this was like an issue with MetaCartel from the start, was like we're like helping fund all these projects, but we want to keep everyone like aligned and working together. So this is one incentive to kind of bring us all back in together. We're all holding the same token. We're managing one giant token fund, and we're managing the development going forward of this product. So what will the UberHaus people, the delegates in UberHaus, be doing? The main thing is they're going to be managing our entire token supply. So it's the token distribution. We really want to distribute this token in as many different ways and as much as possible as we can. There's going to be some member management of like who is a member, if they need to be guild kicked, if a new DAO wants to join, how they apply, how they can join and start partaking in governance. We have farms, so this is a cool part, I think. What we want to do is kind of like let people replicate the path that we took, and which is a small team, creating a product, DAOifying early, becoming a DAO, using the DAO to help solidify their community and scale their community, eventually launching a community token. And once they do that, UberHaus will actually be this bank of like a big squad wealth kind of bank, where every product that's grown through like a CCO kind of fundraising phase and has a token, and it doesn't have to be a brand new project. It could be current projects too. They can dump their tokens into the UberHaus bank, which is this DAO of DAOs, and they'll take the house token and dump the equivalent amount into that token's farm. So like say MetaGame came in and they dropped seed into the bank, then seed would be issued through a house seed farm. Raid Guild, if they launched a token and they put it in the bank, it's a house Raid Guild farm. And so what we start getting with this Uber bank is everyone involved is putting in their community tokens into one place. This distributes the risk and also the reward across everyone in the DAO. So everyone, when they first start a project, you know, they're confident it's going to succeed, but the reality is it's probably not everyone is going to succeed. But since we're all here aligned together, there's a good chance that one of them will succeed. So that's distributing the risk. But now we're also aligning incentives. So it's like, okay, so next time Metagamma Delta does a grant to someone, then maybe that person will hire Raid Guild to build out the project and help it scale. And maybe they'll go ask for funding from MetaCartel Ventures. You know, so we're like tying everything together, and then we're having this squad wealth bank of startup funds, basically. House rewards will be coming out of from UberHaus. So being a part of UberHaus, being one of the DAOs in UberHaus, is also another way to farm. You're like farming rewards just being a member. Providing a liquidity is another way to farm. We have just this house XDAI pool, or actually initially it's just you could just stake your token if you want and get some rewards. So that's the farming element. So this is a cool meme that Scott made, and it says, "Wait, it's all DAOs," and it's always Hasbin. But the idea, the thing that we've noticed as we've been working so closely with this glorified multisig, the Moloch DAO contract, is that it really can be connected together in different interesting ways to do different things. So this whole platform of UberHaus and the delegating member DAOs, they're all different DAOs just connected together through what we call a minion, and the minion is just like an interface between DAOs. It can also work as kind of like a satellite bank against the core DAO treasury. So so right now we're kicking off this next phase. It's super exciting. Over the next few weeks, we're doing this drop to all the DAOs. We took a snapshot in mid-February for all the active DAOs and the members. We also have staged up individual drops, which the UberHaus DAO will vote on, when to release those and to who. We also have a lot of different ways to get involved. Our product team is going to be in its own house DAO, which I learned today actually doesn't even have that much governance, but that's just the way we calculated everything. But that's okay. But there's 4 circles currently. So if you're a marketer, if you're a community person, if you're a product person, or if you're an ops person, whatever you are, there's a place where you could come actually contribute if you want to contribute to a product that's really expanding fast and doing some cool things. Come to our Discord, check us out, and if you want to just learn about how to play around in a DAO, there's one called Foundations DAO, and it's anyone can join it, and it's getting some drop too, even though that might be a leak. One last slide, since we're in the metagame world, is the metagame DAO on XTI. So this is a brand new thing that I've been talking with Pete about. So metagame is actually going to be getting a drop and being part of UberHaus, which is super exciting. We've got like the first 14 XP holders have been seeded into this initial DAO, and they're gonna we'll be expanding that pretty quick. But this is the DAO page with the theme that Luxembourg created. That's it.
Well, I'm gonna say for those that didn't know, that was some major alpha drop. You can stop sharing your screen right there.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we'll look like we're in the Matrix talking
yeah.
mistakes you made before, Neo. It's so great to have a chance to talk with you, Deacon. Every time that we start talking, it just seems like we spiral into amazing conversations.
Yeah.
I think you just hit the screen again. It should stop sharing. Bottom up. Yeah. There we go. Great. So, I mean, as you heard, you're one of the founding 3 people that created a lot of the tools and ecosystem that we're using now. And one of the things that I'm always just amazed is just like how patient you are and like selfless, giving back, and like humble. There's never like one of those things where you are like the king of the internet. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, thanks, man. That's actually that's super nice. I mean, I'm really humbled by the people, like these communities that I get to work with. I feel like, coming from a world which I'm sure a lot of us have come from, about either working in a big corporate gig or like doing the day-to-day grind as a freelancer, coming into this space where there's a community of people that get it, I just feel so super lucky, and it's just like it's the most exciting part of my career in my entire life. So
yeah, especially with like bringing together the greater DAOs like Uber DAO and like even Achievement. I think those are just so key to kind of recognizing the value and turning over governance of these tools to the communities that are using them. And so, yeah, it seems like it's almost effortless, with how you do it. But a lot of people struggle with like turning over control. Do you have like any advice?
I don't know
like,
what it is about me. I feel uncomfortable when I have too much. So, but it was from the very start, we knew that there's like a psychological element. If you don't decentralize fast or have at least a plan, like a roadmap or how you're going to get there, it's not going to happen. So that's like whenever you're starting a new project or a new product, even, I think it's time to do a DAO, and not just meaning like use a smart contract. It's like, think about, have a plan to be as decentralized as possible as soon as possible, you know, and it's going to take time. There's no way you can just like flip a switch and be like, you know, we're all autonomous, decentralized robots. It's like really like the people is a key part of a DAO. And so it's just like, how do we keep this going, and how do we expand and distribute and decentralize?
Yeah, I think, you know, you do a lot of great things, especially like Minion. I want to highlight Minion because that is like a key tool that also I think, you know, people are going to realize this year. And I know there's been a lot of work in upgrading that as well. So like the Minion allows the multi-sig to do pretty much a lot of things that would be unthinkable last year, right? Can you go into Minion?
Yeah, the Minion's kind of it's a simple idea, really. It's just like a way that a DAO can vote on an arbitrary function call. So it's a way for the DAO to kind of expand out into the rest of the world, like through composability. So, you know, you set up a call to send an NFT from one DAO to another or something. So that you set this function up, and then the DAO votes on it. When it passes, it can execute. If it fails, it can't execute. So it's a simple idea. We've also added some things that make one DAO and another DAO be able to link really easily between sending funds to each other or making proposals to each other, things like that. We've expanded on the idea of the Minion where besides just kind of being this proposal extension, it can also be like for new members, a new member can like what's Bill and Ross worked on was a Minion Zap. So you can send ETH into one address, it'll zap it into like an A token, like an Aave token, and then put that Aave token into the treasury. So now your treasury continues to have some interest-bearing assets. We've also have Minions that are forged specifically for working with different contracts. Superfluid is one. So this is a kind of cool thing that's coming up where a DAO can set up basically like a payroll department. You have a Superfluid Minion that is like a vault for your payroll, and it's just streaming out funds to all the people involved in the DAO or the people in your ops team or whoever it is. So it's similar to like what Austin was showing with the Build Guild, and you can just like set up these streams and then the DAO votes on how the money is, who gets the money, and if a stream needs to be cut and things like that.
Yeah, I think that's kind of like just a tip of the iceberg of how far the rabbit hole goes. And I think even for a lot of people, we probably already went over their heads. So I just want to one line for that. So basically, the Minion allows a DAO to interact with contracts in a predictable way, so that when a proposal passes, change can happen. And so I think that's really critical. And it's really been extended to a level that also improves a DAO's internal use. So things like theming, there's just so many other things that the Minion does to help the DAO kind of control that.
Yeah, we've added some cool things to the UI, like notifications to Discord or Telegram, whatever your comms is, custom themes like the metagame theme that Luxon brought in. So like one thing with communities is their identity is really tied into, you know, their brand really. And metagame is a great example of that, where the mimetic language and the the theme of a community is really core to it. And so, you know, we don't need to be throwing the DaoHaus theme into everything. It's like, make your own theme, make it so you own it, your community feels like it owns it. We also have some other cool additions of like these bots that can help do reoccurring proposals, can help sponsor or process and vote even on proposals. But I don't know, we got a lot of cool additions. One of the things we're working towards is this idea of a app market, so similar to like the App Store, where devs can come in and develop some extension onto DaoHaus. So think of like DaoHaus would be like the WordPress of DAOs, where you can start having these developer created extensions, and through a marketplace and possibly like an NFT marketplace, you can buy subscriptions or buy access to these extensions, and the devs would be getting a piece of that for everything they develop. So that's one of the big initiatives we're going to be also working on over this next year.
Great, thank you so much. Yeah, that's just like a tip of the iceberg of the stuff that you do, and yeah, it's going to be an amazing year.
Thanks, Penguin. Yeah, this is a lot of fun. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much. Next up, we have Joel from Box. I'll talk to you later, Deacon. Joel, can you hear us?
Yep. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Meta Verde, would you like to read in, Joel?
I just missed your name. I'm so sorry.
Joel.
Oh, Joel. Okay.
So 3Box is what's basically hosting a lot of the data for, especially the metagame profiles. So
okay. Yeah, I was trying to look it up and kept running into some interesting things.
I know.
So,
sorry.
Oh no, that's fine. So you have something put together and you're ready to talk, I imagine.
Yep, for sure.
So here's Joel from 3Box. Take it away.
Thanks. All right. So let me see if I can share my screen here. Right. And I think I can enable the camera as well.
Yeah, you've been listening.
So do you actually see my slides here?
Yeah, now I do, yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, so hi everyone. I'm Joel, and I'm a co-founder of 3Box Labs. And I thought, so I'm gonna the main thing I'm gonna be talking about is ceramic, because that's like the protocol that we're building. But I thought I'd start with like some history of like where we're coming from, what 3Box is, and how that's kind of evolving. So actually, let's kind of throw back to kind of early days in Ethereum. And back in I guess around the summer of 2016, there was a project called Uport, and it was really focused on like identities in Web3, and had like a mobile app which you could use as a wallet, and also have like verifiable credentials and stuff. And I was actually part of the team that was working on Uport. But however, like Uport was its own app, and everyone was kind of using MetaMask or some other Ethereum wallet. And it was kind of like you kind of had to like, either you had like this app with like a profile and stuff, or you just had like, you know, the other Ethereum wallets that everyone used. So me and my co-founders were part of the Uport team and kind of saw that, okay, this is not right. Maybe we can do something differently. And that's eventually we saw that, yeah, let's create a new thing that can be used by all wallets, and that lets any wallet kind of associate arbitrary data to like an Ethereum address. And yeah, so we created 3Box. So 3Box is an SDK that developers can pull into their app and like store data that's linked to their Ethereum address. And this is like based on some standards that we were part of, like creating in Newport, primarily called DIDs. However, 3box.js, well, actually, so yeah, so the first kind of application of 3box became like profiles, because like everyone used like had these Ethereum addresses, those random numbers and characters, and the first thing you would do with like arbitrary data associated with an Ethereum address is just like add a name, add an image, and then yeah, just build out a profile about like your account so you can like interact with other users in a more, you know, human way. So we created this 3box Hub app, which allowed you to like create profiles and like view stuff associated with your profile. And I think it was like the first user-centric NFT gallery, which was just like a random feature we threw in, and we haven't really focused on that at all. But there were some like pieces of 3box that were centralized. So the link between your Ethereum address and your DID, that relied on a central server, and the data storage system was kind of, it was decentralized, but it kind of assumed that you would be connected to like the 3box servers. So obviously, like we knew this was like a trade-off when we made these like implementations, but we realized, yeah, we're gonna have to like really decentralize those things at some point. And it was like a bit like over a year ago that we started really thinking about like how do we actually like really decentralize the entire system. And we started thinking like primarily focused on this link between like addresses and DIDs, and then like making DID secure so you can like update the private and public keys that you use with them. So as we were like ideating, we found out like a way to do it, and then we started like, maybe this thing can be made a lot more like general, and eventually that led to the creation of Ceramic. So Ceramic is like a distributed network for version controlled data, where I can create what we call a document and then make updates to that document. And then you can see the kind of version history of that document. And that's useful for like profiles, but it also has like a lot of other use cases that I'll kind of discuss a bit later. And yeah, so this kind of also allowed us to make the new version, or like the decentralized version of 3box.js, which we now are calling IDX. And it's that kind of becomes like a blockchain agnostic version of 3box, which you can use with Ethereum, but you can also use with, you know, Polkadot or some other blockchain, and you can kind of link accounts that you have on different blockchains or on like layer 2s to the same identifier, so you can have the same profile regardless of like which app you're using and like which blockchain that application is on. All right, so that was a bit of history and like what we've been doing, and like, yeah, so like how we came to Ceramic. So let's dive into what Ceramic is. As I mentioned, it's a protocol for kind of version control data, and the unit, like the primitive in Ceramic, is a document. So document is really a data object that you create, and this document has like a permanent identifier, which we call the doc ID. And the document is created and it's signed by the user, but you can also change the document. And as you change the document, it still persists and have the same identifier, which is different from in IPFS. Like in IPFS, if you change data, you always get like a new hash of the data. In Ceramic, keep the same identifier, and we build like a doc chain, or like an append-only log of objects in IPFS that represents the changes of the document over time. But yeah, we have this permalink to the document. And now we can start doing things like linking documents to each other, so we can create a graph of documents. I'll kind of talk about how that can be used a little bit later. But yeah, we can create this graph of documents that like point to each other, so we can like start building out like different types of web of trusts, or like underlying data for reputation systems, and the kind of stuff like that. And like this is a decentralized network, and that kind of makes it censorship resistant, which is useful in some cases. And another cool thing is like these documents you mostly like put JSON data in it, but you can also store a JSON schema, and then you can use a JSON schema that's stored as a ceramic document as like a schema that's enforced on the document. So you can make sure that certain documents conform to certain schemas or like formulas, so you know exactly what data you will be getting out of ceramic. And other than just like updating documents are also anchored into blockchains and primarily anchored into Ethereum. And this gives us kind of like well, partly it's like a proof of existence that this document actually existed at this point in time, and we can prove that it existed at that point in time and it was not just like randomly created later, which is useful for when you're doing like key rotation, but also like useful if you want like to have like an auditable trail of like updated of like events that have happened. And so all these documents like are controlled by DAIDs, which is a standard for decentralized identifiers. And in 3box, we have this DAID called 3ID. This 3ID will keep working with ceramic. We also recently published a spec for something called an NFT DAID method, and this basically like a way to represent an identity using an NFT. So what it does is takes all the NFTs that exist right now and saying basically that the owner of this NFT is the controller of this identity. So you can have like an identity that I can trade using an NFT, and that NFT or like the NFT identity can have like a bunch of data that is associated with it and like lives publicly on the ceramic network. So yeah, that's something like we're excited about, like those types of kind of random use cases for this stuff. All right, so this is kind of like a kind of conceptual view of like what the ceramic network looks like. So when you create a document in ceramic, we don't have a global state like Ethereum where like there's like one truth of like what the state of all smart contracts is. Instead, each document in ceramic is kind of independently verified. And so we can see here are 4 nodes, and some documents are pinned on some nodes, some documents are pinned on other nodes, and there's some overlap where some documents are pinned by multiple nodes. So these nodes kind of just keep track of the data and the documents that they care about. And all of the updates are kind of gossiped over libPDP, which is like the peer-to-peer protocol used by like Ethereum and IPFS and Filecoin and stuff. Yeah, the data logs are synced using IPFS. And yeah, libPDP and PubSub is used to like gossip like what if I come into the network and I have a document ID, I can find out like what the latest state of the document is. All right, and yeah, so there's no like data persistence built into the protocol yet, so you have to like either run a node or have someone else run a node to pin documents for you. This might be changed with like incentives in the future where you can just pay the network to keep track of documents for you. All right, so let's jump even deeper. So what does a ceramic document, like the actual data structure, look like? So a document in ceramic is essentially this log or stream of commits. And so here you can see a document which has like, let's see, like 6 different commits. So we have the Genesis commit, that's like the commit that creates a document. And also the hash of the Genesis commit is used as, with some other information, is used as the document ID. Then we can see there's an anchor commit that basically like anchors the document into the blockchain. Then there's a signature commit. The signature usually contains like a patch that changes the content of the document. And there's another signature commit, so that the document is like updated again. And then there's another anchor commit, which means like, yeah, it was anchored into the blockchain again. So every time we do like an anchor, we get like a timestamp of like yeah, this was the state of document at this point in time. Yeah, and then lastly, there's another signature commit, and this kind of can go on for however long. The cool thing about the anchors here is that obviously you could like make one blockchain transaction per anchor, but that would be like very expensive, like if you have a lot of documents. So instead, in practice, what we're doing is there can be like one or multiple anchor services. And what an anchor service does is it takes like updates from a bunch of different documents and put them into like a large Merkle tree. And then it makes one transaction on Ethereum and puts just the root of the Merkle tree on chain. And now this proof metadata contains like something that says like, hey, this is the path in the Merkle tree that's used to prove that this document was anchored on this blockchain transaction. An interesting thing to note here is like, if there is a conflict, so like let's say this stream of commits like branches, and now there's like two competing logs or like competing histories. Which one should we choose? Like which one would be the canonical one? And that's right now we have a pretty simple thing to decide that, and that's essentially like the log that was anchored earlier wins. So if there's two competing ones, if log A was anchored at like 5 minutes ago, and log B was anchored like 4 minutes ago, log A will win because it was anchored earlier. And that's kind of how we decide like the consensus of like which is the canonical branch of the document. And each commit also has like its own what we call a commit ID, and this can be used to refer to this document at this point in time. So like if I want to know like what the state was here, I can just get the commit ID here and load the document at this specific point in time. All right, so that should give you a pretty in-depth view of like what kind of like a ceramic document really is. So I'm going to talk about like a few building blocks that kind of makes this possible. That we've been working on with ceramic and kind of standardizing some of these kind of lower level building blocks. So IPFS in general is really good for storing data, like using data blobs. But if you want to store signed data, right now people are kind of storing signed data in a bunch of different ways, and also like encrypted data. There isn't really any standard to do that. That is until we introduced this new codec in IPFS called DaoHaus. So HOSE is like a standard from the Internet Engineering Task Force, IETF, and yeah, that's really kind of a standard way of like encoding a JSON object that's been signed or encrypted, and we have built like a compatibility layer for IPFS that allows you to just put this this formatted data into IPFS directly and like have that be easily interpretable in IPFS. So we are adopting this standard in ceramic. There are other IPFS, projects in IPFS that are also looking at this and like starting to use it as well. Then we have created an EIP for something we call a DID provider, and that's essentially a way to like request signatures from a decentralized identifier or request a DID to decrypt some data. And this can be added to like using to the Ethereum JSON RPC, or really kind of any wallet JSON RPC to support these DID methods. And we use this in one of our kind of wallet compatibility layers that we've created, which I'll talk about a little bit more later, called 380 Connect. And on this kind of lower level, we have support for encryption. So that's using JWE. JSON Web Encryption. That's part of this, or like the HOSE stack, which I talked about just before. And this uses a cipher called XChaCha 20poly 1305. It's a mouthful, but it's really kind of the latest encryption cipher that's also used in TLS. So kind of the thing that encrypts, all of your HTTPS browser sessions. Yeah, and I mean, then we also have like a library called JSDID, which is just like a way to consume and interact with the DID and uses so kind of all of these three other primitives. So yeah, you can create these DaoHaus objects and like put them into IPFS easily. So if you want to like play around with this lower level building blocks, like JSDID is a good place to start. And the ceramic bundle kind of comes with JSDID instance by default. All right, so let's zoom out a bit. Like, what can we actually build with ceramic? So I'm just going to mention really quickly some stuff that I'm like excited about because I think there are some of the cool use cases that we can do. So yeah, I guess the first thing is like discussions. There are already a few teams that are building discussions on top of ceramic, and this is like especially good for when like you're doing governance of like a decentralized protocol and you have a DAO and you want to have discussions, because you get versioning of the discussion, you get the discussions get anchored on chain, so you can kind of have a lot of transparency because you can see that, okay, this comment happened at this point in time, and if there's like some large dispute, you can always like refer to this and like know that no one has like if you have a forum that someone controls, someone could like really kind of go and edit the comments in the database or whatever. That's not really possible with ceramic. So you can kind of trust in comments that were made, and you can like verify that that's actually what happened. Using the same property, we can also build voting systems. So yeah, this could be like a simple, coin-weighted voting system like Snapshot, where every vote would be recorded into ceramic. But you can also build like more complicated voting systems like conviction voting. So conviction voting is essentially a way to vote where you signal with your tokens, and the longer you signal on a specific proposal or a specific entry in like a curation game or something, the more weights you get. And that's based on like your token holdings. But like if you signal longer, then your signal that your tokens provide will be like worth more. Yeah, and yeah, that's kind of it's really cool because you can make certain proposals pass without having like a global consensus of all the token holders. Quadratic voting is also interesting, and it can actually be combined with conviction voting, which I think is some projects have like started to explore this, but it's still kind of very new concept. And quadratic voting also requires some kind of identity, thing where you can like say that basically you need some kind of stronger identity for the quadratic voting to be like feasible. Otherwise, someone could just like Sybil attack it. But the cool thing is, I guess I'll jump to the right here on the slides, is identity index. So IDX or identity index is really kind of the next version of 3box.js, and it allows you to associate a bunch of profiles like reputation or verify social accounts and point that to your blockchain account, or point that to like 2 of your blockchain accounts, or your blockchain account on Ethereum, your layer 2 account, and your account on like Polkadot. So you can kind of really kind of bind a lot of information to a profile or like an pseudonym in like a trustless way. And that's really useful, especially if you want to build up some kind of score that makes it less likely for this, identity to be a Sybil, which is useful in quadratic voting, for example. So yeah, I'm going to talk more about IDX and how it works, but just kind of mention that quadratic voting, quadratic conviction voting is something that's like seems really exciting to me. Yeah, in general, also like ceramic is useful for like when you have different types of dispute resolutions, because like since the document have this audit trail or like commit log of changes, you get this audit trail that's useful. If there's a dispute, you can always like look up what's happened. It's also good for like publication. Like if you're doing research and you want to publicize something, you want to be known that you publicized it, then like Ceramic provides timestamp that's anchored in the blockchain, which gives you, you know, that a proof that this paper that you published was actually existed at this point in time. Like it also used for like journalism for the same reason, and OSINT, open source intelligence, for the same reason, because you get this kind of certainty around like when it was published, who was published by, like the signatures are encoded in the data structure. All right. And yeah, so Ceramic, the protocol, the development is being led by 3Vox, but it's really kind of used in an open source community. We have like several contributors already. Our DAD method, the 3AD method, is actually being implemented in Go by another team, which is super cool. Textile. So they're building compatibility with like the Ceramic ecosystem. And you can really kind of think of Ceramic as like the shared metadata layer for Web3. So you can kind of connect different blockchains or like Brooks and Blockchains account to your identity and connect your identity to like different peer-to-peer databases and really kind of bring all of Web3 together. Yeah, IDX I already mentioned a little bit. Yeah, I'll kind of dive into the specific bullets here in the next slide. But yeah, we have a testnet that's like up and running. You can check out the CLI tool, and you can also run this in your browser. So yeah, all the code is like available on GitHub, Ceramic network, and the main repo is this JS Ceramic monorepo. All right, so let's chat about IDX. IDX is like really simple. It's just a data structure on top of Ceramic, kind of using the documents to create a structure for user data. And there's like 3 different concepts that are useful here. So we have the index, that each user have their own index, and it's just like an index is key value mapping from a definition to records. So a record is a discrete unit of like user information. This record can be used to store content directly, or it can store a pointer, like a reference to some remote resource. Like I have some data that lives on the centralized server, or it lives on this other peer-to-peer database like OrbitDB or Textile. And then we have definitions. So definition is created by a developer and describes the content that lives within the record. And it actually describes that with the JSON schema, so you actually always know exactly the semantic structure of the data that you can find in the record. Yeah, so I don't know if you can see my cursor, but in this image to the right, we can see that. So this definition to the left here in the image is created by the developer. And we have 2 users, user 1, this astronaut, and this magician mage here, and they all each have their own kind of index, but their index kind of have the definition, and that they use the same definition. And I think this is just the basic profile. And then they have their own, so they have the same definition, but they have their own record. So you can see like here is a name and an emoji. This user 1 has like a name and a different emoji. So yeah, that's kind of the model. And the cool thing here is like, me as a developer, I might want to like build a new cool app, and I can use browse the definitions that have been created by developers before, and just like start pulling in data from existing applications into my application. So we kind of get like composability of user data. Yeah, so that's really cool. And the API for IDX is like super straightforward. You basically have a definition ID, and then you can get the information, get the record using calling IDX.get, the definition and the DAD of the user. And the same way you can set information. but if the user is authenticated, it's calling IDX.set, a definition ID, and the content that you want the record to be set to. One thing I wanted to mention also, when you're building with IDX and you want to connect it to a user's MetaMask or some other wallet, 380 Connect is like the tool that makes the connection between your user's wallet and their IDX and the ID profiles. So like 380 Connect is basically a way to authenticate and like write documents to Ceramic. And it can be used with like any blockchain wallet. Right now, it works best with Ethereum wallets, but it can really, we have like modules to make it work with like EOS, Filecoin, Near, and like other types of blockchains. So we can really kind of start connecting all the different kind of separate pieces in the Web3 ecosystem. And it supports this EIP 2844, which I talked about earlier, which is this DID provider, an interface for like requesting signatures from a DID, and decrypting data. And yeah, so the cool thing about 380 Connect also is that we can have multiple blockchain accounts that authenticate to the same 380. So let's say I have my, my Filecoin account and my Ethereum account, and they both authenticate and link to the same identity, and that this is enabled through 3ID and the kind of key management that we do in there. So yeah, the 380 DID method, I guess, yeah. So multiple authentication methods, a keychain that allows for this secure key revocation that makes this kind of multi-account thing possible. All right, and lastly, I was going to give a teaser. So 3box has always like had a profile site, and this is like hasn't been updated in a long while. And the reason for that is we have been working on the Ceramic protocol, but there is a new profile site coming soon. It's going to be pretty cool. It's based on IDX, and it's just super simple. It allows you to like edit your profile and just look up a profile for any like address or like account on any blockchain. So you can just put that in there and like find the profile. The other thing that will be part of this is something called identity link services. And this is just a way to like verify your social accounts and put them into your IDX, so you can kind of build some reputation into your profile. So identity link services right now is just like a simple Web2 API that issues like a verifiable credential about your DID is associated with Web2 accounts. So this right now it has support for GitHub, Twitter, Discord, Discourse, and there is one or actually maybe two PRs because there's a Gitcoin hackathon to add Telegram. So this is cool because then we can kind of start building out the graph of like your accounts. All right. Well, that was a lot of information. I hope you found like pieces of this presentation useful. Really excited about like finding what type of stuff can be built on Ceramic, like once we have these basic primitives like profiles and stuff. So yeah, thanks for having me on.
Thank you so much,
Thank you, Joel. I think Penguin has questions for you.
Yeah, you're my hero of the day. Like that was like such a technical deep dive into the system that we're using behind my meta profiles or my profiles, and just like you really dissected it in a way that it gave us the schemas, how things work. It even set it up like how you've got like the multi-chain focus, and you're really making it easy to interface with like easy APIs. I think one of the hard parts that people have is like just the power that a graph gives. And I think that that's going to be one of the key transitions for the data. Do you have any kind of trouble getting that kind of information into a way that people can understand?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you're building really kind of new cutting edge technology, there's always like a challenge communicating what you're doing. Like you really are really deep in it, and like you get, oh, this is so cool because this can do all these, you know, things. But like then you like have to zoom out and like, okay, how do I actually tell people about this? Because they haven't like been in this rabbit hole for like multiple years. So yeah, I think that's the challenge for like any, you know, cutting edge technology. And we're certainly like still, you know, trying to get better at that. But yeah.
That's amazing. Well, thank you so much for this today, because that really helps us kind of see the possibilities as well. Like, I mean, literally, you mentioned so many things that are critical to everything we're working on. I even saw sculptures on there for the IDX, which I know we mentioned like 3 or 4 times today, and they're probably going to be critical this coming year. Also, DX DAO. Are you guys part of like the holographic voting for that?
Well, so what's the question? Like if we're part of the DX DAO?
So you mentioned something about DX DAO for voting. Is that right?
I don't think I mentioned DX DAO, but yeah, DX DAO. I guess they're using like the DAO stack and like the holographic voting system. I talked about conviction voting, and yeah, one thing that's cool that was actually released recently is Gnosis Safe kind of released a thing that allows you to like vote with snapshot and then like, you know, put the results. So that's like off-chain voting, put the result on-chain. You can do something very similar, but actually more trust minimized with Ceramic to like do conviction voting off-chain and then execute the proposals on-chain in something like a Gnosis Safe, or I mean, it should work with other DAO frameworks as well.
That's awesome. And so how can we kind of level up our ceramic knowledge? Are there tutorials or walkthroughs that we can find, or should we dig into the GitHubs and sort of start developing with it?
Well, yeah, so we have a developer website for Ceramic and IDX. So the one for Ceramic is developers.ceramic.network. I think there was links in the slide before. And the other one is just idx.xyz. There on our YouTube, there should be like a few tutorials and stuff. And I also think we have a workshop next week on MetaFEST. So Paul will be giving a workshop of like how you can use IDX. So if you're interested in just like go like learning more and still just hang around in MetaFEST.
It's crazy to see how far 3 boxes come since last year. I remember last year I was learning a lot about it, and just like I'm in a lot of different conversations, but the IDX and stuff has just gone so fast. You know, it's hard to keep up with it. So I really appreciate dissecting it for us today, because like when you went through it, I can see it as a developer. I now like understand the mechanics of how the file system and the peer-to-peer stuff works. So I think it's amazing, and exactly why we have these. So thank you so much for that.
No, that's awesome. Yeah, thanks for having me on. Looking forward to seeing what will emerge from MetaGame in the future.
Thank you for being a part of it.
Cool.
I will let you go. And we've had a long day today, and I'm so glad I made it. Thank you so much.
Yep. Hey, thank you. Wow. What a lineup.
Yeah, every day just seems to
Every
be
day.
like full of stars. And yeah, thank you so much to all of our speakers and all the people in MetaGame, all the people on our team. Jelly right here, thank you so much for
Oh my
being here.
goodness, Jelly. All day, every day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we'll let you end. Thank you,
We'll say
Jelly.
goodbye. Bye, everyone.